Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to two petitions. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Ajax, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Holland, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
You don't want to vote on that. Come on.
Calling the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Holland, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
To you.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Losange, Jeté la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne, j'étais de la petite nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Nanda Sangri.
Mr. Nanda Sagari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Fancy.
Mr. Dusnevsky.
Mr. Dusnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessie.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Said.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shear. Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray on sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sanson.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Boulet.
Monsieur Libois.
Mr. Libois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Back to Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 111, 111.
Declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, that in relation to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage on the day allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's excellent.
Ms. Chagger, second by Mr. Grail, moves that in relation to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 67, there is now a 30-minute question period. I would ask the honourable members who would like to ask questions to rise so that the chair can have an idea, the speaker can have an idea of all the people who would like to participate in this question period. The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I a question that has never been answered by the government in terms of the implementation of the structured intervention unit. This is a wonderful term they're using to talk about solitary confinement, but we never said what the structure of this unit would be. I'd like to understand if there is an aisle for in physical terms, what will the real difference be between these?
Mr. Speaker, under the legislation, we are continuing to provide the correctional service with the authority and the physical system to be able to separate inmates from each other when that is necessary in the interests of safety within the institution. The existing infrastructure within the correctional system lends itself to that approach already in some cases. In other cases, there would need to be some physical modifications in terms of the actual structures. To deal with the specific questions from the honourable gentleman, I would be happy to ask the correctional system to provide him with some design options so that he can see physically what the new arrangement would look like, so that it could accomplish the objective of providing that necessary separation when that is necessary for safety and security, but at the same time allowing the programming to continue, particularly mental health services and other counseling services that are necessary to ensure that the particular inmate or offender is properly managed within the institution. But I'd be happy to provide him with some physical examples if that would be helpful.
The honourable member for Valois-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think this is a great because here we have a bill that is a new iteration of dealing with solitary confinement. There was Bill C-56, which was tabled almost 2 years ago, and then we had 2 court decisions that the government has clearly not complied with, 2 court decisions that found the abuses of what's called administrative segregation, but better known as solitary confinement in federal prisons. The abuses were found unconstitutional in different ways, I granted, but nonetheless extremely troubling and problematic, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government is not only appealing those decisions, but they're also coming forward with a bill where now they're claiming that they're getting rid of the practice altogether, when in reality, as every stakeholder has said, this is just the same practice under a different name. Now, Mr. Speaker, every single witness, barring officials from the Minister's Department that came to committee, panned this bill, and the corrections investigator referred to something that was not, quote, well thought out. So I want to ask the Minister why 2 years later, with a first piece of legislation, now this, and 2 appeals before the courts, why now all of a sudden they feel the need to time allocate when clearly both the consultation that was done and all the thought behind this bill was just simply not adequate for the types of human rights abuses we're seeing too often in our prisons.
Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this particular issue with respect to administrative segregation has been an issue the government and the Correctional Service has been dealing with over the course of the last 3 years. Obviously, we inherited a system that needed considerable fixing, so we're in the process of doing that. As various items of legislation have been presented to the House, at the same time there have been court proceedings going on that predated the change in government. These are court proceedings that relate back to 2015 and even earlier. They've come to a decision time before the courts in the last number of months. As the courts have considered those matters that existed prior to 2015, they have offered a number of different prescriptions and requirements in the court judgments in 2 different provinces. The honourable gentleman is right. Both of those judgments are under appeal, one by the government and one by the other side. So it's a cross appeal that is going on. Obviously, it's important to meet the parameters set out by the courts, one of which is to get solutions to this situation in a timely manner, and the courts have set deadlines. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, it is important for Parliament to act in a timely manner to respond to those issues that have been raised by the courts, and therefore allocating a certain number of hours to conclude the debate and get on with it is important in order to comply with the court judgments. I would also point out that many of the amendments that are before us now at report stage are amendments dealing with transparency and oversight and accountability, upon which there is broad agreement, Mr. Speaker, that these amendments would in fact improve and strengthen the legislation, and therefore we're approaching the time where it's necessary to conclude the debate and vote and take a decision.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 3.5 years ago, virtually every person in this House was subjected to candidates' debates where the Liberal candidates would reiterate over and over again that if they were elected, they would be a government of consultation and openness and seeking input. And yet, the entire process that has brought us to the report stage of this bill, whether it's the Correctional Service Ombudsman or the Correctional Officers Union themselves, Indigenous groups, stakeholders, all of them have indicated there was inadequate, totally inadequate consultation that brought us to this point. And yet here we are at report stage of the bill, and the government, without any debate, has already invoked closure on this bill, limiting my input, our input on this side of the House to represent the communities that we've been elected to represent, whether that's the correctional officers or the people in our communities. The safety of Canadians, the safety of our correctional officers is at stake, and to have this kind of closure placed on this bill is totally inadequate. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, why would he not only limit input from stakeholder groups during the consultation process, but now limit the input of members of Parliament who are elected here to represent their constituents?
Honourable Public Safety Minister.
The bill is going through all of the normal parliamentary stages, including extensive work at committee. And now for further debate at report stage, where there are additional amendments being considered, and then there will be a third reading debate, and then according to our parliamentary process it will go on to the Senate for the appropriate consideration there. So all of the parliamentary steps are being properly complied with. I would note back in 2014 that the head of the Correctional Officers Union in this country at that particular time said, quote, "We have to actively work to get rid of the Conservatives from power." And he accused the Harper government of the day of endangering correctional officers with prison overcrowding and cuts to rehabilitative programming. Some of that, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-83 will correct. I would also point out that the courts have said to simply allow the present system of administrative segregation to expire in compliance with the court rulings with nothing in place to replace it would in fact make the system more dangerous, Mr. Speaker. So all of the measures that are in C-83 are intended to address those very real issues that perpetuating the debate will not solve. Taking a decision will help us to come to a solution. And I would point out on the issue of consultation that I have met on multiple occasions, both before and after C-83 was introduced, with the Correctional Officers Union, and on every occasion this particular issue was discussed.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as my colleagues have indicated already, this is the only bill that I have experienced where not one witness who came to committee had anything positive to say about the bill except for the minister's own officials. So it's really unfortunate that that's the reality. And the minister has just claimed that the bill responded to issues that were raised by the courts that segregation caused the deaths, the unfortunate deaths of 2 inmates. But actually, if you look at those cases and you study the court decision, the facts there are very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, that those unfortunate deaths were the result of operational and management failures in both of those circumstances. Now, he also just mentioned the Correctional Officers Union. Now, the Correctional Officers Union was one of the witnesses at committee, and so were former inmates at committee, and both of them testified that segregation is essential to managing volatile and violent offenders, and that the bill will create more risk to staff. For the minister who claims that public safety is important and the risk to our members who work in these facilities, I wonder whether this bill actually does anything to improve their safety.
Thank you.
For public safety.
Mr. Speaker, the bill clearly provides the power, the authority, and the mechanisms to separate offenders in correctional institutions when that is necessary for the purposes of public safety. So the power continues under the legislation to provide that kind of separation. What it also provides for is for programming to continue, including mental health services and other counseling services that are necessary in those institutions to achieve the ultimate objective of greater rehabilitation, which results in a safer institution and a safer situation when those inmates are ultimately released. So the whole purpose here is public safety, including the safety of correctional officers, to ensure that our institutions are secure and to ensure that to the maximum extent humanly possible, we are achieving the objective of rehabilitation that will make our communities and our society and the public more safe in future.
For Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister has been in this place for a very long time. I sat in during the committee hearings on this bill, and we did hear from a number of witnesses, and a number of witnesses did come forward with suggestions for changes to the bill. In fact, I would correct the honourable member from across the way that Stan Stapleton from the Union of Solicitor General Employees actually said that he supported the bill provided investments were also made, which were included by this government, that the investments would be made alongside of the legislation. But my question for the minister is, in your experience, have you ever seen a committee make as many...
Order. I have to remind the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington to direct her comments to the chair. And of course, when one says you, one is asking perhaps the speaker a question, it would seem, and I don't think she intends to do that. Perhaps you could rephrase that last bit.
I'm wondering if the minister has ever seen such significant and important changes made to a bill based on testimony heard at committee, where the committee was allowed to actually listen to testimony and amend the bill to reflect the testimony that it's heard.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think this legislation is probably unique in that regard, and I think, quite frankly, that's a very good thing. We're dealing with an issue here that should not be partisan in nature. The proper functioning of our correctional system, the need to have a successful system that produces a safer society is an objective, I'm sure, that all of us share. So it's a very good thing that the Standing Committee heard from witnesses, received advice, information, recommendations, and that the committee took the initiative to make a number of amendments to the legislation to improve it consistent with the advice and the testimony that was presented to the committee. And that process continues at report stage, where further amendments have been added, particularly on the important issue of oversight and review. I think this probably is a good example of the House and its processes proceeding in the way that was intended, to listen to the evidence, to draft amendments in response to the evidence, and then implement those amendments according to what the witnesses recommended.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are again. I don't know the exact number, but it's probably well in the 60s now for the amount of time that this government has invoked closure. And I'll bring us all back again. We have to do this time and time again. Bring us back to day 10 of the 2015 campaign, where the member from Papineau at that time said that he wouldn't resort into parliamentary tricks, such as what? Limiting debate. He would let debate reign. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to ask our the honourable colleague across the way, that the president of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers said that while Bill C-83 may have been well intended, that these changes actually fall short. They fall short in the way that they are not feasible under the current staffing and infrastructure models. Many of the inmates currently managed within segregation units are highly vulnerable and are segregated for their own protection. But also, Mr. Speaker, the same president actually expressed serious concern for the safety of those officers, the correctional officers, and the work that they're doing, and felt that C-83 was falling short in doing that. Mr. Speaker, we should always maintain that we are doing everything in our power to put the tools necessary in the hands of those that are protecting public and protecting Canadians, both for their mental well-being but also their physical well-being. And C-83 falls short in that. And Mr. Speaker, witnesses at the testimony all commented on that, but very powerful messages from the President of the Union of Correctional Officers. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague, the Minister, how that has been addressed by limiting debate on this important piece of legislation.
Mr. Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, a number of people, including union representatives and expert professionals, both within the correctional system and outside the correctional system, have made the observation that, as the honourable gentleman said, the transition to intervention units, the SIUs identified in this legislation, is good in principle, but you need to make sure that the resources are there, financially and otherwise, to be able to run the new system properly and effectively. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I informed the Standing Committee last fall that in the fall economic statement, there was a total of $448 million allocated over 6 years for the implementation of this legislation. That includes about $300 million in staffing and other resources specifically for the SIUs, and $150 million for mental health care improvements, both in the SIUs and throughout the correctional system, and that on top of that, there was a pre-existing $80 million for mental health care in the Correctional Service of Canada in the last two federal budgets prior to the fall update. So in terms of the resources being made available, yes, that's an absolute requirement, and yes, the funding has already been allocated.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Speaker, and this member has quite a history when it comes to public safety. He was one of the senior ministers who led the attack and jailing of farmers who simply wanted to sell their own grain, and a number of them ended up in jail. He's now working behind the scenes to target legitimate handgun owners. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to criminals, we don't have to look any further than the Terry Lynn McClintock transfer, where he and his government transferred a lady from a maximum security prison to Okamaochi Healing Lodge in my riding, which is a minimum security prison. So I just wanted to ask him, why is it that he has so consistently targeted law-abiding Canadians while insisting on coddling hardened criminals, including shutting down debate on this bill?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the question is a complete non sequitur. On top of that, the fundamental premise is absolutely flawed. So there's no relationship to the issues that he raises in his question to what is in Bill C-83. Bill C-83 and the amendments that are now before the House are intended to make our correctional system both safer and more successful in terms of keeping society safe and secure. The amendments that we're now considering at report stage are amendments that have to do in large measure with review and oversight to ensure that our correctional service has the power and the authority to run the system in a way that keeps the system safe and that respects the needs of those who are in the institutions to ensure that to the maximum extent possible rehabilitation can be achieved. And Mr. Speaker, if you reject the objective of rehabilitation, then you're saying when the sentences expire, you just release the inmates willy-nilly with no future concern about future public safety, and that is surely a formula for disaster which the official opposition seems to embrace.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Now, the Minister of Public Safety talks a lot about the safety and concern for the correctional services officers, but I have to ask him, in his departmental plans for Correction Services Canada, which the Minister signed off on, there's not one single goal, not one single mention regarding the safety or welfare of correction services officers. So I have to ask, in C-83, there's obvious criticism, it is making things more dangerous for the workers, but he stands again and again talking about the safety. Why has he neglected to even mention once in his plan about safety for our correction workers?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have mentioned that objective repeatedly, including the provision of very nearly $500 million over the next 6 years for the successful implementation of this legislation, including $300 million for staffing and other resources specifically related to the SIUs. That obviously demonstrates a very proactive response to a number of the issues that correctional officers have made to make sure that they have the resources, that they have the staffing, that they have the training necessary to be able to administer these new provisions in a successful manner and in a manner which keeps them themselves safe.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that this piece of legislation really underscores the difference between a conservative approach to corrections and a liberal approach. As liberals, we believe in integration and rehabilitation, knowing that, as the minister said, at the end of the day, inmates are going to come back out into society, and we want them to be transformed into productive and contributing members of society. I'm wondering, since that this is such a significant overhaul of this particular piece of legislation, the minister can comment as to where he sees the benefits at the end of the sentences for inmates as they seek to be rehabilitated into our societies.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the offenders that tend to, in the past, to become involved in administrative segregation are obviously the offenders that are very often the most difficult to manage. And the ones with the least prospects of successful rehabilitation. The fact of the matter is, under the existing system of administrative segregation, once an offender is put into those circumstances, all the programming aimed at rehabilitation, changing their behavior, making their conduct more safe for the rest of society, all of that programming stops, because it's physically impossible to provide that kind of mental health treatment or other counseling or other types of programming in the existing arrangement for administrative segregation. The Correctional Service tries their best to continue with those services and programs, but it's very difficult to do it under the rules of administrative segregation. By transforming the system to the new intervention units, the system will be able to achieve the same kind of safety provisions, but without canceling the programming that is aimed at changing the behavior, accomplishing rehabilitation, and making the ultimate release of those offenders more safe when their sentence has been served. So this legislation indeed leads to a much safer situation, both for those who are running the institutions and for the public generally outside.
For Benison Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind the Honourable Minister about, one of the witness testimonies happened to be Senator Pate, who testified before the committee and indicated that the legislation C-83 as presented and as amended, it was a bad piece of legislation. She actually did a very good job of dismantling the claims of the minister and the bill on what segregation would do at the end of the day. And in Nova Scotia, her experience was that one of the prisons she visited there, they have renamed a segregation unit to call it the Intensive Intervention Unit. But at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. And it appears as if whatever overhaul was intended with this legislation, that changing the name of a segregation unit to the function of it is not necessarily what's going to happen in the bill. And I'm just wondering if the minister would enlighten us on how exactly, other than, the costing has never been done either, other than changing some paint potentially in the name of something, how will it actually make a difference for what we're trying to achieve with rehabilitation and still keeping in mind the protection of our guards and other inmates and the rehabilitation of the prisoners who are there.
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation provides for greater time outside of the cell for the person that is in a structured intervention unit. In fact, the time outside of a cell is doubled. The interaction with human beings is increased. The programming related to rehabilitation, mental health services, other sorts of counseling, training, and education, that programming continues, all of which is fundamentally different from the idea of administrative segregation. So the whole fundamental approach changes with the SIUs. Secondly, the funding that is necessary to make that change is specifically being provided and allocated in advance. It was in the fall economic update. It's $448 million on top of $80 million that was there in the previous two federal budgets. So a very substantial financial commitment is being made to make sure that the theory of a structured intervention unit is lifted off the page and actually implemented. One of Senator Pate's major concerns had to do with oversight and accountability and transparency. And the very amendments that we are considering at report stage address that critical concern that she raised.
Mayor Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the criticism that inadequate consultation occurred, one of the pointed criticisms of this legislation was that far too much is left to the regulatory process. And Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, I can attest, and I have colleagues here from that committee, my colleague from Laval-Les-Îles, will attest to the fact that too often in the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, we are faced with regulations that have been implemented, but they don't have the adequate legislative authority for those regulations to be implemented. So it's critical that this place, the legislature, gets it right before it's left to the regulatory bodies to write the regulations. So I'm wondering how that can possibly enhance the process of this good legislation that my colleague refers to, if in fact we have inadequate time to debate the legislation so that the regulatory writing body gets it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the greater danger is to talk this process to death so that at the end of the time that has been established by the courts, the existing system of administrative segregation expires with absolutely nothing in place to replace it. That would be very foolish, Mr. Speaker. So it is important for Parliament to do its work, to do it in a thoughtful, conscientious, and thorough manner, which is part of what we're doing right now. And at the end of the day, to vote and take a decision to implement a new system with the funding that has already been allocated to make our system more successful and more secure and safe for the future, with better correctional results for society at the end of the day. And I have every confidence that the safeguard institutions that we have put in place, including the Standing Committee on Regulations, will be able to do its job properly to make sure that the content of the legislation is properly implemented.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister, recently Canada's youngest serial killer, Cody Lejabokoff, was transferred from maximum security to medium security without acknowledgement or notification to two of the families of the four victims. Cody Lejabokoff heinously murdered 4 young women in our communities in Caribou, Prince George, has not admitted guilt, has not formally told the victims' families where the remains were. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague across the way if he will review this case and the transfer of Cody Lejabokoff, Canada's youngest serial killer, from maximum to medium security. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety, a brief response.
Mr. Speaker, the particular item raised by the honourable gentleman obviously does not relate to Bill C-83, but on the substantive issue that he has raised, I'll examine the facts and get back to him with further information.
It is my duty to interrupt the debate and to move the motion with which the House is now seized.
The question is as follows. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders, on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day. Should I dispense? Yes. That all those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mrs. Philpott. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Monsieur Lemetti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ng. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Lausanne, j'entends la petite nation. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibot. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Monsieur Chiffquet. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Hernandez Sangre. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massey Avignon le Métis Matan Metapédia. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoura. Mr. McKinnon-Getznell. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanato. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratansi. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Bruson. Ms. DeMoff. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Kadid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Senga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon. Ms. Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lembropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rota. Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Monsieur Reyes. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poiliev. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Bertod. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Polis. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abul Taif. Mrs. Kelly. I'm sorry, correction, Mrs. Kuzi. Then Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Jenis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Genereux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Stanton. Monsieur Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosso. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Sanssouci. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. May Sandwich-Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich-Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 120, 120.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Order du jour, orders of the day, government bills, Commons. Resume consideration at report stage of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and other acts. Resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
Yes. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings in the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 meetings. 30 minutes, excuse me. We don't need 30 meetings perhaps, but at any rate, not today, that is. I'd ask honorable colleagues to assist me by saying debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister Youth and the Minister of Border Security.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-83.
The opportunity today to rise in this House to speak on behalf and in favor of Bill C-83, a transformative piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, for our correctional system. Mr. Speaker, its ultimate goal is to promote safety, both inside and outside of our federal institutions. And it prioritizes the rehabilitation as an indispensable part of achieving that goal. The core innovation in Bill C-83 is the proposed introduction of Structured Intervention Units, or SIUs. These SIUs, Mr. Speaker, would address a reality in any prison across our country. And that is that some inmates are, at certain times, simply too dangerous or disruptive to be safely housed in the mainstream inmate population. The current practice is to place those offenders in administrative segregation. Segregated inmates, Mr. Speaker, in federal institutions can be in their cells for as many as 22 hours a day, and interactions with other people are highly limited. And Bill C-83 offers a more effective way forward for all involved. Safety, Mr. Speaker, will always be the priority number one for our government and should be for any government in power. But prisons are safer places to live and work when inmates receive the programming, mental health care, and other interventions that they need. And inmates who receive these interventions are more likely to reintegrate safely, Mr. Speaker, into the community when their sentences are over. The solution the government is proposing in Bill C-83 is to eliminate segregation and replace it with SIUs. These units will be secure and separate from the mainstream inmate population so that the safety imperative will be met. But they will be designed in a way, Mr. Speaker, as to ensure that the inmates who are placed there receive interventions, programming, and treatment that they require. Inmates in SIUs will be given the opportunity to leave their cells for at least 4 hours a day, as opposed to 2 hours under the current system. And it's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, currently, Those 2 hours are set out in policy and not in legislation. C-83 would give the 4-hour minimum the full force of law. Inmates, Mr. Speaker, in SIUs will also have the opportunity for at least 2 hours of meaningful human contact. During that time, they could interact with people such as correctional staff, other compatible inmates, visitors, chaplains, or elders. The goal of these reforms is for inmates in an SIU to be in a position to reintegrate into the mainstream inmate population as soon as possible. And Mr. Speaker, Bill C-83 has undergone rigorous analysis at every stage of the parliamentary process to date. Members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security went over it with a fine-toothed comb, Mr. Speaker. And based on testimony from a wide range of stakeholders, a number of useful amendments were adopted at the end of the committee's study period. Bill C-83 was a solid and worthwhile bill from day one. It's now even better and stronger for having gone through a vigorous debate and a robust review process, Mr. Speaker. And it's worth noting that the bill that is being reported back to us reflects amendments from all parties that proposed one. I reject the idea wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, that we've heard during this debate that somehow the fact that the bill has been amended in response to public and parliamentary feedback is a bad thing. I'm proud to support a government that welcomes informed, constructive feedback and that respects the role of members of Parliament from all parties in the legislative process, and I would like to thank all members in this House who contributed to amending and making this bill better than it was. Most of the amendments that have been made to C-83, Mr. Speaker, have been about ensuring that the new SIUs function as intended. For instance, some witnesses were worried that the opportunity for time out of the cell would be provided in the middle of the night when inmates are unlikely to take advantage of it. Therefore, the member from Montarville added the requirement that it happen between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Other witnesses, Mr. Speaker, wondered whether the mandatory interactions with others might happen through a door or a meal slot. A reasonable concern, Mr. Speaker. To address that particular concern, the member from Toronto Danforth added a provision requiring that every reasonable effort be made to ensure that interactions are face-to-face with a record kept of any and all exceptions. And to address concerns, Mr. Speaker, that CSC might make excessive use of the clause allowing for time out of the cell not to be provided in exceptional circumstances, the member from Mississauga Lakeshore added a list of specific examples, like fires or natural disasters, to clarify how this clause should be interpreted. And amendments, Mr. Speaker, from the member from Toronto Danforth at committee and from the member from Oakville North Burlington at report stage will enhance the review process so that each SIU, Mr. Speaker, placement is subject to robust oversight both internally and externally. All of this, Mr. Speaker, will help ensure that the new structured intervention units operate as intended. Mr. Speaker, but that's not all. Amendments have also been accepted from the members from Brampton North, from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, Beloeil-Chambly, and Saanich Gulf Islands. And I would like to thank them once again for their contributions as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we all want safer institutions and safer communities. And we all want Canadians to feel safe and to be safe. Successful rehabilitation and safe reintegration of people in federal custody is key to achieving our shared objective of enhanced public safety. By allowing inmates who must be separated from the general prison population to receive more time out of their cell and more mental health care and rehabilitative interventions, Bill C-83, Mr. Speaker, represents a major step in the right direction. And again, I would like to thank all of my honourable colleagues for their contributions in this House and in committee throughout the entire parliamentary process so far, and I urge them, Mr. Speaker, to join me in enthusiastically supporting this bill that will ensure the safety of the inmates, those that work in their correctional institutions, as well as Canadians. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that really touched me when we were hearing from the witnesses was the need for robust oversight. And that's the glue that holds everything together. We need to build trust when we're working with a new system. We're creating something that no one's really worked with before. How do we make sure that people believe that this is, in fact, going to work as a new system of structured intervention units? And so I would like to hear my colleague speak about how that oversight provision and how having the Office of the Correctional Investigator, how those pieces can help to build that trust that the system will be working correctly.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their question. The reality is that we need proper oversight in this process. We were grateful to have the testimony of many working in correctional facilities who pushed for these kind of oversights, many in organizations that were looking for more oversight throughout this process to come and testify in committee, to come and meet with members of Parliament from all sides of this House, Mr. Speaker. That's a core component of the piece of legislation that we've put forward. I'd also like to add, Mr. Speaker, that what's important here is to develop trust amongst players involved in this system. And we've been able to do that by making them a part of the system and the process so far of developing the proposed law C-83, but also by listening to them and ensuring that they have the resources in place through new investments and investments that have already put in place to ensure their safety as we put in place this new methodology to deal with those particular inmates. So I'd like to thank my honourable colleague once again, and I look forward to further questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I'd like to ask the Secretary, the Minister this morning described that there's $448 million, I believe, allocated to C-83 over the next 6 years. And we know that under the plan, there'd be a considerable amount of infrastructure renovation required to meet the requirements as laid out in the proposed C-83. Can the Minister, Parliamentary Secretary, please advise this House the portion of money that's been set aside for the infrastructure rebuild, and how much is actually going to go to the services provided and the correctional officers' requirements to play out all of C-83?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and also once again for his work in amending this bill and making it better and improving upon it. My honourable colleague is correct. There is $300 million that has been set aside for resources for the SIUs, $150 million for mental health, and also, as he referred, over $80 million that's already in place. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, those funds are needed. We heard loud and clear from those that testified, as well as those that met with us individually, that in addition to putting this in place, correctional facilities, those that ran correctional facilities, wanted to ensure that there were resources in place to make sure that we were doing right by those who were working in these facilities and making sure that they were kept safe, Mr. Speaker. We've been able to do that here. We've also been able to allocate, as part of this, some funding towards improving on the infrastructure in these facilities to make sure that they have the infrastructure in place to keep them safe and to also do right by the inmates who are going to be moved into these new facilities. All to say, Mr. Speaker, this was a kind of whole of government approach. You know, a lot of times in this House, we fiercely debate, we're fiercely opposed to different projets de loi or laws that we're putting in place. This is one time where I was very happy to see really all parties coming together to put in place a law that I think we can all get around, and one that will keep Canadians safe and also keep those in those correctional facilities that are doing that hard work for us all safe as well. Thank my honourable colleague for his question.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Sackville, Preston.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Jessica. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm always pleased to rise in the House and to speak, in this case, on Bill C-83. Mr. Speaker, this was a strong and important initiative when it was introduced. And what's even more important is that through the parliamentary process, we have further strengthened this important bill. And that's why I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members who participated at debate, who provided information, asked questions. I'd also like to thank the many witnesses who appeared on site or who sent in additional information to enrich this bill. These efforts will all lead to a safer, more effective correctional system. Now, something else is very important to point out, Mr. Speaker. There were nearly 100 motions to amend the bill. There was a lot of back and forth on the issue and discussion. And what's also important to note is that each party contributed to these amendments one way or another. One of the amendments dealt with broadening the scope of one of the subsections dealing with corrections and conditional release to ensure that programs and practices take into account various religions, sexual orientation, identity, sexual expression, as well as special needs of visible minorities. And this is very important. Another amendment required that all reasonable efforts be made in order to allow inmates in structured intervention units to have human interaction. And that's very important, coming up with ways of focusing on improving mental health for inmates. Some people were, however, concerned that the hours out of the SIUs were unreasonable. And they wanted these hours to take place between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. As regards health care, the bill provides an additional guarantee for inmates and requires an additional higher-level exam when the warden refuses to act on a health professional's recommendation to change the conditions of detention or to end the inmate's time in a special unit. Now, this bill will be reviewed every 5 years, and since 2015, we have been putting in place legislation that makes it possible to review legislation. This will give us an opportunity, in this case, to implement changes as required. The Minister of Public Safety also mentioned that the government would be prepared to consider an addition pertaining to an external monitoring mechanism. The member for Oakville North Burlington proposed the amendment, and the government indicated its support. And this would address the main concerns raised by some witnesses at committee. Another important aspect is having sufficient resources available to advance this essential legislation. And these comments were shared by Stanley Stapleton, the President of the National Union of Safety and Justice Employees, and expressed satisfaction with the government taking this into account. The Minister of Finance announced $448 million for correctional services, and that announcement was made recently. As you will recall, it was in the fall economic update in a large section devoted to the provisions of this bill. As the Minister of Public Safety pointed out, this funding will help ensure that CSC has staff equipped with adequate skills in the right place and at the right time. This investment also includes $150 million in order to make comprehensive improvements to mental health care in correctional facilities. That is in addition to the already earmarked $80 million in total announced in the past two budgets. In other words, the government took action based on its commitments to ensure that the correction system holds offenders responsible for their actions while promoting rehabilitation in a safe and secure environment. The objective is to reduce the number of repeat offenders and the number of victims. It will also strengthen safety in communities.
Bill C-83 will strengthen the federal correctional system by having a new intervention model in prisons, by strengthening healthcare governance, by improving support services to victims, and by taking into consideration the particular needs of Indigenous offenders, which is very important. It will eliminate administrative and disciplinary segregation and open the path to patients' advocates, as recommended by the results of the coroner's inquest into the death of Ashley Smith. It will mandate less invasive alternatives to strip searches and to body cavity searches. It will allow us to better support victims in the criminal justice system by ensuring that they have access to recordings of parole hearings. This is a clear improvement over the previous system, when only the victims who were absent from the hearing could obtain such an audio recording. So now they can be present at the hearing and also receive a recording. The bill will enshrine the principle stating that healthcare professionals in correctional facilities will have to make decisions based on their medical opinion, independent of correctional authorities. Taking into account the systemic factors and the background of Indigenous offenders in all decisions will also be enshrined in the law. Mr. Speaker, we have drafted a very comprehensive bill here that will strengthen safety for our officers in correctional facilities, for inmates, and also for our communities. It will allow the Correctional Services of Canada to separate certain offenders while ensuring that they receive any support that they need. It will also allow us to improve the quality of their rehabilitation. Once again, I want to thank all of the people who helped make this important bill a reality. This bill's path to the House shows what can happen when the government and members from all parties work together to create a bill that will really help communities. So I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, to support Bill C-83. And I encourage all members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député or the honorable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for his presentation today. The Union of Canadian Correction Officers President Jason Goodin told the Public Safety Committee, and I quote, "By eliminating segregation and replacing it with structured intervention units, CSC will further struggle to achieve its mandate of exercising safe, secure, and humane control over its inmate populations. Mr. Godin went on to say, and I quote again, this bill was as much a surprise to them, to us, as it was to anybody. Can the honourable member opposite explain how the correctional officer's safety is being considered with this bill when they were not even consulted in it?
Honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for his question. Monsieur Godin also, and I would like to quote him as well, the president, of course, of the Syndicat des Agents, he also said that
the officers union.
Put this together, what is really crucial is that the investments follow and making sure that our government was putting those investments to ensure that this law could proceed to ensure the safety of the employees and the safety of the individuals in the correctional center. So again, our government has come forward with $448 million to help move this process along, which is crucial. You can't put bills out there and not have the funding to support it and to ensure that we can put the implementation in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Néjet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my colleague knows that C-83 became necessary after the Supreme Courts of Ontario and BC ruled that the current law on segregation is unconstitutional. Now, following those rulings, there were regulations that were suggested and that were submitted in writing by judges to explain their decisions, and that was intended to direct the government toward a particular policy or law. But those recommendations are not in Bill C-83, and I'd like to ask my colleague why that's the case and why the government refused to take into account the opinion of the judges who ruled on this issue. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. So he's raising an interesting point about Ontario and BC, which undoubtedly did raise some concerns. But in order to deal with this issue, we looked at the hours in which inmates are allowed to exit. So now it's only from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. I think that's very important. And then there's also the whole question of human interaction. These are things that were added to the bill that will really help with the issue of segregation. And I want to mention that the parties put forward more than 100 amendments, and there were amendments that were accepted that had been put forward by all parties. So I think that everyone in this House has contributed to the success of this bill. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Very brief question, please, and then a very brief answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very impressed when I listened to my colleague, and I saw that all amendments contributed amendments to the bill. I'd like to ask my colleague, for people who work with inmates, what measures do they have? If we're talking about prison officers or healthcare workers, what do they have to help them work with inmates? The honourable member in 40 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her question. Well, you know, people who work in these facilities did help contribute to the success of this bill. There were a lot of consultations, and there was also money invested to ensure that the infrastructure that is necessary is there, and that will help ensure the safety of those individuals so that they can do their work. Then there's also the question of health. If a prison warden doesn't accept the initial health care professional's opinion, they can ask for a second opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address Bill C-83, as we know, a bill that symbolizes this government's approach to leadership in this country, an approach of ignoring the concerns of many, providing little in the way of moral leadership and transparency, and putting the safety of Canadians at risk for the benefit of political gain. I've said many times in this place that it is and it should be the top priority of this House to put the safety of Canadians first and ahead of any other issues or politics. And with this bill, the House is failing to meet that expectation. To paraphrase my NDP colleague from Beloeil-Chambly, I can think of no time when a bill has come before Parliament where there are no witnesses who supported the legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what happened with Bill C-83. The minister claimed this bill would end administrative segregation. Witnesses who refuted this bill included prisoner advocacy groups, civil liberties groups, former wardens, professors, correctional unions, the correctional investigator, and a senator. The overriding sentiment was that this legislation lacked the detail and information needed to back up such a claim by the minister. The minister claimed the bill responded to the issues raised by the courts that segregation caused the death of 2 inmates. But actually, the facts are clear in these 2 unfortunate deaths, that they were the result of operational and management failures in both circumstances. The minister claimed that safety and security of staff were the top priority, but correctional workers and former inmates testified that segregation is essential to managing violent and volatile inmates, and that the bill would create more risk to staff. Civil liberties groups called the bill unconstitutional and said it would make things worse rather than better. They noted the bill lacked external oversight, a check against the authorities of Corrections Canada. The minister actually acknowledged this lack of oversight existed. Senator Pate testified before the committee and indicated that C-83 was a bad piece of legislation. The senator dismantled the minister's claims of how this bill would end segregation. In a visit to the Nova Scotia prison, Senator Pate noted that they had renamed the segregation unit to the Intensive Intervention Unit. The minister will claim otherwise, of course, but I will take the testimony of a senator and her eyewitness account over the minister's promise, especially given the minister's repeated track record of misleading Parliament and Canadians. Perhaps the only accomplishment of this minister on this bill was that he brought together the NDP, the Green Party, and the Conservatives, who all opposed the legislation. I would like to note the unexpected and very valuable contribution of written testimony from Mr. Glenn Brown, someone who knows the system well. Mr. Brown is a highly experienced former warden and deputy warden and now teaches criminal justice and criminology at Simon Fraser University and Langora College. As someone once responsible for segregation units, he notes that the Ashley Smith and Edward Snowshoe cases were more about mismanagement of behavioral issues and neglect. These issues are not legislative problems. They are management, training, and accountability issues. When in segregation, inmates should receive bolstered communication on current risks and mental health issues. They should have increased contact with officers and staff, and they should have increased potential for services. All this should bring greater attention to the offender's rehabilitation plan. To quote Mr. Brown's brief, the strength of a functioning administrative segregation process is that it should bolster all of these things. Oversight is strengthened, case management should be more active, information sharing should be more robust, referral for clinical services should be prioritized, and case management intervention to develop plans should be urgent, end of quote. After noting that the science and research has shown that properly managed segregation units do not cause short or long-term harm, Mr. Brown noted, and I quote, "To respond to current circumstances with sweeping legislative reform is only to react ideologically and to ignore science and evidence," end of quote. On the minister's grand solution to segregation, that is to rename segregation units to structured intervention units, Mr. Brown noted that C-83 describes SIUs in such broad and vague language that the consequences of implementation are very uncertain, that it's the details that are unknown, and these details are key. that the current layout of many segregation units does not facilitate socialization and programming. The emphasis on programming suggests longer-term stays in SIUs, weeks or maybe months. SIUs will not be suitable for short-term management of volatile inmates such as those under the influence. An ability or an inability to have specialized staff for particular subpopulations in the prison. And finally, he noted that given the current layout of many prisons, a wing may need to be deemed a structured intervention unit, meaning up to 96 inmates may be subject to 20 hours a day of confinement. Before, it would be only 16. To be clear, someone who is an expert and has worked for years in prisons with segregation says that he cannot discern the minister's plan. Moreover, he says prisons often lack the infrastructure, are inappropriate to what is needed, and could have the opposite effect to what the minister claims. Perhaps the only potential value in the legislation could come from an external review mechanism of segregation, because it could provide Canadians with greater confidence in offender management. The minister, however, told the committee that he did not have the authority to do this, an order the Liberal MPs on the committee followed. While the opposition members put forward mechanisms to provide such oversight, they were soundly rejected. When we pushed the Liberals at committee to amend the worst parts of the legislation and pointed to the glaring issues raised by the many expert witnesses, we were told that the Liberal MPs were voting with faith in the minister. Well, the role of committees is not to provide support and faith to a minister, Mr. Speaker. It is to conduct detailed examinations on challenging issues. It is to hear from experts and impacted Canadians. It is to examine programs and spending and legislation to determine if it will meet the needs of Canadians, or at the very least, what the minister claims it will meet. On this, Mr. Speaker, our committee has failed. At the conclusion of the committee debate on C-83, my Conservative colleagues and I put our views on the record. We indicated that the committee failed in its role to review the legislation and ensure that it could make informed decisions. And we also said that we believed the minister withheld information that was clearly available to him at the time from the committee, namely the cost and how it would be used and implemented in the bill, which most witnesses said was essential to knowing if the bill would actually be useful. For the minister, it seemed more important that he withhold his plan from the committee. $500 million connected to a bill, where and how the money will be used is essential to know if the bill will work. And we still don't have a plan necessarily for that money. And what was the response to the overwhelming criticism and skepticism of the bill? A government MP stated they were making a leap of faith, putting their trust in the minister. So what was accomplished by the committee in reviewing this legislation? In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, next to nothing. The Liberal members rejected amendments on how the money would be used. They rejected the requirement to publish the standards of the new SIUs. They rejected limits to reclassifying prisons. They rejected having the minister provide us with how he was going to implement this new plan. And on this legislation, they have turned their backs on Canadians. Just trust the minister, who has an extensive track record of misleading Canadians on things like the disastrous India trip, C-59, C-71, failure to provide funding for police to tackle gangs, and I could go on and on. Mr. Speaker, we as a House can do better. We must do better. We can all rise to a higher level. Personally, I feel this committee failed their constituents, their communities, and their country. Bill C-83 is yet another example of the many failures of this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
This is one of those moments where I'm going to agree with a member from across the way. We can do better. We can do better with a level of debate in this place. I am a member of this committee. I worked hard with the other members of this committee. We listened to the testimony, and it is simply incorrect to say that we did not push for amendments and make amendments that improved this bill at committee. And so it is unfair to the level of debate in this place to ignore it and to make it sound as if there was just a leap of faith. It was not. There were amendments, in fact, large amendments in respect of oversight. There were amendments in respect of conversations about what is meaningful contact. There were amendments made There was discussion between members about what we could do to make this a better bill. We did respond to concerns that were raised. And in fact, to leave it as a statement that there was nothing done but a leap of faith does a disservice to the hard work done by the members of this committee. I stand by that work. This is a comment, not a question, but simply a fact that we need to correct the record as to the work that was done.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
She didn't ask me a question, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just explain the way it works. Normally, there's a question. It's a questions or comments, and a comment is made. And if the honourable member wishes to respond, he may respond. If not, we'll go on to the next question. So I'll leave it to the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, if he wishes to respond.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nice thing about a democracy is we can disagree, and we can still allow to disagree. So, I mean, I sat in the committee as my honourable friend did across the way. Quite frankly, I was disappointed that the main issues that we are really trying to do is rehabilitate prisoners. That's the purpose of corrections, to make them safe back into the community. We failed. C-83 fails in that, and we have witness after witness who had lots of other amendments that were ignored by the Liberal majority on this committee. Were amendments made? Yes, but they didn't strengthen the bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Now, I just heard him say that the goal of the process was to get criminals, once they're released from prison, back into society and reintegrate them as best possible. So he must know that there were two provincial rulings, I think they were in BC and Ontario, that challenged the values of administrative segregation. So would he not agree that administrative segregation often applies to people who have mental health problems, and that often that only makes things worse?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. I think we need to go back even before individuals get in the justice system. We have many individuals who have mental health issues that end up in the justice system in the first place because we have a failure in our society to properly deal with them in the level that we should. And they end up there because of some of the crimes they commit in their mental illness. Once they're in custody, the court decisions both out of BC and Ontario that refer to that I mentioned today. If you study the rulings, they point back to not the segregation, but they point back to mismanagement of the correctional facility itself and mismanagement operationally of how to deal with individuals like that. And so, do we need a more robust system to properly deal with that? Yes. Unfortunately, those experts that we heard don't believe that the bill will address the issues that you bring up, sir.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to speak in favour of Bill C-83. The purpose of this bill is to move away from the system of administrative segregation that we have in place at the moment and to move to new structured intervention units. And we have heard before in this House in the debate that this responds to two recent decisions by courts in Ontario and British Columbia. I read those decisions again last night. I've read them a few times now. They're difficult decisions. And they set out clear problems with the existing system that we have at hand. I do, though, wish to just address at the beginning, I'm sorry, I'm looking at it to make sure I remember the correct name. The member from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Libasque had raised a question earlier saying, in fact, this bill doesn't respond to what was set out in those decisions. I don't believe that that is correct, and there are two reasons for that. Some of them I'll go into later as we discuss the matter. But also, in addition, it's because the system that was being reviewed and some of the rules that were being put in place when the judges were making their decisions, they were looking at the system that we have now. And the system that we have, that we are putting into place with C-83 is a very different set of rules. So just to take that into account, and I will kind of work through some of it, because I do believe that this change in legislation, the change to the system that we are putting in place, does increase charter compliance. It responds to the issues that were raised. And I will admit, I approached this bill with some concerns. When this bill first came before us and I was looking at it, I had a lot of questions, and I listened to the testimony. We heard from inmates, corrections officers. We heard from lawyers and lots of people who brought forth what their concerns were, what they were thinking about the bill. And it made me think long and hard about what is the right way for us to address these issues. What was really clear to me, and the most important part for me when I was looking at what needed to be done to improve this bill, was oversight. And in fact, that was one of the key issues raised by both court decisions as a matter of procedural fairness, was the oversight and the decision making, not only in the transfer to a unit, but also in the decision to keep a person in what the administrative segregation unit was at the time. So I just wanted to highlight that part of it, the fact that oversight is the glue that keeps it together. Because ultimately what we need to do is to have a system that is safe and secure, that's conducive to inmate rehabilitation, to staff safety, and to protection of the public. And then that's where we're all working. And there's much more work to be done, but there's also much work underway. Just to start, as some of the improvements that are already in place, regardless of this bill, there's been more than a 50% decline in administrative segregation placements over the last 4 years. So that's already a change in the way that things are happening on the ground. The other part is the Correctional Services Commissioner's mandate letter, which highlighted the need to be able to work and to work in a collaborative relationship with the Office of the Correctional Investigator in order to address and resolve matters of mutual concern. I have to say, I have the highest respect for the Office of the Correctional Investigator. When I read those annual reports, there is something, when you read those reports, you get an insight into what happens in our correctional system. And to have that in the mandate letter, the need to be able to collaboratively work together to resolve the issues that have been raised is a very important statement about how we're moving forward with Corrections Canada. I'll also add that the budget for the Office of the Corrections Investigator has been increased, and I really welcome that as part of the essential oversight that we need for the system. Another part about oversight, though, when talking about this bill specifically, is that at committee, I worked closely with my colleague, the member for Oakville North Burlington, on how we could improve oversight in this bill. How could we, and when we're looking at structured intervention units, improve oversight? Now, you will have seen, and every member here will have seen, and I want to thank the member for Oakville North Burlington for the fact that she introduced an amendment to which the government has given royal recommendation to allow for properly funded external oversight. That is essential. That piece is essential, the oversight, external oversight, and to me, that really does respond to many of the concerns that were raised, not only by the courts, but by witnesses as well. It builds on amendments that were made at committee. So at committee, for example, there were additional oversight pieces. One part that I had really worked on was to ensure that when a person is transferred into a structured intervention unit, that they get written reasons for that in very short order. And that is important because you can't appeal a decision if you don't have the reasons for it. It sounds legalistic, but it's important. And so that part about having written reasons so that you can go forward and you can appeal the decision if you wish was one piece. But there was another piece as well that I worked on, which is that if a health expert recommends that a person or an inmate be moved out of a structured intervention unit and the warden disagrees, that there's an additional review that's built in at a more senior level within Corrections Canada so that decision again can be reviewed. It's the layers of oversight that are so essential and why I believe that the work at committee was very important in moving that forward. Now, I've talked about oversight, but one of the other issues that we really need to address when we look at the court decisions was the essential piece about what is now administrative segregation, which was highly criticized, and what we are proposing as far as moving towards structured intervention units. And really what that turns on is two parts: time in the cell and time in the cell without meaningful contact with people. So currently what you have right now is a system of 22 hours in a cell plus showers. The court was clear. Shower time over the 2 hours does not mean that you're over 22 hours. They completely rejected that as a notion. So really what you have is 2 hours out of your cell. Now, there's an international set of rules, the Mandela rules, and Rule 44 of the Mandela rules set out that solitary confinement was 22 hours without meaningful contact with people. The Ontario Civil Liberties case, which is one of the cases that gives rise to this, actually spoke specifically to this issue and said, Canada can take itself out of the literature dealing with solitary confinement in administrative segregation, both in terms of time that an inmate spends in his or her cell and the nature of the human contact they have while segregated. So that was one of the parts, when they were reviewing, they said that you need to make changes, we needed to make changes to the system in those two ways. And that is in fact what this bill addresses. So this bill at section 36 requires now a minimum of 4 hours a day outside of the cell. In addition to that, though, at committee, we did introduce an amendment which said there has to be a reasonable amount of time. You can't make those 4 hours in the middle of the night when somebody wants to be sleeping. And so, in addition, those 4 hours must be between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. as a reasonable time where a person may want to be outside of their cell. So that's the one other piece. The other part of that is that the 2 hours of those 4 hours must be, I'm sorry, I'm reading through the act as it is, have an opportunity to interact for 2 hours through activities including, but not limited to, programs, interventions, services that encourage the inmate to make progress towards objectives of their correctional plan, or that support the inmate's reintegration into the mainstream inmate population, and leisure time. All of these are meaningful ways that a person can contact and interact. And one piece that was also really touching to me, and I know that I'm running out of time, but was that when I was looking in the BC case in particular, one of the things that really struck home was the fact that a lot of the contact that inmates were having was through a mail slot. That in fact, when they were interacting with staff and with individuals, a lot of it was happening just through their meal slot. And that is just unacceptable. Without eye contact, that's not meaningful contact. And so the importance of making sure that there are contacts that are not only, as people walk by without, in fact, interacting is an important part of that as well. So these are important changes. And so it's taking a chance to think about an entirely new system. And it really is. We're moving from administrative segregation, 22 hours in a cell without meaningful contact, to now 20 hours and requiring meaningful contact. We're changing things in a way that is meaningful and important and responds to these court decisions. I understand that people have raised some issues, but I believe this is a very important step forward, and I'm pleased to speak in favor of it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate our honourable colleagues' intervention. I want to remind our colleagues in this House, as well as Canadians that are listening in, segregation is used for the worst of the worst criminals. It is an administrative tool, to keep them safe, the inmates safe, to protect themselves from other inmates, to protect themselves from themselves, but also to protect correctional officers. Now, our honourable colleague went on about the doubling of time that the inmates will be allowed to be out of their cells from 2 hours per day to 4 hours per day. The president of the Union of Correctional Officers of Canada has stated that their concern is this, that currently they do not have the resources for the 2 hours per day. They don't have enough resources to support providing inmates in segregation with the 2 hours outside of their cell. Now, through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask what resources will be in place to ensure the safety for correctional officers when the worst of the worst are allowed out of their cells for 4 hours per day, regardless of the time of day that they're allowed out?
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by saying that I have a concern when we speak about any individual as the worst of the worst. And when I mean that, these are individuals, we may have strong issues as to what they have done, but to refer them as the worst of the worst is really not an appropriate way to be speaking about these individuals. But as far as responding to the question about how do we make sure that the staff in the correctional facilities is protected, that's absolutely a concern. And it is a concern that we must address. That is part of the way that we look at it. When we look at it, it wasn't ignored. And to say that it is not correct. There have been investments made. I'm just looking down to make sure that I get the numbers down correctly. But I believe the fall economic statement included $448 million for corrections over the next 4 years. And of that, $300 million was to go to human resources and infrastructure updates required to establish these structured intervention units. So it is being taken into account, and it is being worked upon.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I understand her reaction to the comments of my Conservative colleagues about the worst of the worst, and I share your opinion that these people are humans. And earlier, my Conservative colleague from Lacombe said that we have to remember that issues related to confinement are often related to mental health issues. So I understand her concerns. But, however, I think that she doesn't see that in the legislation as it is right now, we're heading into the same problems, more or less, that led to the decisions that were made. Is this not the case? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I looked at the two decisions yesterday, really to make sure, to assure myself, because when I prepare myself, I'd like to get a good idea of what was said and what complaints were made against the current system. For me, when I look at this, we have to bear in mind that it's just not the number of hours that they're out of their cell, but there's also the fact that in the bill itself, there has to be human contact. And that's when we look at what the concerns were, it was that people had a really hard time because there was no human contact. And if we looked at the ruling in BC, they talked about the fact that there were people who couldn't speak to anyone for an entire day. They had no one in front of them at all. And for me, that's the big difference. It's not just the number of hours, but the fact that there will be rehabilitation programs to help these people that will be required. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Bravo. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Let me state from the outset, Speaker, that I'm opposed to this bill, not for what the aim of the bill purports to accomplish, but for what I'm afraid the bill unintentionally will accomplish. This legislation proposes to eliminate administrative segregation in corrections facilities by replacing these facilities with new structured intervention units, and will also allow the Commissioner to reassign the security classification of each penitentiary or to any area in a penitentiary. It is a tenet in our free and democratic society that the worst punishment you can consign to a person is to deprive them of their liberty. Indeed, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is clear on that matter. Section 7 states, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. It is that clause, Speaker, that allows a democratic society which holds the fundamental principles of life, liberty, and security of the person in such high esteem to deprive them of another. If you commit a crime in Canada, Speaker, particularly a heinous crime, you will be locked away to protect society from your acts. There are Canadians, particularly those who have endured unimaginable pain in the hands of these criminals, and they believe they should have no rights in jails. On a deeply personal basis, I understand that cry for vengeance, the need to make another suffer for the way they made a loved one suffer. But as a parliamentarian, I must, like my colleagues in this House, temper my personal feelings with the duty Canadians have sought fit to invest in me to ensure that people, all people, are treated equally under the laws of this great nation. As such, inmates in Canada are afforded a number of protections through human rights legislation, various statutes, and by the Supreme Court in Canada and our Constitution. They too are protected from the most dangerous criminals inside of our institutions. Segregation or isolation, whatever you want to call it, affords protections for inmates and, let's not forget, our correctional staff who work in these facilities as well. The law requires that a balance must be struck between the protection of inmates and staff and the protection of inmates in segregation. Inmates determined to be at risk to themselves or others will now be placed in new Structured Intervention Units, or SIUs. Inmates will be given at least 4 hours a day outside their cell and guaranteed at least 2 hours to interact with others. The introduction of SIUs will pose a risk to both prison guards, inmates, and the inmates in question for whom solitary confinement is used for their own safety. Bill C-83 strips the ability to use segregation for discipline. This change will make prisons more dangerous for the guards. They will have to deal with the most violent of inmates, those that continue to prey on others inside that institution. The Union of Canadian Corrections Officers have said that they have not been properly consulted on Bill C-83. On October 21st, the Vancouver Sun reported that the head of the National Prison Guards Union predicts a bloodbath behind bars as the federal government moves to end solitary confinement in Canadian prisons. National President Jason Godin explains that, quote, by eliminating segregation and replacing it with structured intervention units, the CSC will further struggle to achieve its mandate of exercising safe, secure, and humane control over its inmate populations. Speaker, we are concerned about policy revisions that appear to be reducing the ability to isolate an inmate either for their safety or that of the staff. And that is unquote. I share this concern that no thought has been given to what measures we need to take to make sure that nobody gets hurt. Ivan Zinger, Corrections Investigator of Canada, stated, quote, in effect, Bill C-83 proposes a softer version of segregation without any of the constitutional protections. This bill is uniformly short on specifics and places no such discretion and trust in correctional authorities to replace segregation with an unproven and not well-conceived correctional model, unquote. Bill C-83 goes further than what was raised in either of the Superior Court decisions. The bill, with respect to SIUs, allows the Commissioner to reassign the security classification of each penitentiary or to any area within a penitentiary. These sub-designations have raised concerns about whether this would allow the entire penitentiary to become an SIU and what that would mean for security and staffing. Furthermore, these sub-designations could lead to more cases where higher security prisoners are in a lower security space based on technicalities. Now, Speaker, we know just how soft this government is already on the most despicable elements of our society. Recently, Terry Lynn McClintock, who was convicted of first-degree murder in the 2009 kidnapping and brutal killing of 8-year-old Victoria Stafford, has been transferred or was transferred to a minimum security facility in Saskatchewan, even though she is serving a life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years. Now, this government wants to institute official policy to allow this to potentially happen on a regular basis, but not on our watch, Speaker, not on our watch. Conservatives are opposed to any legislation that opens the door to allowing high-risk offenders to be housed in low-security facilities. Dangerous child killers, pedophiles, murderers, the most heinous, deserve to be behind bars. ISIS terrorists deserve to be in prison, not offered poetry classes by this government. Now, Speaker, this bill is just another example of the Liberals putting rights of dangerous criminals ahead of the rights of victims and their families, ahead of the safety and well-being of correctional officers who must work in these facilities and, of course, ahead of common sense. This legislation is too wide-ranging, Speaker. Deborah Parks, the professor at UBC Law, quoted, "The first point is that the proposal for structured intervention units actually expands rather than eliminates segregated conditions. These provisions give incredibly broad powers to the Commissioner to designate whole prisons or areas of prisons as SIUs. Purposes for placing in SIUs are also very broad, including from paragraph 32A to provide an appropriate living environment for an inmate who cannot be maintained in the mainstream inmate population for security or other reasons, undefined and unclear. It is very broad," unquote. While the supplementary estimates show $448 million for CSC over the next 6 years, this piece of legislation has not been costed. Our correctional officers are doing an exemplary job keeping everyone safe, including themselves and the inmates. But situations arise and people do get hurt. Now, we are asking our correctional staff to do more with less. As situations continue to rise, and they will, more people will get hurt, and that, Speaker, is unacceptable. Jason Godin, the president of the Union of Correctional Officers, stated, quote, "As recently as a couple of weeks ago, I was in Edmonton sitting in the segregation unit asking the staff in there if they were meeting the 2-hour requirement with the showers and the phone calls, and they said, absolutely not. It's 10 o'clock at night and we can't meet them," unquote. Speaker, currently segregated inmates are supervised at a 2-to-1 guard-to-prisoner ratio when they're not in their unit. Bill C-83 purports to expand services to inmates in segregation and to double their time out of segregation without costing the resources needed to keep inmates and staff safe. This is another reason why, Speaker, I oppose the bill. It just does not add up, and the result could mean people are getting hurt. The CSC Ombudsperson, the Union of Correctional Officers, Civil Liberties, and Indigenous groups all commented on the lack of consultation and their concern that too much of this legislation is being left to regulations. I'm anxious that not enough consideration was given to the concerns of Indigenous groups, civil liberty organizations, and to the correctional services staff who must maintain security in these institutions. The lack of consultation and foresight from the government on Bill C-83 is, to be frank, appalling. Godin offers this insight into the process, and I quote, "Unfortunately, due to cabinet confidentiality, as our commissioner often tells us, we weren't really consulted. This bill was as much a surprise to us as it was to anybody else. I don't see the bill before it comes onto the table, so we weren't officially consulted on Bill C-83, unquote. And this shocking revelation by Ivan Zinger, quote, "All the consultations seem to have been done internally. To my knowledge, there have been no consultations with external stakeholders. I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out," unquote. Now, Speaker, it is concerning that the Liberals are moving away from segregation, particularly as a deterrent to bad behavior, as it strips frontline officers of tools to manage difficult prisoners. Solitary confinement must take into account the mental health of prisoners, balanced with the safety and protection of guards, workers, and fellow inmates. The safety of inmates and correctional service officers must be a priority for any legislation put forward by this government. So it's clear, in our opinion, that the government did not do their homework when it came to Bill C-83, and Canada's Conservatives will call on this government to go back to the drawing board with C-83 and put forward legislation that prioritizes inmate safety and the safety of correctional service officers. Thank you, Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
I congratulate my colleague on his well-thought-out speech. He brought up a lot of great points. I'd like to ask him a question. Of course, I sit next to him, so I could just ask him, but I want it on the record. Now, he talks about the government's plans, a lack of resources. The government is required at the beginning of the estimates process, which seeks the authority to spend, to submit a departmental plan. The departmental plan is 3 parts and includes overview of the spending, lists the resources required, and it also lists out the priorities and strategic outcomes. Now, the plan for correction services was tabled by the Minister of Public Safety, signed for by the Minister of Public Safety. Now, we heard again and again the Liberals stand and say, we've put aside the money, we've put aside the resources. In the departmental plan, they show actually over the next 4 years, they're cutting $225 million from correctional services. Now, their plan, this is what they've tabled in Parliament, cutting $225 million. Further, for actual resources for manpower, they're not moving it up one body over the next few years. So they're planning to spend money on added resources for renovations at the prisons, this and that, but at the same time they're cutting $225 million. Does this sound a bit odd and contradictory to the member that the government says they're going to provide extra resources, but at the same time their own plan is showing a cut of $225 million?
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend beside me. Yes, absolutely, I agree with everything he said. The departmental plan is very clear, and even with Bill C-83, which we're discussing today, this plan that Liberals hasn't even been costed. So we're already dealing with correctional officers who feel overworked and stressed as it is. Now they're being asked to do more with less. And for those that are working hard, sometimes in dangerous conditions each and every day, dealing with, at times, the worst of the worst within our society, asking them to continue and take away a tool that they use to protect themselves and others is simply irresponsible, Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it unfortunate how Conservative opposition members continue to try to give a false impression. That false impression being in terms of financial resources. The member across the way has been, I'm sure, informed, at least through debates and no doubt in other ways, that there are literally millions of dollars going into well over $100 million that is in fact being incorporated to assist in many of the changes that are going to be required. And I'm wondering if he could at the very least acknowledge that there is a significant budget allotment that is being looked at as ensuring that we're able to support the legislation and our correctional officers and so forth.
Well, member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would say to the member opposite that if he looks at page 32 of the departmental plan that was signed off by the minister on that side, $152 million was cut out of that budget this year compared to last year. So, Speaker, I think the numbers speak for themselves, and it's in the report. So again, page 32, and I invite the honourable member opposite to read that page.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. A very brief one, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also would like to inform my colleague from Winnipeg North. He looks at page 30 of the departmental plan issued by his own minister, signed off by his own minister. He will see the details of the $225 million cut. And my question to my colleague, the government again talks about the safety and security of the workers for correctional services. In this departmental plan, the government lays out 20 priorities for the coming year. 20, and yet not one, not a single priority lists any mention of safety and security for the workers. Does this just clearly show the Liberals are intent on helping criminals and not the victims of crime or the people who have to guard them in our prisons?
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock, in 30 seconds or less, please.
30 seconds. Okay, thank you, Speaker. Well, I would agree with what my friend beside me has said. I would also point to the fact that during my speech I listed quote after quote after quote from people involved in the correctional services saying they are not consulted, they are being asked to do more with less, and they do not have the proper resources as it is. This new legislation, Bill 83, C-83, if it passes, will actually hamper them in doing their job and could put more officers at risk. So the Liberals are not protecting those they claim they are.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me contrast the member's statements to what is in fact the reality, because the reality of this legislation is far from what the Conservatives are trying to tell Canadians, or those that are trying to follow this debate. By voting against this legislation, let's be very clear in terms of what this legislation will in fact do. It will make our communities safer. It will in fact ensure that there is fewer victims. It will ensure also that there is accountability for those individuals that are breaking our laws, Mr. Speaker. And in order to try to expand on this whole sense of the contrast between this government, or the Liberal Party, if I can put it that way, and the Conservative Party, because there is a significant difference in the approach in dealing with the crime and safety file. You see, the Conservative Party likes to sound as if they're really, really tough on crime and safety, Mr. Speaker, and that is not necessarily proved to be the case, Mr. Speaker. They have the spin, and they're very good at the spin, and I give them full credit for that, Mr. Speaker. But I would take away from their ability to be able to deal with the issues when they have taken a position to vote against this particular bill. Because by doing that, what they're doing is they are, in fact, voting against what I believe is in the best interests of the communities in which we serve, because we all want to have safer communities, fewer victims, and, in fact, to ensure that there's accountability. Let me give you a specific example of what I'm talking about, that rhetoric that comes from the Conservative Party. The speaker before me made reference, Mr. Speaker, to Terry Lynn McGintic. And we all are very familiar with that particular file, because this is the individual that was involved in horrific criminal activities where a child, I should say, was in fact murdered, amongst many other things, Mr. Speaker. And you'll recall that the Conservative Party jumped over their seats and hollered and screamed for that. How dare the government allow for this particular individual to go into a medium security facility where, in fact, she would be allowed to go into a place where there is no fence, a healing lodge. And I can recall, as I'm sure people that follow the debates of the House will recall, the type of verbiage that was coming out of the Conservative Party. And it was all hype, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker. Because, and I don't say that lightly, because they were very horrific things that were witnessed, and we saw members of the Conservative Party actually stand in their place and remind Canadians just how horrific those actions actually were. Well, the government said that we would look into the matter and that we will report back to the House. And this government, through the leadership of the minister, has in fact rectified the problem. But what I found interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that this very same sorts of criminal activity in which they were jumping out of their seats, being critical of the government for not taking action, occurred on numerous occasions under Stephen Harper. Why didn't they care about those individuals, Mr. Speaker, the victims of those, or the criminals that had victims of child molesters and killers? Instead, under Stephen Harper, they were transferred and even went to healings. And we're not talking about 1 or 2 or 3. We're talking about a number of those individuals, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives had no problem back then in terms of being quiet on the issue. They didn't raise it once while they were in government, Mr. Speaker. But I tell you, they have a different approach to opposition. And I'll give them credit. They're a pretty decent opposition party. They're pretty good at it. They know how to really ramp things up, Mr. Speaker. As I pointed out just yesterday, I was in opposition for many years, far too many years. I hope to see this Conservative opposition continue to be in opposition for many, many, many more years, Mr. Speaker. Maybe as many years as I was in opposition, combined from the provincial and the national level, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you that when we take a look at this particular bill
and what it is that this bill is doing, I would suggest to you that, in fact, it will have a positive impact on all of our communities. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives believe that once a criminal goes into jail, that's a real super bad person in all cases, and they're going to be in jail for a long, long time. They don't believe in the importance of rehabilitation. They don't recognize that, Mr. Speaker. And, the reality is that a majority of the individuals that are going in are, in fact, going to be going out. And if we can provide better programming of rehabilitation within the prison system for that majority, we will have a greater likelihood of preventing crimes when they actually exit our prisons, Mr. Speaker. But that is something that is consistently overlooked from the Conservative Party. And I find that is really unfortunate. So within this legislation, there's going to be additional health and other services that are going to be provided, which will ultimately, I believe, allow for many of those to be able to be assimilated into our communities in a better way. And that is something that is important for me, and I believe the constituents in which I represent, because we know that a majority of them are going to be leaving the prison. There's other aspects of the legislation, such as the body scanner, which I think is and I would think that the Conservatives, and maybe they have singled that aspect of it as a positive thing. I would like to think that they have, Mr. Speaker, will in fact ensure that there's less drugs going in, that less evasive ways of doing these searches when people go to visit or enter into the prison system, Mr. Speaker. We have provincial facilities that already have it. This will allow for it to occur in our national facilities, Mr. Speaker. I think there is another aspect to it that I really would like to draw some attention to, and that is the audio. Today, under the current legislation, under the current law, if you are a victim of a sexual assault, let's say, and the person that committed that violent act against you is going before a board hearing. Often you'll get the victim that will go because they want to listen in on that board discussion, that board meeting, Mr. Speaker. If the victim chooses to do that, then they're not eligible to receive the audio of what had taken place. Under this legislation, they'll actually be able to receive the audio, whether they attend or they do not attend. And I'm sure that people can imagine, the situation for the victim of being in that room and what might be going through that victim's mind, and maybe not necessarily being at a stage in which they can really fully digest everything that's being said. And that is one of the reasons why, if not the primary reasons why, they would want to see this aspect of our law change. And this legislation incorporates that. I spoke on the legislation during second reading and encouraged individuals to get involved by looking at the legislation. The minister himself had indicated that he's open to improving the legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, at the committee stage, we saw many amendments that were brought forward, not only government amendments, Mr. Speaker. We had opposition party amendments. Even the leader of the Green Party had amendments that were brought in, Mr. Speaker. And not only were a number of those amendments brought in by opposition members, but they were also accepted, Mr. Speaker. The legislation that we have today is even better than it was when it went in prior to going into committee, Mr. Speaker, which speaks volumes in terms of just how effective a standing committee can actually be if you take some of the partisanship out and people focus on improving legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my friend across the way said something even more ridiculous than the things he usually says when he said that we have no interest in rehabilitation. Our caucus has a very strong interest in effective rehabilitation, but I think what we understand that part of the process of rehabilitation is personal responsibility, that a perpetrator must come to understand what has been done, what is wrong about it, and how to respond and how to make restitution with the victim. That's part of the process of rehabilitation. And philosophies on criminal justice that deny personal responsibility, that want to blame social factors for everything, really don't move us effectively towards rehabilitation. But while we're on the subject of criminal justice, I really wanted to ask my friend a question about these special agreements, remediation agreements that individuals might want to enter into. Now, suppose there's an individual, a parent of 6 or 7 dependent children, and they commit a crime. I wonder if that individual should be able to access a remediation agreement. I'm curious for the members' views on individual criminals accessing remediation agreements if they have many dependents that might be affected by their situation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, one would only expect that individuals that enter into our prison facilities recognize that what they have done was wrong, and that is the reason why they are going into the facility in the first place. This government has consistently, whether it's this government or previous governments, have always acknowledged that there is to be accountability or consequences to any form of criminal behavior. You know, I used to sit as a chair of the youth justice committee, and you know that's an absolute given. So when the member reflects in terms of what it is that I say, well, that was one of the silliest comments that I heard from the member in the last three and a half years, and he said quite a few comments, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there has to be accountability and consequences to criminal actions or actions of that are outside of what is acceptable and was ultimately has landed them in a prison facility, Mr. Speaker. That is an absolute given. That's the reason why they're in the facility. The difference seems to be is that the Conservatives never want to talk about rehabilitation and the benefits of rehabilitation inside this chamber, because rather what they want to talk about is that they're really tough on crime, and if you commit a crime, you're going to jail, and if it was up to them, the key would be thrown away, Mr. Speaker, because they want to make it sound as if they're tough on crime. But their actions often lead to communities that are less safer and more victims.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my friend from Winnipeg North, the Parliamentary Secretary. I did have a number of amendments accepted in this process, and I found the appearance of C-83 at clause by clause to be quite collaborative. I was briefly out of the chamber, so I have to apologize if this point has come up already. But earlier today, one of my honourable friends referred to people in segregation units, solitary confinement, as quote-unquote the worst of the worst. And I think of Ashley Smith and the coroner's report of what happened to her, a young woman with mental health issues who was moved 17 times in the period before she was found in her cell. She committed suicide, but the correctional guards were watching as she died. The coroner's report was very clear. This bill attempts to deal with some of that. Edward Snowshoe, another example, somebody who died in solitary confinement. These are not the worst of the worst. There but for poor fortune may go you or I. That mother, Ashley Smith's mother, was desperate to help her. And the correctional authorities and the system kept a mother away from a girl who was suffering and ultimately killed herself. So let's not judge the people who get stuck in solitary confinement. And let's recognize it for what it is. It's a form of torture, and we mustn't do it. This bill doesn't go far enough. I will vote for it and hope it gets improved again in the Senate. But I just want to ask my honourable colleague, if that hadn't come up, can we talk about the fact that some of the people in solitary confinement are there because of mental health and addiction issues, and it just compounds the torture, that they're away from people who can have good, healthy contact with them.
Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's a fair assessment. It would be most inappropriate to say that the worst of the worst are in solitary confinement. People go into solitary confinement for a wide range of different reasons. It could be one of everything from a personal safety type of issue to some of the worst to issues dealing with mental health. And the member is quite correct in her comments in many ways. But I just wanted to conclude with the last 10 seconds, just recognizing, Mr. Speaker, to what degree we have, I believe, legislation that's going to have a positive impact on our communities in terms of making our communities safer. And I truly believe there will be fewer victims as a direct result of progressive legislation of this nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak in the House and to participate in today's debate on Bill C-83. This is a really revolutionary legislative measure for our correctional system. Its ultimate goal is to promote safety both inside and outside our correctional facilities. It also focuses on rehabilitation and considers rehabilitation to be an essential criteria to obtaining its objective. C-83 proposes setting up structured intervention units, or SIUs. These SIUs would be a reality in any prison. In other words, some inmates are sometimes simply too dangerous or troublesome to be held within the mainstream prison population. Currently, these offenders would be placed in administrative segregation. Inmates placed in administrative segregation in federal institutions may spend up to 22 hours a day in their cell, and their interaction with other inmates would be very limited. Bill C-83 provides a more effective solution for everyone involved. Safety will always be our number one priority, but prisons are safer places for those working and living there when inmates get the mental health care and the other forms of support that they need. Inmates who benefit from this support are more likely to be able to reintegrate society safely once they are done serving their sentence. The government's proposal, as laid out in C-83, is to eliminate administrative segregation and replace it by SIUs. These units would be safe and separate from the mainstream prison population, and this would be in the goal of respecting safety standards. But these units would be designed so that the inmates placed within them would still receive the necessary treatment and support. Inmates held in SIUs would have the opportunity to leave their cell for at least 4 hours per day, rather than the 2 hours that is currently allowed. I think it's important to mention that that 2-hour policy is already laid out in policy, not in law. C-83 would enshrine this, the 4-hour period, as the minimum. Inmates in SIUs would also have the opportunity to have at least 2 hours of significant human contact. During that time, they would be able to interact with people such as correctional officers, other inmates, visitors, and counselors. The goal of these changes is to ensure that inmates in SIUs will be able to reintegrate the mainstream prison population as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-83 was rigorously studied at every stage of the process so far. members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety really went over it with a fine-tooth comb. There were a whole range of experts who were brought as witnesses, and a number of useful amendments were presented and accepted. Bill C-83 was already a very beneficial bill when it was first tabled, but after having been rigorously studied and debated, it is now even stronger and better. It's important to mention that this bill now includes amendments from all parties that were brought forward by various people. I reject the idea that was mentioned during this debate, which says that the bill was amended in reaction to public comments. I am proud to support a government that listens to constructive feedback and that respects the role that all parliamentarians of all parties play in the legislative process. Most of the amendments made to C-83 aimed to ensure that SIUs would work in the way that they were intended to work. For example, some witnesses were concerned that the hours outside of the cell would sometimes happen in the middle of the night when inmates couldn't take advantage of them. So one member brought forward an amendment suggesting that the hours be only within the period from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Others felt that the period of human interaction would only happen through security glass. To meet this concern, the member for Toronto Danforth requested that all reasonable effort be made to ensure that human interaction would be face-to-face interaction. In order to meet concerns that Correctional Services Canada might abuse the provision allowing inmates to have hours outside their cell only in exceptional circumstances, the member for Mississauga Lakeshore brought forward an amendment listing very specific exceptions, such as earthquakes, for example, to specify exactly how that provision should be interpreted. The member for Toronto Danforth and the members for Oakville North Burlington also brought forward amendments at report stage that will ensure that any inmate placed in SIUs would have to be monitored. That decision would have to be monitored, rather. This all means that the SIUs will be used in the way that they are intended to. There were also a number of amendments presented by various members in the House, and I would like to thank all of them for their contribution. Mr. Speaker, we all want safer communities and institutions. We want Canadians to feel and to be safe. Successful rehabilitation and reintegration of people who have served their sentences is very important, particularly if we want to maintain public safety. By allowing inmates to be separated from the mainstream prison population and to spend more time outside of their cells, but also to have greater access to mental health care and to have more support in terms of rehabilitation, Bill C-83 allows us to make a big step in the right direction. Once again, I want to thank my honourable colleagues for their contribution at the various stages of this legislative process, and I would urge them all to join me in enthusiastically supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate our honourable colleagues' intervention. I do want to bring it back. I feel this is important that we do this at every opportunity that we can. Now, each member from the government side has stood up and said that there's been significant consultations and witnesses that appeared before the committee. Their concerns were heard. However, we know that through comments from the president of the Correctional Officers of Canada Union that there are still significant concerns regarding this. We know that witness after witness after witness said that this bill is flawed right to the core, Mr. Speaker. So through you, I want to go back to what we're dealing with again today. Again, another opportunity for those that are in the House that during the 2015 debate, the member for Papineau, now our Prime Minister, said that he would let the debate reign, that he would not force closure on debate. And here we see well over 60 times. And a piece of legislation such as C-83, which is so important, all sides can agree to that. But here they are voting, they have forced time allocation once again, limiting debate and essentially limiting the voices of the members of Parliament from this side that are the voices of the electors that put us in this House, to be their voices, to ensure that the voices of our regions and our ridings come to Ottawa. And essentially what they've done now, as they've done so often, is they've silenced those in the voices of opposition. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague why, on a piece of legislation so important that they feel the need, that they are ignoring those of the witnesses that came before committee, their comments and concerns, and they are again forcing closure on such an important piece of legislation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. Far from parliamentarians and the stakeholders and the Canadian public from being silenced, I am actually quite taken with the amount of consultation that went into this bill for a problem that was long overdue, that was putting in jeopardy not only the people that were incarcerated, but also those who work with them. As someone who I have something of a background in community and social work service, I had many colleagues who worked in the prison system, and something that I was much taken with was how they were working in such difficult conditions with so few tools. And to have a piece of legislation such as C-83 come forward and to be meeting those demands with also at the same time, because it's one thing to talk, Mr. Speaker, it's another thing to take action. Also coming with $448 million in investments, including in infrastructure, in the kinds of tools that would keep people safer within and outside of the prison system. I think this is a way that our government has shown that is taking action where it counts and that people have been heard.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Rimouski-Témiscouata, Les Basques, you have 45 seconds for your question, and we need also a 45-second answer. My question is quite simple, because I asked it to another Liberal MP, and I didn't get a response. This is a response to a ruling from Superior Court, and it was ruled unconstitutional. And now they've tried to integrate this recommendation into their legislation. And through C-83, we realized that most of these recommendations were not included. So I'd like to know, why did the government miss this opportunity to respond to the ruling from the two courts that declared that this segregation was unconstitutional? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle, less than 45 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear what my colleague is saying, and he's very concerned by this problem of segregation. And I've seen, after studying Bill C-83, that with these structured intervention units, we're making a great stride forward to address this problem. We're making sure that there is human contact, and this makes good sense for rehabilitation of the inmate, and it addresses the problems that were risen.
Member for Bow River.
Bravo, bravo.
All
More,
right.
more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. I understand that C-83 is designed to make a number of significant changes to our correctional system. It seeks to eliminate administrative segregation in correctional facilities, replace these facilities with a new Structured Intervention Units, SIU, and introduce body scanners for inmates, among other changes. There's been lots of problems in correctional systems. Only with C-75, this could make it worse. The policies that coming under C-75, where we have serious offenders, maximum 2 years less a day, people who have committed serious crimes to person, serious crimes to property. They will be in provincial jails, downloaded. We now have a system where there'll be less chance to deal with some serious offenders in institutions of the provincial governments. It's become a revolving door where some people just know that in and out very quickly and not dealing with them where they may need help and could get help in a prison system. I know this legislation has prompted some strong responses from stakeholders. I'm happy to convey some of those serious concerns I've heard about this legislation. The OSC Ombudsman, Union of Correctional Officers, and Civil Liberties and Indigenous groups have all commented on the lack of consultation. What? Unions? Employees? Haven't been consulted? Indigenous? Oh, that's very interesting. The Union of Correctional Officers President, whose members will be directly impacted by this legislation, even said, the bill was as much a surprise to us as it was to anybody. Doesn't sound right that those who will affect the most, it's a surprise that it was to anybody else. Something like the Parks budget that had a $60 million pathway in it, and Parks knew nothing about it as well. Another example. The Correctional Investigator of Canada told the Public Safety Committee that all the consultations seem to be done internally. To my knowledge, there have been no consultations with external stakeholders. I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out. For a government that supposedly loves to consult, they sure seem to have left a lot of people out and dissatisfied with this process. Of particular note are concerns we've heard from correctional officers. These are the people who wear the uniforms. These are the people that protect us and protect the inmates. The introduction of SIUs may pose a risk to both prisoner guards and inmates. This legislation goes farther than that was raised in either Superior Court decisions. It completely bans administrative segregation and introduces structured interventional unit model. Now, for youth offenders, we need to take a lot of care of how we deal with youth offenders. Segregation may not be an option. Or those who have mental illnesses, mental disease. We need to be very careful how we use these particular segregated models with those people. This has the potential, though, to make prisons much more dangerous for guards and inmates. Guards will lose an important disciplinary tool. In fact, the Union of Canadian Correctional Officer President told Public Safety Committee, by eliminating segregation and replacing it with Structured Intervention Units, CSC, will further struggle to achieve its mandate of exercising safe, secure, humane control of its inmate populations. That's a very troubling statement. In other words, was the consultation there to find another solution? Don't think so. Guards will be placed in greater danger as they attempt to control extremely dangerous offenders without the ability to fully separate them from other inmates. Who is going to want to be a guard if things continue this way? It is already an intensely stressful, challenging occupation. We cannot keep placing these people under greater strain. Dangerous inmates will be forced together into units with each other. Is that the right way to go? I understand that this change is well-intentioned. Canada has a fundamentally sound, humane correctional system, especially compared to many jurisdictions around the world. We do not want to be a draconian system, but we do need to balance the mental health of prisoners with safety and protection of the guards, workers, and their fellow inmates. I think this bill fails to do some of those things. I believe it ignores the reality on the ground in many prisons. As a member of Charlesburg St. Charles noted, some inmates request to be in administrative segregation for their own safety. They do not want to rub shoulders with other dangerous offenders. Legislation intended to improve our correctional system should not be compromised. It should not compromise safety and security. The government needs to go back and fix this bill. They should not force it through over objections of virtually all interested stakeholders and put lives at risk in doing so, especially those who wear the uniform. I'm also surprised to find this legislation does nothing to ensure that high-risk offenders aren't transferred to low-security facilities. It was just last year that Canadians from coast to coast expressed outrage over the transfer of Terry Lynn McKinnick to a healing lodge. Only after massive public pressure did the government finally move to address the injustice and send her back behind bars. The Prime Minister personally attacked his critics and accused Canadians of politicizing this issue. Thankfully, the Canadians were able to pressure enough to act, so this was changed. However, Prime Minister should never be shamed into doing the right thing. And yet, here in this legislation was an opportunity to take real action to prevent similar situations in the future. But no action was taken on this specific topic. One clear positive aspect of this legislation is the introduction of body scanners. If this system is applied properly, it should be helpful in intercepting drugs before they make their way into prisons. It is important that the scan applies to all individuals entering the prison. Drugs simply should not be flowing into the correctional facilities and creating even more dangerous conditions. However, I'm unclear why the Liberals haphazardly plan to supply inmates with syringes is still being implemented if we now have scanners. The object should be to prevent drugs in the prison, prevent the abuse of drugs, not facilitate it. Further, legitimate concerns have been raised over the weaponization of the syringes. It should be obvious the worst offenders will try to use syringes as weapons. This presents yet another threat to guards who are already operating in a dangerous environment. The body scanners should receive the highest priority, and the needle exchange program should be scrapped. In summary, this piece of law legislation is not right. It does not prioritize the safety of correctional service officers. It compromises the safety of inmates, and almost all the witnesses at the public safety community were heard saying they were critical of this bill. The consultation process was obviously not complete. Instead of scrapping this legislation in light of witness testimony, the Liberals are pressing forward with it. I join my colleagues in opposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the speech that was just given by my Conservative colleague, and I am really struck by the sudden interest that the Conservative Party and the opposition has in those who are affected by this legislation, namely the prison guards and the work conditions that they have. You know, I ask myself, where was the former government when it came to the massive increase in double bunking and the cries from the guards at the time to do something about that? They did absolutely nothing. They actually continued to promote and encourage the double bunking. Where was the previous government, the Conservative Party, when it came to the union changes that were heavily regulating the ways in which the unions could operate? You know, I asked this member, you know, he spoke at length about rhetorical comments that are made in this House. You know, how about the hypocrisy that is being displayed in the sudden interest that the Conservative Party has in our union that represents the guards in our prisons?
Honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. one of the things I often speak in comments or in my speeches is history. And I find over the 3 years here, my colleague spends a lot of time in history of speaking of past governments. I'm talking about this legislation. I'm talking about the legislation this government's doing and how it could be better and the flaws in it. So rather than repeating history in the past, we're talking about current government and what they're attempting to do, but they didn't get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Bow River for his excellent speech. I think he did a great job of illustrating some of the concerns he has with the legislation. I want to ask my friend and colleague what specific recommendations might he make going forward that would have improved this bill, but unfortunately were not listened to at a report stage and weren't listened to in making those amendments when going forward with this legislation.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Perth Wellington for the question. I think one of the things that really bothers me in the sense is the syringes. In the sense we know there's drug abuse. We all are familiar as we travel with scanners and how good scanners can be of identifying some object. You leave a dime in your pocket, they'll find it. When we use scanners, we know how good they can be. And I believe that if we could reduce the drug abuse, that would be the first step in the sense in the abuse of drugs in the prisons. The second step is to reject the exchange of syringes because we know those will be weapons. They will be used for that on other inmates, against guards. That's just wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George. Very brief question, about 45 seconds, and then we'll get a 45-second answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I take offense a little bit to our colleague from across the way who stands up and likes to go on and on and on, lives in the past, doesn't take any blame for the piece of legislation that they have put forth. And again, Mr. Speaker, I got to remind those in this House and those that are filling the gallery right now that are listening in that this is it's over 60 times now that this government has forced closure on important pieces of legislation, which means for those that are listening in, they silence the voices of those that have elected the official opposition. And that is shameful. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my honourable colleague, in his opinion, in the 3.5 years that we've been here, why does he feel that this government continues to force time allocation on such important pieces of legislation? Thank you.
Member for Bow River, in 45 seconds or less, please.
45 seconds less. Thank you to my colleague for asking me that question. Whenever I'm in the House and listening to speeches, it's incredible the variety of comments that are made that people will think about in their speeches. There hasn't been a speech that I've heard that there isn't something different from any other colleague, and it's a viewpoint that you may not hear when you close it all the time. There may be some commonality in speeches, but I always find differences that each individual brings to the speeches, and that's important for us to hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilwood will have approximately 5 minutes, and then we'll go to question period, and he'll be able to have his remaining 5 minutes to him when we return. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that generous 5 minutes. I'm pleased to join the debate on 83. I joined this debate in two capacities. One as an interested member of Parliament, but also as chair of the Public Safety Committee, which reviewed the bill, heard the witnesses, and put forward quite a number of amendments to the original bill, and in some respects reflects the interest in the bill and how the government was open to amending the bill at committee. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill replaces the existing administrative segregation system with structured intervention units. The new SIUs will ensure the separation from the general prison population, which is sometimes necessary for security reasons. And even those witnesses, and we had some witnesses who would actually been segregated prisoners emphasize the need that there has to be some mechanism by which a prisoner is separated from the general population. This, however, does not mean separation from rehabilitative programs, mental health care, and other interventions. Unless, Mr. Speaker, you think that this is just an academic exercise, I direct your attention to the front page of the Globe and Mail this morning, where Ontario says it will not appeal a judge's decision to abandon a charge of first-degree murder against Adam Capay, the 26-year-old from Lac Sul First Nation, who spent more than 1,600 days in solitary confinement before a public furor over his flight forced officials to send him to a secure hospital. The very issue that we are debating today, Mr. Speaker, is on the front page of the Globe and Mail. In deciding against the appeal, this is the Ontario government decided against the appeal, the province is consenting to a scathing ruling from Justice John Fergreau that set Mr. Capay free last month and faulted the Ministry of Corrections for allowing a term of solitary that was prolonged, egregious, and intolerable. In particular, he found that the jail's procedure for reviewing Mr. Capay's segregation was pro forma, perfunctory, and meaningless. And then further on, there's some disaggregation of the errors and omissions. At the time, nothing was controversial about the initial decision to lock him in solitary confinement. Correctional officials have the authority to segregate a prisoner if they believe he could harm himself or others. On average, 472 provincial inmates faced segregation every day in 2012. But in the Capay case, the Institute started racking up a series of errors and omissions that led directly to his release without trial. The Supreme Court long ago ruled that people keep some residual rights and liberties after the courts send them to prison. If those residual rights are further reduced by being placed in segregation, the state must hold regular review hearings of the decision. In Ontario, the law requires segregation of review hearings to be held at an institutional level. And the article goes on to discuss Mr. Capay's case, but also the larger issue. And that is the larger issue that we are facing today. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, when we heard from a testimony from various witnesses, those who actually had been subject to segregation and those who were supporting those who had been subject to segregation all argued for the need of segregation. This bill, Mr. Speaker, fits with the broader approach to corrections, which is based on the fact that public safety is best served by effective rehabilitation and treatment. Naturally, there are some inmates who will never be granted any form of conditional release by the parole board. They are mostly people serving life sentences who will never progress to the point where they risk they pose to the outside can be managed by outside of a correctional institution. So I see, Mr. Speaker, that my all too generous 5 minutes is now up, and I will be delighted to resume after question period. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood will have 5 minutes coming to him once we resume debate. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Repentigny. All around the world, including Montreal, young people are mobilizing to call on governments to seriously attack the climate crisis. Unfortunately, the message isn't reaching the federal government. The National Energy Board proved so when it published its report on the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, which will export the dirtiest oil in the world overseas. The report, in English only, finds that Trans Mountain will cause a major increase in greenhouse gas emissions, threaten endangered killer whales, and hamper indigenous cultural practices which were and Indigenous people were not sufficiently consulted. And yet the NEB says yes to Trans Mountain, as it has for all pipelines in 60 years. That's what you call a petro-state. I'd like to point out that on March 15th, there will be an International Day of Youth Mobilization for the Climate. Students will demonstrate in Montreal and elsewhere, and I would encourage Canadians to join them.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about Tisha Sharma from my riding of Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge, who passed away last week at the young age of 27. From being abused at a young age to living on the streets as a teen to becoming an advocate for homeless youth and finally being named Citizen of the Year under 40, Tisha was a force to be reckoned with. Those of us who attended the HuMA study on poverty reduction in Maple Ridge last year will remember Tisha and her unforgettable story of her life on the streets. Her words touched every single MP there. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, Tisha was a fighter and never gave up. She found a way to overcome the tragedy in her life. She took the pain from her past and turned it into a determination to help shine a light on the struggles many vulnerable youth face. Tisha, your presence will be deeply missed. You set out to make a difference, and you did just that. May the lives you touch continue to carry on your work, and through them, your lasting legacy.
Honourable member for Brantford, Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Home Builders Association is on the Hill today meeting with members of Parliament. Made up of over 8,500 companies, home building represents 1.2 million jobs and 151 billion in economic activity. Together, they build what many consider to be the highest quality housing in the world. To many Canadians in Vancouver, Toronto, and too many other communities, Canadians are finding it hard to access ownership in housing and get a place called home. There is much to be done on affordability, and the home builders call on governments at all levels and to help Canadians achieve home ownership by addressing excessive taxation, huge fees, and onerous approvals processes. These together can represent up to 40% of the price of a new home. And that is passed on.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is quite clear. Mother Nature or Old Man Winter, whomever you believe in, has been in my riding of the Long Range Mountains plenty this winter, and it's been wonderful for all the winter carnivals. There's been sliding, skiing, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, just to name a few of the snow sports, plus plenty of community events, great food and entertainment for all ages to participate in and enjoy. Un grand merci aux nouveaux.
A big shout out to the many volunteers and sponsors who make these events a success year after year.
Winter tourism is growing. It's growing incredibly in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and these carnivals are a great attraction for tourists as well. This week at the annual Tourism Conference of Hospitality Newfoundland and Labrador, I know tourism industry leaders were discussing the growth potential of the winter season with our Federal Minister of Tourism, who will be attending.
Yes, colleagues, there are lots of people who take advantage of a snowy winter, and I'm pleased to be one of them.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Survivors of St. Anne's Residential School joined survivors from around the world in Rome calling on the Pope to take action. And yet we learned that the Government of Canada has dropped extradition efforts against Johann Rivoire, a sexual predator who preyed on youth in Nunavut. In doing so, Canada has failed justice and it has failed reconciliation. Rivoire is being protected by the missionary Oblates of Mary Immaculata in Strasbourg, France. The Oblates' decision to protect this criminal is a crime against the people of Nunavut, it is a crime against the Church, and it is a crime against the human community. Aujourd'hui,
Today, I call on the Catholic Church and the Congregation of Oblates in Canada to condemn this perpetrator and call on the Oblates to stop protecting this criminal. The time has come for the Oblates and the Catholic Church to take responsibility for these criminal abuses We are calling for justice on behalf of the survivors.
The member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Scarborough Rouge Park, I'm thrilled to welcome Professor Wisdom Teti as the 11th principal of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. Born and raised in Ghana, Professor Teti completed his PhD at Queen's University and has held academic positions at Queen's, University of Calgary, and the University of British Columbia's Okanagan campus. At the Okanagan campus, he was an instrumental figure in the development of a 5-year strategic plan and the indigenization of UBC's curriculum. Professor Teti is an expert in African studies and has several publications on media, politics, civic engagement, African diaspora, and the brain drain from the continent. He was lead investigator for the World Bank and has received funding from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. I recently met Professor Teti and was truly impressed by him, his commitment to research, academic freedom, equity, students, and reconciliation. Principal Teti becomes the first black principal at UTSC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Amid a mounting list of failures, this Prime Minister's 2019 carbon tax is just the beginning of what he wants Canadians to pay. The Prime Minister's carbon tax will add 11 cents to the cost of every litre of gasoline and hundreds more for heating your home. Despite fake assurances, it won't add up to much, if anything. Independent experts disagree with the Prime Minister on the cost of his carbon tax to Canadian families, with some estimates as high as almost $100 per month more, just for doing family things like work, play, and living, and at a time when Canadians say they can't afford it. Worse, the Liberal tax will go even higher. The Prime Minister may shrug. He's never had to worry about money. But another $100 matters to families trying to make the household budget last to the end of the month. Canadians shouldn't pay for Liberal failure or just to get by. That's why Conservatives are fighting for better. In October, Canadians can choose Conservative leadership to get ahead.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, as a part of celebrating Black History Month, I was pleased to host the first African Day on the Parliament Trail. I would like to thank the volunteer team led by John Adiefa and Hector Addison of the African Canadian Association of Ottawa. I would also like to recognize students Jada Baptist and Dana Amigatse of the Mother Teresa High School in Nepean for organizing an event in their school. I would like to thank few hardworking community leaders, including Shada Alolo, co-chair of the Community Equity Council of Ottawa Police, Doris Nagaiza of Tanzanian Canadians, Hudan Igale of the Somali Canadian Youth Center, Moses Pratt of Global Community Alliance, Chooks Emma Hapye and Wale Adesanya from Nigerian Canadians, Francis L. of South Sudan Community, Dr. Nagwa Thomas and Franklin Ipape of Cameroon Canadian Community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise in this House today with the privilege of telling my fellow members about a real-life superhero from Sault Ste. Marie, Cage Fowler. On May 25th of last year, at 5 years of old, Cage received a devastating diagnosis. Diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma, DIPG, is a highly aggressive brain tumor found in the brainstem. When the doctor informed Cage's parents of the diagnosis, she said to them, "You need to understand 100% of children don't survive this kind of cancer, and there's nothing we can do. We'll do 30 rounds of radiation to buy you some time, but that's all we can do for you." Mr. Speaker, superhero Cage, his parents, his family, friends, and their community decided that they would believe in miracles and work hard for hope. They have rallied to fight for Cage's life and for all children who may, in the future, be facing a diagnosis of DIPG. In fact, his grandparents, the Fowlers, are visiting Ottawa today. They've created a petition 2046D to establish May 25th every year as National Day for DIPG. Please sign the petition.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of Canada's best alpine skiers, Larissa Yerkwe. Born in my riding in the city of Owen Sound, Larissa is a world-class skier who represented Canada for over 10 years, including at the 2014 Sochi Olympic Games. Larissa's accomplishments run deep. She made her World Cup debut in 2007 and has been on the podium 3 times. At the time of her official retirement in 2016, Larissa ranked 3rd in the world. An accomplished athlete, businesswoman, and academic, Larissa has done everything from fundraising her own budget, managing her ski staff, and completing her MBA. Over the next few days, Larissa is graciously volunteering her time with the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa during their annual charity ski day. I ask all members to join me in recognizing her outstanding athletic career. Larissa, you have made all residents of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, and indeed all of Canada, very, very proud. Well done.
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of housing affordability is a major concern for all Canadians. And I'm pleased to inform the House that members of the Canadian Home Builders Association are on the Hill today meeting with parliamentarians to see just how we can work better together to help people across Canada realize their dream of home ownership. The CHBA has more than 8,000 member firms across the country, and it is an industry that represents 1.2 million jobs and generates over $150 billion in economic activity. Home ownership is a key hallmark of the middle class and those working hard to join it. I encourage all MPs to support measures that will help unlock the door to home ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Drake for being named the Global Recording Artist of the Year by the international music industry. Drake also won the award in 2016 and now becomes the first artist to win it twice. I'm very proud that a Canadian artist is making history in the global music industry. To see Drake's talent and success recognized at the highest level reinforces that Canadian artists are worth supporting and protecting. This recognition also highlights the importance of our Heritage Committee's study on remuneration models for artists and creative industries. We're committed to building a framework that allows Canadian artists to build long and sustainable careers so that they can continue to create art that resonates on the world stage. Thank you, Drake, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes. His first three budgets buried Canadians in debt. Liberal taxes keep going up. This at a time when Canadians, especially low-income Canadians, can least afford it. Now the Prime Minister insists that low-income Canadians don't benefit from tax cuts because, Mr. Speaker, they don't pay any taxes. Mr. Speaker, Canadians below the government's low-income cutoff pay plenty of taxes, income taxes, GST, payroll, EI. The Prime Minister has been increasing those taxes on all Canadians to pay for his failure. Payroll taxes are up, leaving less take-home pay for those who need it, and the Prime Minister's ever-increasing carbon tax makes every tank of gas and every degree on the home thermostat more expensive. While he and many of his cabinet colleagues may be able to afford to set up companies and buy villas to avoid taxes, most Canadians do not have the same options. Why keep paying for Liberal failure when Canadians can choose Conservative leadership to get ahead?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to rise today and welcome to Ottawa a very distinguished member of my Waterloo Region community, Nobel Laureate in Physics, Dr. Donna Strickland. Last fall, Professor Strickland of the University of Waterloo became the first Canadian woman and only the third woman in history to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. Dr. Strickland was awarded the prize along with Dr. Gerard Moreau for her groundbreaking work as a PhD student developing chirped pulse amplification, a technique that allowed laser technology to surpass a fundamental barrier. Dr. Strickland's work has paved the way toward the most intense laser pulses ever created. Most notably, it has corrected nearsightedness for millions of people through eye laser surgery. She is an incredible role model for young people, particularly young women, across the country who aspire to enter the STEM fields. I ask all my colleagues to join me in welcoming her here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Asti.
Mr. Speaker, there is a housing crisis on First Nations in our region and across the country. Long waiting lists, overcrowded homes, tens of thousands of homes that have critical mold issues. In Manitoba alone, 85% of First Nations people report mold in their homes. It doesn't end there. Many homes still lack access to clean water and sewer. Like Garden Hill First Nation, where many people do not have clean running water because their houses aren't hooked up. But they've been unable to get funding because they're not on a boiled water advisory list because they don't even have the water to boil. The housing crisis is making people sick. Wherever I go in our north, what I hear when it comes to housing and sewer and water, that there are longer and longer waiting lists and the problems are getting worse. When I've raised this in this House, all we get is talking points, even from the Prime Minister. Enough is enough. This government has been in power for 3 years and many more before that. It's time to cut the talk and act. There's a budget coming up and people can't wait longer. Let's act to end the housing crisis now. Yeah.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday there were whiteout conditions across southern Ontario, but when the skies cleared, there was a brilliant blue glow over York Simcoe, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to the new MP, Scott Davidson. Scott, Suzanne Graydon, and the amazing team in York Simcoe won the trust of their community. Not sleet, nor snow, nor wind could keep Ontario voters back from saying no to this Prime Minister, no to PMO pressure, no to insider deals, Mr. Speaker, no to running deficits, no to carbon taxes and other taxes. They said yes to getting things back on track in York Simcoe, and more Canadians will, Mr. Speaker. The winter of Liberal discontent is coming to an end, Mr. Speaker. The polls show that spring is on the horizon, where more Canadians can make the choice like they did for Scott and elect a strong, stable, Conservative government.
Order. The honourable member. The honourable member for Brossard Saint-Lambert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and in the spirit of fair play, I believe we can all unite today in congratulating the newly elected members of Parliament for Burnaby South, Outremont, and York Simcoe. Is one we all share, and I thank the 3 victorious candidates as well as all the others who put their names on the ballot.
To the hundreds of volunteers who enabled all the campaign teams to connect with thousands of voters, thank you for all the doors you knocked on, for all the calls you made, the hands you shook, the smiles you shared. No campaign can even hope to succeed without your dedication and conviction.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, congratulations.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government is continually trying to find new ways to justify the political interference in an ongoing court case by the Prime Minister and his key advisors. The law on this is actually very clear. If an organization like SNC-Lavalin is charged with bribery, then the law states, and I quote, the prosecutor must not consider the national economic interest. The former Attorney General made her decision. She said no. So why did the Prime Minister not take no for an answer?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Conservatives has just confirmed that there are 2 ongoing court cases. We on this side, we take seriously the responsibility of standing up for jobs and growing the economy. The Justice Official background on remediation agreement states 2 of the main purposes for remediation agreements are 1, hold the organization accountable for wrongdoing, 2, reduce harm that a criminal conviction of an organization could have for employees, pensioners, stakeholders, and other third parties who did not take part in the offense. We will always protect Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's what we do on this side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, we know that that can't be their motivation. We know that because when they wrote the law, they specifically excluded the national economic interest. Right. So they wrote the law, and then they tried to get the Attorney General to break the law. She said no. Apparently, people in the Prime Minister's office wouldn't take no for an answer. Why wouldn't the Prime Minister accept the decision of the independent prosecutor of Canada?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Once again, we on this side will always respect the work of committees. We on this side will always respect the independence of the judicial system. We on this side will always respect the independence of offices of Parliament. We on this side will always protect Canadian jobs and stand up for them. We know that our plan is working, and that's why Canadians have created over 800,000 jobs since we took office. Do you want to know the record of the Conservatives? They had the least amount of growth, the worst growth since the Great Depression. Now we know why, because they will not stand up for Canadian jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, she's saying things that just aren't true. We know they tried to interfere with an independent legal officer. They tried to get the former Attorney General to change her mind. She said no. She said no on multiple occasions. In her view and the view of the independent Crown Prosecutor, SNC-Lavalin, based on serious corruption and bribery charges, did not qualify for one of these deals the way the Liberals themselves wrote it. Now they're trying to hide behind crocodile tears that nobody is believing. Now here's a very specific question for the House Leader. Did anyone in the Liberal government communicate to SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the record. The Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we on this side have increased resources to committees so that committees can do their work. Members from both sides sit on the Justice Committee. Justice Committee members have come together to ask for witnesses to appear. Witnesses are appearing. Mr. Speaker, I will remind this House and all Canadians what Canadians said no to. Canadians said no to the failed approach of austerity for the Conservatives that leader continues to fight for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know the truth in the SNC-Lavalin affair. Yet yesterday, the Prime Minister and Liberal members refused to ensure that the Prime Minister would come before the Justice Committee. So can he just answer one simple question? Did Cabinet members close to him or ministers assure SNC-Lavalin that there would be no criminal prosecution? Yes or no? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're going to continue to engage in speculation, but we on this House look at the facts. The leader of the Conservative Party met with the company. The leader of the NDP did as well. And in the committee, the Conservatives said that I don't want to think anyone would think there's anything wrong in meeting with SNC-Lavalin. We in this House, we on this side, respect the work of committees. We respect offices of Parliament. That's why we increased resources, and we will not use the same approach as the Conservatives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the question that I asked is simple and perfectly legitimate. Did a member of the Prime Minister's office, anyone close to him, assure SNC-Lavalin that they would be able to avoid a criminal trial for the actions that we are all aware of? Why does the Prime Minister refuse to answer such a simple question and come before the Justice Committee? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have no respect for committees. We, on this side of the House, know that members sit on the committee. They asked for witnesses. Witnesses are coming. They will continue to come, and they will answer members' questions from both sides. We, on this side of the House, are currently aware that there's also a study on the part of the Ethics Commissioner. We respect the work of the Commissioner. We respect the work of the committee. But as we can see, that's not the case for the Conservatives. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, in 2006, SNC-Lavalin illegally gave $110,000 to the Liberal Party of Canada and to its associations. Today, SNC-Lavalin needs a helping hand because they're in trouble. The machine is working. More than 50 meetings between the company and the government. Why? Over those 2 years, 14 meetings with the PMO. That's one meeting every 2 months. Why? Now, for the former Minister of Justice to come before the committee is one thing. I'm looking forward to hearing her. But why were there so many lobbying meetings? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, the NDP leader met the company. The Conservative leader met the company. I apologize. Both party leaders met with SNC-Lavalin. Everyone knows that, and no one's hiding that. Now, we know that the members sitting on the Justice Committee are doing their work. We on this side of the House have confidence that they will do their work, and we are also confident that witnesses will answer questions. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a difference between 2 meetings and 50 meetings. Anyway, here's what we know. The Director of Public Prosecution formally denied a remediation agreement for SNC-Lavalin on September 4th. And yet 2 weeks later, the Minister of Justice met with the Prime Minister to discuss this matter. The day after, SNC-Lavalin lobbyists managed to get 4 meetings with ministers and senior officials. My question is this. The Minister of Finance or the Minister of International Trade, are they rather willing to come before the Justice Committee to disclose the content of their conversations? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it looks like the Conservatives and the NDP are sharing the same lines, but here are the facts. The Director of Public Prosecutions confirmed that prosecutors in every case exercise the discretion independently and free from any political consideration. The prosecutor also said that there is no direct communication between the DPP and the PMO. The clerk of the Privy Council also said that at every opportunity, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, yesterday's letter from the former Justice Minister shows the extraordinary steps she's had to go to force this Prime Minister's hand to lift the legal gag order so she can speak truth to a parliamentary committee. But she's not the only person we need to hear from in the SNC scandal. We noticed that there were numerous attempts by Prime Minister's staff to pressure into intervening in an independent legal investigation after it was found out that SNC was not eligible, and they used a manifestly illegal argument, which is economic interest. So in the interest of fairness, will the Prime Minister agree that Katie Telford and Jerry Butts and the rest of his staff will also testify in this hearing?
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that is one of the many members that was denying that members of the Justice Committee could do their work and would be able to meet. Today, that committee is meeting. That member, his party, as well as the Conservatives, they said that the Justice Committee will not be calling for witnesses. Mr. Speaker, witnesses are appearing, they're answering questions. That member, his party, as well as the Conservatives, they said that the former Attorney General would not be invited to speak. Members of the Justice Committee invited her to speak. She will be speaking. They need to stop undermining the work of committees. They need to start respecting our institutions so that Canadians know that they can as well.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Order.
Oh, she's not going to get her honorary set of gold SNC cufflinks with excuses like that, because we're talking about the illegal interventions by the Prime Minister's office. So let's just set this as Prime Minister and the clerk met with the former Justice Minister September 17th. She said no. PMO official met her December 5th. She said no. PMO staff met with her staff December 18th. They said no. Then the clerk of the Privy Council met with her on December 19th, and she said no, and she was removed from her position soon after. So in the interest of corruption, I ask the Prime Minister, when does no mean no for the Liberal Party?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, let's look at the record. The Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. The Clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Prime Minister of Justice to take. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we lower taxes on middle-class Canadians so that we could increase them on the wealthiest 1%. The NDP said no to that measure. We on this side, we brought in the Canada Child Benefit. Today's Stats Canada confirmed that 278,000 kids have been lifted out of poverty, over 800,000 Canadians. The NDP...
Honourable member for Milton.
I feel like the Honourable House Leader is being paid by the word today, Mr. Speaker. What I would say, though, is this. I have very few words on this matter. What I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, is this. I'm sorry, I can't.
Order. I would ask members to come to order, and I would encourage members to try to avoid things that provoke disorder in the House. And comments that are insulting, do that. Order. I would say it to both sides. Order. Are we going to carry on? The honourable member for Milton.
I can't blame her, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want to answer my questions either. Mr. Speaker, I have one question that's very simple, and I'd like to know this. I'd like to know that between September 4th and October 10th, did the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's office, any cabinet minister, any lobbyist, anyone associated with the Prime Minister's office indicate to SNC-Lavalin or give assurances that they would be able to get a deferred public...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Justice Official Backgrounder on Remediation Agreement states two of the main purposes for remediation agreements. 1, hold the organization accountable for the wrongdoing. 2, reduce harm that a criminal conviction of an organization could have for employees, pensioners, stakeholders, and other third parties who did not take part in the offense. Mr. Speaker, the record shows that the leader of the Conservative Party met with the company. We know that the leader of the NDP met with the company. We know that that deputy leader herself said on the record at Justice Committee there's nothing wrong with meeting the company. We on this side will focus on Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, somebody's going to have to answer this question because on September 4th, the Director of Public Prosecutions actually informed SNC-Lavalin that they would not be receiving a deferred public prosecution agreement. However, in the audited financial statements of SNC-Lavalin, they indicate that the company was advised by the director of the PPC in October 2018 that it would not be invited by the PPSC. Who in the Prime Minister's office gave the assurance between September 4th and October 10 that there would not be a problem with the PPSC?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's look at the record. The Director of the Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. Last week, the Deputy Minister of Justice confirmed that, quote, there is no direct communication in any specific case between the PMO and the DPP. The Clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed that, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take. We on this side will not undermine the work of committees or the Commissioner like the Conservatives.
Honourable member for Milton.
I'm going to break it down super simple, Mr. Speaker. On September 4th, the Director of Public Prosecutions told SNC-Lavalin that there would be no agreement coming their way. They didn't report it, and they didn't think that it was real until October. But miraculously, there were copious meetings between SNC-Lavalin lobbyists and the Prime Minister's office and the Clerk of the Privy Council. So let's try this again. Who told them they were going to be able to get out of going to court?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's once again not surprising that the Conservatives will undermine the work of committees. Once again, it's not surprising that the Conservatives will undermine the work of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, they did it for 10 years under Stephen Harper, and today they have chosen a new leader, but it still remains the same party of Stephen Harper. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can have confidence in their institutions. We on this side will let them do their work. They are meeting, they are calling forward witnesses. Witnesses are appearing, answering those tough questions. Members from both sides are present.
Order. There's too much noise. I'm having trouble hearing the answers. We need to hear both the questions and the answers. Members have to remember that their side will get its turn in due course, and members have to listen to each other whether they like it or not, or what they're saying or not, as my honourable friend from Caribou, Prince George, is aware. The honourable member for Carleton.
Prime Minister claims that if he'd allowed SNC to face criminal conviction, the company would go out of business because corporate criminals are banned from federal contracts. But wait. December 2015, the government gave SNC a deal exempting it from the ban despite criminal charges. And now, the government is changing the policy to exempt SNC even if it is convicted. If the Prime Minister plans to allow SNC to get contracts even after a conviction, why did he need to intervene to stop the company from going to trial in the first place?
Right.
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, our government works to ensure the highest ethical standards for government procurement and effectively address corporate wrongdoing. We've developed and are implementing a stronger integrity regime that holds companies accountable. PSPC has entered into an administrative agreement with this company while criminal proceedings are underway. This agreement permits the company to contract with the government while meeting strict corporate compliance conditions, ensuring strong oversight while protecting innocent third parties like pensioners and employees from financial harm.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, isn't that an interesting admission? They now claim that they can sign a direct deal between Public Works Department and the company to protect pensioners and jobs. That was supposedly the justification for interrupting the criminal proceedings in the first place. So if they have the ability to do this without blocking the prosecution, there must be another motive for having tried to secure a deferred public prosecution agreement. Will the minister admit that they were just trying to protect their corporate cronies and not the jobs of the workers?
Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, it is practice for the government to put in place administrative agreements with companies while criminal proceedings are underway. This administrative agreement will terminate if there is a criminal conviction, and in the meantime, we cannot comment on any ongoing court cases.
Member for Carleton.
No, but the government is working now on changing the policy so that the company could get an administrative agreement even after conviction. In other words, they didn't need to go about blocking the prosecution to achieve that goal. So if it wasn't to protect the workers or the pensioners or any other innocent party, who does it leave that the government was actually protecting? Isn't it clear that this company, which gave over $100 grand in illegal donations to the Liberal Party, is the real organization that these Liberals are trying to protect?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, it was the Conservative government that put into place the integrity regime, and our government is working to enhance it. We are increasing the scope of activities that could result in debarment from contracts with the government with our enhanced integrity regime. We are looking at putting in place a stronger integrity regime that definitely will benefit Canadians and make sure that our Canadians' money is spent with integrity.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, all over the country, people are struggling to pay for their medicine and make ends meet. But rather than help them, the Liberal government continues to tell them that they'll have to wait. This week, unions are in Ottawa to call on the government to work on implementing a comprehensive universal pharmacare plan that covers everyone. Clearly, people want a comprehensive, universal, single-payer delivered pharmacare plan that covers everyone equally. What is this government waiting for? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to the NDP, on this side of the House, we do our homework. We are ensuring that we are going to implement a plan that will help all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we created an advisory group on implementing a national pharmacare plan, and I look forward to hearing the committee's recommendations. We'll be receiving the report later this year.
Mr. Speaker, too many people skip the medicine they need because the prices are too high. All Canadians deserve coverage, but instead the Liberals are cooking up a half-baked plan that leaves workers out. Don't the Liberals know that employer coverage isn't what it used to be? Corporations have been rolling back benefits on working people, leaving them with not only less coverage, but often no coverage for the drugs they need. Canadians want a comprehensive, universal, single-payer delivered pharmacare plan that covers everyone equally. Why are the Liberals refusing to listen?
Very good. Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, with something as important as a national pharmacare program, this side of the House wants to get it done right, and that's why that we are doing our homework. I'm very pleased that we've put it together an advisory council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program. We have 6 Canadian experts that are looking at this matter and having conversations with Canadians. I look forward to receiving the report later this spring in order to meet the needs of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Yesterday at the Justice Committee, retired Judge Mary Ellen Turpel Lafond testified that public officials must be able to point to lawful authority for their actions. So, what lawful authority did the Prime Minister have to conspire to stop the criminal trial of a company charged with bribery? What lawful authority?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we have a rule of law. In Canada, we have a system that works. Canadians can have confidence in that system. Members of the Justice Committee, members from both sides of the aisle, sit on the Justice Committee. That member that asked a question is actually a member of the Justice Committee. He knows very well that witnesses are appearing, that have been asked to appear. Witnesses are answering questions. We on this side have confidence in the work of the Justice Committee. It's really too bad that that member and his party do not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, instead of respecting the former Attorney General and the independence of her office, the Prime Minister instead launched a concerted campaign to change her mind, a concerted campaign to interfere with the independence of the Office of Attorney General. What lawful authority did he have to do that?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member continues to speculate rather than look at the facts. So let's look at the record so that Canadians can be reassured that they can have confidence in their institutions. The Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. Last week, the Deputy Minister of Justice confirmed that there was no direct communication in any specific case between the PMO and the DPP. The Clerk of the Privy Office, the Privy Council, also confirmed that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, the Prime Minister said it was a decision.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader often tells us to look at what's happening in the Justice Committee. But yesterday, let's talk about that committee, the retired Judge Mary Ellen Turpel Lafond testified that all public officials must be able to point to lawful authority for their actions. So, can the Prime Minister tell us what lawful authority he used to attempt to stop the criminal trial of a company charged with corruption? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, on the government side, under this Prime Minister's leadership, have increased resources for committees so that they can do their work. We know that the members sitting on the committee, members on both sides, are doing their work. They're asking for witnesses. They're calling for those witnesses. Witnesses are coming before the committee and answering questions. But what's very interesting here is that the Conservatives, including this member, claim they have no intention of jeopardizing jobs at SNC-Lavalin. But the member for Carleton, in English, is saying something completely different. He said, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. The Justice Committee exists, yes, but the Prime Minister refused to come and appear before that committee. Mr. Speaker, it's also clear that the PM and his team put pressure on the former Attorney General to stop a criminal prosecution. And because they couldn't come to an agreement, the Prime Minister did what? Well, he fired her on the spot. Now, all Canadians realize that what the government was saying about being feminist and transparent was a joke. Again, Mr. Speaker, what lawful authority did the PM have to attempt to stop the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House trust our government institutions, and we trust the Justice Committee. The Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed that at every opportunity the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is really interesting. Let's be clear about something. That member opposite said that he had no intention of jeopardizing jobs at SNC-Lavalin. He said it himself. But the member of Carleton in English said that they wanted to shut down that company and they weren't afraid of saying so. They have to come clean with Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years here, it seems that nothing could surprise me, and yet the Liberals can. With respect to the Trans Mountain expansion, the National Energy Board report concluded that it does not respect Indigenous rights and that it will endanger our environment and harm endangered species, but the Liberals say it's in the national interest. So for the Liberals, does this mean that protecting our environment and respecting First Nations is not in the national interest? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want to grow the economy and protect the environment. We have put over $1.5 billion into protecting our environment. We are following the guidelines of the Federal Court of Appeal. Now, we want to help Canadians. We want to work both for the economy and the environment.
This genius pipeline-owning Prime Minister, you know, the one who handed over $4.5 billion to a Texas oil company after their pipeline got thrown out of court? Now he's looking to spend another $10 to $15 billion of our money. The National Energy Board admits that this pipeline will hammer the environment, hurt Indigenous relations, and further wreck our climate. Governing is about making choices, and Liberals are actually weighing the choice between protecting an orchid population, in repairing Indigenous relations, and actually fixing our carbon emissions, or building their pipeline. Which one's it going to be?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the court provided us with a clear path to move this project forward in the right way, and that is what we are delivering. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, a supporter of the LNG Canada project that will go through his riding and create 10,000 good jobs, seems to pick and choose the pipelines he supports. And the NDP caucus seems to think he can pick and choose which court rulings they listen to. We know that how important this process is to Canadians. We are working each day to get it right. Merci, Mr. President.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the winter, constant snow and ice build up on runways can sometimes present a challenge for pilots landing safely at regional airports. And as you know, in the Kenora riding, there are 22 airports of this kind. My constituents rely on Red Lake Municipal Airport to support our local economy and to maintain social well-being with our community. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister please inform my constituents about what is being done to help local airports address their safety concerns? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the member for Kenora for his excellent question and for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents. He knows that for this government, safety is our top priority. That's why I was delighted to join him at the airport in the community of Red Lake to highlight the new de-icing equipment, the new improved runway lighting that is going to make the airport even safer. It is important for local residents, for tourists, for the local businesses, and we will always put safety in front of everything with our regional airports. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, when the Prime Minister fired the former Attorney General, he said that there had to be a separation between criminal procedures and politics. And Mr. Speaker, this is at the very heart of the Liberal scandal that's been shaking the country for weeks. The director of public prosecution said she would go forward. I want to know if this issue was discussed in Cabinet, yes or no? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the director confirmed that the Attorney General could exert her authority independently. The government has done its work properly and followed all legislation and regulations. We believe in an independent judiciary and we believe in the rule of law. This file is now under study by the Ethics Commissioner and the Justice Committee. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the former Attorney General had to deal with pressure on 3 different occasions by the Prime Minister, by his Principal Secretary, and by the number 1 bureaucrat. I want to know if the DPP's decision was discussed. If the DPP's decision was discussed in Cabinet, yes or no? Mr. Speaker, the clerk confirmed that the Prime Minister clearly said that this decision was to be taken by the Minister of Justice, and the DPP confirmed that the Attorney General has a discretionary power that has to be exercised independently. There was no direct communication between the Prime Minister Cabinet and the DPP. The Conservatives say one thing in French, another thing in English. They should stop doing that.
Up on this SNC-Lavalin scandal is that they're having trouble keeping their story straight. The clerk of the Privy Council testified last week that there was no discussion of the special deal for SNC-Lavalin at Cabinet, but the Minister of National Revenue went on the radio and said that the SNC deal was discussed at Cabinet. So only one of these people can be telling the truth. Which one of them is it?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I will reassure Canadians that they can trust their institutions. And we will share once again what happened at Justice Committee last week. When it was asked if it would be appropriate for the Prime Ministers and officials to discuss the matter with the Attorney General confirmed those kind of confirmations would be appropriate. When asked about conversations about Cabinet colleagues in his role as Minister of Justice and Attorney General and whether they were appropriate, the Attorney General answered, absolutely. We have always, and we will always, have confidence in our institutions, and Canadians can do as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have confidence in their institutions. They've lost confidence in this Liberal government because the clerk of the Privy Council made it very clear that the SNC special deal was never discussed at Cabinet, yet the Prime Minister refused to answer direct questions on this matter, citing Cabinet confidence. So either the Prime Minister was misleading Canadians or the clerk of the Privy Council was misleading Canadians. Which one of them was misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives will continue to speculate. We know that that is their approach. It was their approach under 10 years of Stephen Harper, and unfortunately, it remains their case today. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying attention. They have not forgotten the rule book that the Conservatives released so that they could undermine and destroy committees. We, on this side, we increased resources to committees so that committees could do their important work. And what was confirmed by the Justice Committee is that when the clerk of the Privy Council came to appear and answer questions, he said that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in Canada deserves a safe, affordable place to call home. But the housing crisis is leaving many of us out in the cold. People need solutions now, not years from now. That is why in Burnaby South, elected Jagmeet Singh, a leader who understands the urgency of the housing crisis, unlike the Liberals who failed to act. Canadians can't wait any longer. Why are the Liberals so quick on their feet when their rich corporate friends need something and yet refuse to ensure safe, affordable housing for those who desperately need it now?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to start to thank the member opposite for raising this very important question of a housing crisis that exists in many parts of Canada. And that's because for too many years, the federal government wasn't a leader and wasn't a partner in housing. That has changed since 2016. We have invested $5.7 billion additional dollars, have helped 1 million families. Last year, we launched the historic first ever national housing strategy, which is going to transform the era of housing that we look forward to working with provinces and territories.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, over 350 delegates from the Canadian Labour Congress are in Ottawa today to talk about pension security and pharmacare. They echoed similar concerns brought by the Coalition of Retiree Organizations last week in Ottawa. It's clear workers and retirees want the Liberals to finally take action to provide a real pension security for seniors and to introduce a fully universal pharmacare program. Canadians are no longer buying the empty promises. They want solutions now. Are the Liberals listening? When will they finally take action?
Minister of Seniors.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and for his work on the pension security file. Our government takes pension security for seniors very seriously. It is our government that, after decades, has invested the time, the energy, and the effort to get this right. That was included in the budget as well as my mandate letter. As a result of that, Mr. Speaker, we've had consultations. We've had over 4,000 submissions because we want to have an evidence-based solution and ensure that pensioners don't suffer unintended consequences. Mr. Speaker, we're working hard and we're going to get this right.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Justice Committee, a former judge testified that the RCMP Integrity Unit should thoroughly examine the Prime Minister's alleged interference with SNC-Lavalin's criminal trial. So I have a simple question. Has the Prime Minister or anyone in the PMO been contacted by the RCMP?
The Honourable Government, Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, as members of this House should know, the RCMP is totally independent. They never consult the Minister of Public Safety with respect to whether to launch or pursue an investigation, and that is exactly how it should be in a free and open democracy like ours.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Okay, well, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the question that was asked, and so Canadians deserve an answer to this very simple question. Has the RCMP contacted the PMO or the Prime Minister about this alleged interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, the honourable gentleman is pursuing what is an absolutely improper line of questioning. The fact of the matter is the RCMP are independent, Mr. Speaker, and they should not be dragged into controversies on the floor of the House of Commons. They enforce the laws of Canada, and they do it at their own volition and discretion, and that is the way it should be in a free and open democracy.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, again, it certainly feels like they're not in the business of answering the question. The question is quite simple, and Canadians deserve to know. There's a crisis in the rule of law. This is not politics as usual. This is serious, and Canadians know there's a deeper scandal. So again, has any current or former cabinet minister or Liberal staffer been contacted by the RCMP over the SNC affair or anything else pertaining to the former Attorney General's portfolio? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, we are absolutely absolutely not aware of any activity in relation to the RCMP. Neither should we be, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP are completely independent, and they will pursue whatever matters they deem it appropriate to pursue. And for the opposition to attempt to politicize a situation is absolutely improper and contrary to the best interests of law enforcement in this country.
Order. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is focused on improving the quality, the coverage, and most importantly, the price of telecommunication services for Canadians, no matter where they live. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development speak to the latest step our government is taking to ensure that Canadian consumers have the quality services at affordable prices they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga East Cooksville for his question and also championing affordability issues. As he has highlighted, our government has recently announced a policy directive requiring CRTC to look at competition, affordability, consumer interests, and innovations, because wireless data plans are up to 32% cheaper than the national average in regions with strong competition. We're promoting more competition, more choice, so therefore Canadians can have more affordable plans, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Public Safety, and it's a very direct question. Has any staff member or any minister been contacted by the RCMP with respect to the SNC-Lavalin investigation? The answer is simple, yes or no.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Order.
Speaker, as I replied in my last answer, we are not aware of any such activity in relation to the RCMP. Neither should we be, because the RCMP are completely independent.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in the SNC-Lavalin affair, the government claims to be protecting jobs, and the Minister of Transport says that safety is his priority. At the same time, ADM is raking in record profits and asking its employees to agree to unreasonable salary cuts. Now, if that's not an early sign of privatization, I don't know what is. Mr. Speaker, will the minister pledge that jobs connected to safety certificate assessments not be sourced out on the cheap?
To get up and talk about the fact that since we were elected, we've created 800,000 great-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, this year we're transforming the youth employment strategy to make sure that more young people have opportunities to succeed in the workplace. We are ensuring that every young person who wants an opportunity to apply for a summer job has that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, 70,000 young people across the country will benefit from this. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek. Order.
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes how important science is in Canada, and we rely on science every day for clean air and water, to improve health care for Canadians, and to contribute to exciting new breakthroughs that help prepare us for the jobs and economy of tomorrow. We also know that when we invest in women, we strengthen our economy for everyone. So can the Minister of Science and Sport tell the House how we are increasing inclusion at our universities?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that our government understands that research excellence and equity go hand in hand. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge the extraordinary Professor Donna Strickland, who won the Nobel Prize in Physics. She is only the third woman in history to do so. The first one in 55 years. We have made changes to the Canada Excellence Research Chairs, the Canada Research Chairs, and we will be bringing Athena Swan to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
the illegal trip to the Aga Khan's Billionaire Island, the lucrative clam fishing contract directly awarded to an in-law, investigations on shady land deals in Brampton, 4 groping scandals, including the feminist Prime Minister himself now obstructing justice to prevent the rich executives accused of bribing the Gaddafi regime from facing a trial. Enough is enough. Why are there 2 sets of rules, one that benefits the Prime Minister and his cronies, and one that hurts everyone else?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member has definitely demonstrated where the priorities of the Conservatives are at. We on this side, we have respect for committees, we have respect for the independence of the judicial system, we have respect for officers of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we on this side lower taxes on middle-class Canadians by increasing them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. Conservatives voted against it. We on this side introduced the Canada Child Benefit, tax-free benefit. Today's Stats Can has confirmed 278,000 kids have been lifted out of poverty. Over 800,000 Canadians are benefiting from this program. The Conservatives voted against it. Our focus will always be Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, SNC-Lavalin has just lost $1.6 billion. This means jobs lost in Quebec. And what's the opposition talking about? About the Prime Minister and his poor relationship with the former Minister of Justice. And what's the Prime Minister talking about? About who to blame for his fiasco. The real issue, Mr. Speaker, has been forgotten. They're going to lose their head office and thousands of jobs in Quebec. What's the Minister of Justice waiting for to sign a remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin? The Minister, Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Honourable Member that despite the fact that the legislation exists, there are procedures, there are court cases underway, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, here we have a government covering up the truth, 2 opposition parties who don't give a damn about workers, and thousands of jobs threatened because nobody is acting. They have no sense of priorities in Ottawa. When will someone in the government realize that their inaction on SNC-Lavalin is jeopardizing thousands of jobs in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want workers to be protected, but we also want all rules and regulations to be respected. Mr. Speaker, it's the same for all workers across Canada, for suppliers and pensioners. We'd like to hear the opposition talk about this as well. The Honourable Member for both.
Papineau gave his support to a campaign for the establishment of a United Nations Parliament that would have power to adopt binding regulations on Canada. His government has been imposing UN recommendations on Canada on issues such as climate change and migrations. Is this government planning to turn our country into a post-national subdivision of the UN? Or is it going to stand up for Canada as a sovereign nation deciding its own future?
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
On this side of the House, we don't believe in conspiracy theories. We go with facts. The UN Global Compact on Migration is a framework agreement that allows countries to work together on issues such as foreign credentials recognition, which is a benefit for Canada. In fact, a lot of the measures in the agreement are actually other countries catching up to what Canada is already succeeding. We will never apologize for being the world leader in settlement and integration of newcomers. Why? Because it's in our economic interest, it's the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. We're leading the world in talent attraction and investment, because investment, Mr. Speaker, follows talent.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members, and I think I need to remind members that it is the role of the Speaker to do this and not others, the presence in the gallery, order, of Professor Donna Strickland, optical physicist and co-winner of the 2018 Nobel Prize in Physics. It is also my great pleasure to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies of the United Order. 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 Of a delegation from the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies of the United Mexican States participating in the 22nd Canada-Mexico Interparliamentary Meeting. This delegation is led by Senator Antares Guadalupe Vasquez and Deputy Alfredo Pamet Benuelos. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate on Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood has 5 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thought I'd resume where I left off, which has to do with the utility of committees. I noticed that that was a theme of question period, that committees are assigned tasks, and committees doing their work actually make significant differences. And so I wanted to go over, Madam Speaker, a number of the significant differences that the committee made with respect to the original C-83 and the C-83 that is before us as amended by the committee. Because we did listen to witnesses and we did suggest changes to the government, and in many instances the government listened to the committee and did make the changes. So the bill now includes a strengthened healthcare review system. If the warden disagrees with the recommendation from a healthcare provider to move an inmate in or out of SIU or to alter their conditions of confinement, the committee or senior CSC personnel external to the institution will review the matter. That was a Liberal amendment. The Conservatives contributed an amendment which said that a new provision allows CSC staff to recommend to a healthcare professional that an inmate be assessed under certain conditions, i.e. self-harm, emotional distress, adverse drug reaction, etc. The NDP Green amendment said that the principle that CSC and the parole board impose the least restrictive measures consistent with security was reinserted. The language existed for 20 years under the until the previous government changed it to necessary and appropriate. So least restrictive is back in thanks to the amendments provided by the NDP and the Green. The NDP wanted a meaningful 4 hours of face time. So when CSC records the fact that an inmate didn't get their 4 hours out, they'll now have to include in the report the reasons for refusal. And I could go on. There's about 14 or 15 different amendments provided by all parties, Mr. Speaker. And those amendments, I think, Madam Speaker, and I think those amendments actually strengthen the bill and recommend the bill to this House. So the law, it enshrines in law the principle that medical professionals, Madam Speaker, in CSC must operate independently of correctional authorities. It also requires CSC to consider systemic and background factors when making decisions that impact Indigenous people in federal custody. None of this, Madam Speaker, is a panacea. Even once this bill passes and the considerable resources to implement are put in place, there will remain a lot of work to do. One of the amendments that I didn't mention, Madam Speaker, is that we insisted on a 5-year review. So this is an open bill, Madam Speaker. As I say, it's not a panacea, but it is to be recommended. The effective rehabilitation and safe integration of people who have broken the law is essential for public safety. That's why I support this legislation, and I commend it to honourable colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts when we talk about standing committees and often the very positive role that they play. While this bill is up for debate during second reading, the minister responsible for the legislation was fairly decent in terms of just recognizing how open he was and to receiving amendments, if in fact the amendments could be justified. And my understanding, I wasn't at the committee stage, but my understanding is that not only were there amendments that came in from the government benches, but we saw it from opposition parties, and even the leader of the Green Party was able to bring forward a series of amendments. And it's one thing to see them brought forward. Often, especially under the old regime of Stephen Harper, you never saw them pass, but what we have seen is more and more amendments, even from opposition parties, that are adopted to improve legislation. And this particular bill is a good example in terms of how a standing committee, if the desire is there to have a positive outcome, that we can in fact see positive outcomes in terms of legislation actually changing. So today's legislation is actually better than what it was before it went to committee. And if he can provide his thoughts on that issue.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, again, I have the delight of chairing what I regard as an excellent committee. The members work well together. The partisanship occasionally flares up, but it's by and large minimal. And in this particular bill, there were actually some divergence of opinion as to what should or shouldn't be included in amendments. But of the 14 or 15 amendments, I take note that six of the amendments are from opposition parties. And I'd recommend that that attitude towards openness to amend bills to all ministers, frankly. The committees can do useful work, if they're allowed to do useful work, and indeed if members on the committee assert themselves in a collective fashion, then the legislation going into the committee can actually be improved as it goes out of committee. And as I say, this is not the end of looking at solitary confinement, Madam Speaker. There are more things to be done. So, as I say, it's not a panacea bill, but it is a bill to be recommended to members.
Comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we hear our colleagues across the way talking that they consulted broadly with respect to C-83. Yet at committee, witness after witness actually talked about the failure to consult properly. As a matter of fact, the Correctional Investigator of Canada told the Public Safety Committee that all the consultations seem to have been done internally, and to his knowledge, there have been no consultations with external stakeholders. And his comment was, I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out, such as C-83, end quote. Now, Madam Speaker, it just is so odd that we hear this time and time again, that they have consulted broadly, and yet it just seems that it is a tick box in the vernacular, that they say that they consulted broadly, and that all they have done is really they've rushed this piece of legislation through. We know that witness after witness after witness expressed their concerns with respect to C-83. Madam Speaker, through you, why does our honourable colleague feel the need to rush Bill C-83 with faulty consultation?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to partly agree with my honourable colleague that there was some considerable criticism of the original bill as it was presented to the committee. But that is the point of a committee. The committee listens to the testimony and suggests amendments. And the amendments are before the House as we speak. 14 amendments, 6 of which are from opposition parties, Madam Speaker. So if that's not appropriate for the for committee work, I don't know what is. The other thing, the other gun to the head, so to speak, is that there are 2 outstanding lawsuits. And if we don't move this legislation forward, then we will not have solitary confinement or segregated units in prisons, and that would be a shame.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure today to rise and speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Correctional and Conditional Release Act and another act. This legislation proposes to eliminate administrative segregation in correctional facilities, replace these facilities with new structured intervention units, or SIUs, introduce body scanners for inmates, set parameters of access to health care, and formalize expectations for Indigenous offenders, female offenders, and offenders with diagnosed mental health issues. Now, Madam Speaker, I have the privilege of chairing the Public Accounts Committee, and in that committee we work very closely with the Auditor General's office. We study the reports that the Auditor General has released, and much of what I want to speak today is actually quoting from the Auditor General's reports. One of those reports, in the fall of 2017, reports of the Auditor General of Canada, was entitled Preparing Women Offenders for Release. The objective of this audit was to determine whether Correction Services Canada assigned and delivered correctional programs, interventions, and mental health services to women offenders in federal custody, including Indigenous women offenders, that responded appropriately to their unique needs and helped them successfully reintegrate into the community. As noted by the Auditor General, and I quote, "Under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Correctional Service Canada is required to provide programs and services that respond to the needs of women offenders." What the AG found was that, again, quote, CSC had not implemented an initial security classification process designed specifically for women offenders And as a result, some women offenders risked being held in inappropriate security levels. End quote. Furthermore, CSC had not implemented an appropriate tool for referring women offenders to correctional programs, and that was in line with their risk of reoffending. Nor had they assessed the effectiveness of its correctional programs in addressing the factors associated with a risk of reoffending. Madam Speaker, lastly, most relevant to our debate today, the AG concluded, and I quote, that CSC had not confirmed whether its tools correctly identified women offenders with mental health issues or assigned them the appropriate level of care. Paragraph 5, 104 of Report 5 revealed, and I quote, we also found that out of 18 women offenders identified with a serious mental illness with significant impairment, 7 were placed in segregation at some point during 2016, unquote. According to the AG's report, CSC acknowledged that segregation for persons with serious mental health issues should be, and I draw attention to the word, limited. The AG, the Auditor General of Canada, disagreed with the limited use and recommended CSC ensure that women offenders, and I quote, with serious mental illnesses with significant impairment are not placed in segregation, end quote. That there be improved oversight and that there be enhanced observation of these offenders. Correction Services Canada agreed with the Auditor General's recommendations, and therefore the Public Accounts Committee had asked in our report that by May 31st, 2019, CSC provide us with a report regarding the relocation of observation cells out of segregation ranges. Now, obviously, Madam Speaker, this request was thwarted by the introduction of Bill C-83 on October 16, 2018, less than 5 months after the Public Accounts Committee tabled our report, which eliminates administrative segregation and establishes these SIUs, or the Structured Intervention Units. Under Section 32 of Bill C-3 of Bill C-83, SIU, Structured Intervention Unit, is to, quote, provide an appropriate living environment for an inmate who cannot be maintained in the mainstream inmate population for security or other reasons, and B, provide an inmate with an opportunity for meaningful human contact and an opportunity to participate in programs and to have access to services that respond to the inmate's specific needs and the risks posed by the inmate, unquote. In other words, Madam Speaker, CSC is simply being compelled to do exactly what it is already mandated to do: deliver correctional programs, interventions, and mental health services that respond appropriately to the offender's unique need. As pointed out earlier, an audit by the Office of the Auditor General revealed with respect to women offenders that CSC has failed in its mandate. In the fall 2018 report of the Auditor General, it was also revealed that CSC has not properly managed offenders under community supervision. As of April 2018, approximately 9,100 federal offenders, or 40% of all federal offenders, were under community supervision. Community supervision. According to Report 6 of the fall 2018 Auditor General Report, and I quote, offenders released into community supervision had grown and was expected to keep growing. However, Correctional Services Canada had reached the limit of how many offenders it could house in the community. Despite the growing backlog for accommodations and despite research that showed that a gradual supervised release gave offenders a better chance of successful reintegration, Correctional Services Canada did not have a long-term plan to respond to its housing pressures. CSC did not properly manage offenders under community supervision. Parole officers did not always meet with offenders as often as they should have, nor did they always monitor offenders' compliance with special conditions imposed by the Parole Board of Canada. Madam Speaker, we met with CSC last week, and we discussed this very report. And these deficiencies were brought out with an action plan to correct them. But I would humbly suggest, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal government should be focused on ensuring that Correctional Service Canada fully meets its mandate, as the safety and security of Canadians depends on the successful rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders into society upon their release. To meet their mandate, a good start would be for Correction Services Canada to start listening to their correctional workers. Madam Speaker, I am fortunate to have Drumheller Penitentiary in my constituency, and have met countless times with wardens and over the years, and with correctional officers and with other staff there in Drumheller. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that there are concerns about this present bill. There have been concerns that have come forward to the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Committee. And again, I'm concerned that many of these correctional officers are not being listened to. In fact, Jason Godin, president of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, stated that they were not consulted on Bill C-83. And so you have a leader of one of the unions of correctional officers, and his frustration is that this Liberal government, is not consulting. The correctional investigator has said, and I quote, "What I would agree with is that there has been very little detail provided by corrections or the government on how Bill C-83 is going to be implemented. Even if you read the proposed bill and it's currently written, there is a lot of stuff that seems to be pushed to regulation, is prescribed by regulations. We don't know what those regulations could look like. I think that's why a lot of uneasiness on the particular piece of legislation," unquote. Given the findings of the OAG, I believe that uneasiness with respect to safety and security of Canadians extends well beyond this Bill C-83. I certainly know from the numbers of calls and emails that I've received from correctional workers that considerable uneasiness exists in Drumheller Institution, and Madam Speaker, the reason for that anxiety ranges from concerns about their safety, their colleagues' safety. It deals a lot with pay issues around Phoenix, and I know that I have currently 70 files, some inactive, but 70 files on Phoenix. And so, Madam Speaker, again, I'll just leave it at that. I see my time is up. We have a bill now that will affect correctional officers, and they're bemoaning the fact that the government isn't listening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it was interesting that when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, under Deficit Reduction Action Plan, and I'm sure my friend and colleague can recall that particular approach of governance by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the Conservatives actually cut $846 million from CSC in their last term. How does that help rehabilitation and public safety when you really stop and think about it? You know, they talk this big line, but at the end of the day, they cut hundreds of millions of dollars. How do you reconcile the support that they supposedly have for correctional officers, for example, or for public safety, when they have that sort of a massive cut in the dying years of Stephen Harper?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, I'm not going to get into the long issues with this government. This government came in promising low deficits, a cap on deficits, and they've just, they've thrown every plan out the window and just thrown money at every problem. We have them throwing money at every problem. The problem is, when you come to corrections, my colleague tells me that there's over $200 million over the next 3 years that this government is saying we're going to cut. So they're going to cut from the public safety, from the Correction Services Canada file. So, Madam Speaker, I mean, I know one thing, that sometimes when governments they go and try to find ways to streamline programs. When some programs end, they come in with new programs. There's always a shuffling of funding around. But I think every Canadian understands now that when the Conservative Party was in power, the Conservatives cared about law and order. They concerned about a justice system. They concerned about a correctional penal system. They understood that our guiding principle always has been the protection of society, and that we make sure that dangerous offenders are in a penitentiary, not the 9,100 that we see out under community supervision somewhere. So, yeah, there was massive differences of opinions between this government and our government. But, Madam Speaker, make no mistake, I think all Canadians understand that when it came to law and order, to policing, to the issues that deal with prisons, parole, police, CSIS, the Conservative government got it, and they got public safety.
Comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and to my honourable friend from Battlefoot, Crowfoot, there is a large philosophical gap between, I think, those of us who see our prisons as correction facilities with the hope that people will re-enter the population, and the notion of tough on crime that we heard through the Harper years. And because my friend from Battlefoot, Crowfoot, is in fact a friend, I ask him this. The cuts that occurred in the Harper years included eliminating the chaplaincy program in our prisons. It also included eliminating the farm programs, prison farms, so that people who had been convicted of crime could get out in the outdoors, do a good day's work, as I know my honourable colleague does, where he lives in the prairies on his farm. Don't we all in this place owe it to each person who finds himself incarcerated to try to get them on a path to being able to take up a job in society again? Can't we stop saying that if they're in prison, they must be in the worst possible conditions, but find those conditions that actually lead to being able to play a useful role in society? Why cancel the chaplaincy program? Why get rid of prison farms?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. And I can recall this, that when we looked at the farm program in the prison structure, the prison farm program, one of the interesting components of what we noticed when that program was phased out was that there was very few people who, after being integrated and rehabilitated, who ever went out and, first of all, was employed on a farm, or any of the great lessons that they would have learned while they were out there working on someone's farm. It wasn't necessary lessons that enhanced an opportunity for them to get a job after. And so they have the different programs of carpentry and welding and all those. Those were, more resources were put into those because that's where the jobs were when these individuals left the penitentiary system. And so I'm personally not in favor of cutting a chaplaincy program. I think the faith component is one where it does help with rehabilitation, but that was the answer on the farm program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought perhaps there would be a Liberal speaker in front of me. Now, thanks very much. I'm very pleased to stand to speak once again on C-83, which amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Now, the Liberals seem to have a long history and a running streak of putting forward bills focusing more on criminals' rights than those of the victims. And this, in some ways, seems to be another one of those. It's a mostly poorly thought out bill that provides no resources or thoughts to employee safety among those working in correction services. Now, the government should have spent time consulting with CSC workers, figuring out how they could reconfigure the prisons and how they would also pay for all of these changes. C-83 is another example of the government going out, making a big announcement, and thinking that everything ends at the announcement, that everything's done, without putting any planning behind it. Now, we've seen this with this government with the infrastructure program. They go and announce $180 billion in infrastructure spending. They kind of overlook the fact that $90 billion of it was commitments from the previous government. but there's another $90 billion. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is not able to locate within the budget or the estimates a fair amount of this spending. The Senate committee did a study on the infrastructure spending and said the only metrics for success from the infrastructure was how much money was spent, not how many roads are built, how many highways were upgraded, but just how much money was spent. We see the same thing with the Liberals with their housing plan. They make grandiose announcements, stand in this House again and again, $40 billion. Kevin Page, the former Parliamentary Budget Officer, put a report that's actually about $1.5 billion. Now, the Prime Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary responsible for housing stood up in this House and said, oh, 1 million families have been helped under this plan, believing that they just make an announcement and everything happens. Turns out, if you look at their own departmental results plan, it was 7,500 families helped, not 1 million. So we see this again and again. C-83 is no different, and I'm going to get to that later. Now, there are some things in C-83 I can support. Now, the Liberal government is much like a broken watch that's correct twice a day. Sometimes they can be correct in their bills. Now, the bill calls for body scanners to prevent contraband from getting into the prison and drugs. I fully support that. I wish they'd modify it so that everyone coming in gets a body scan. But I do have to agree with the people that I've talked to with correction services. Why are we trying to stop drugs, but at the same time we're bringing in and handing out needles to the prisoners? These are needles that we have heard being used as weapons against CSC workers. And I like the fact C-83 does give more consideration to Indigenous offenders. It's no secret that they're farly overrepresented in prisons from our population. That has to be addressed. So I do agree with that. But there's too many parts of the bill where it would negatively impact the safety of corrections officers. Now, we all know the Ashley Smith situation was a tragedy. I shouldn't call it a situation, it was a tragedy. Now, the government should go out and do everything in its power to prevent such occurrence happening again. But a poorly thought out plan, underfunded bill that just bans segregation is not the answer. Now, we have to keep in mind that it's not just the inmates committing the crimes that are going into the segregation. Often it's the victim. They're put in there to assure their safety, moving them away from the abuser to assure their safety. They don't want to obviously name their abuser because of, prison rules, so to speak. So the assaults continue unless the victim gets moved into segregation. Now, unfortunately, that person eventually has to resegregate back into the prison system or change prisons. Nothing in C-83 addresses this. Now, a CBC report says segregation is not the deterrent it once was. Prisoners now receive all of their possessions, their television, all their belongings within 24 hours of being put in segregation. Now, the CBC report quoted a couple of corrections officers. One of them stated, where the more violent inmates used to be in separate containers, now they're all in one bag, and we're just waiting for one to go off. And that sets the rest of them off, and you end up with murder, stabbing, slashing, and officer injuries higher than ever. Another one is saying the inmates, they can get away with a lot more than they used to in the past, and that contributes to the growing violence and the crisis in corrections. One says all removing segregation does, especially disciplinary segregation, is it softens reprisals for bad behavior. Inmates know there's one less tool for correctional officers to use to maintain order and ensure their own safety. CBC reported in September 2017, now this is on a provincial study, but it does cover also, I would imagine, federal, massive upswings in inmate assaults in 5 years when they removed or reduced segregation, 50% increase. Now, under this proposal, each time someone moves from their segregation out for their added hours in the open, it's going to take 2 officers to escort that person. And I have to ask, where are the resources coming from? Now, if I look at the CSE, the Correction Services Departmental Plan, which plans out forward-thinking several years showing what their budget will be, if you look at the manpower, they actually have the identical in 2021 as they do now. So we're planning all this extra work for the officers, but there's no plan on providing extra officers. And actually, if you look at the plan, and this is signed off by the Minister of Public Safety himself, they've actually cut officers from when the Harper government was in charge. Again, where are the resources coming from? And where's the added dollars coming from to renovate these new cells? Now, we heard the Minister of Public Safety stand up and say, well, there's $80 million from the last budget, there's $400 million in the estimates, that's fine. But when you look at, again, the departmental plans, from 2017 last year to this year, they've cut $152.5 million from correction services. Going out in the next couple of years, they're cutting an additional $225 million. So if they're spending $400 million on renovations and resources, but the end result in the end is going to be $225 million less, where's the missing $600 million? I'm sure the parliamentary budget officer, like not being able to find where their missing infrastructure money is, will not be able to find where this money is now. Getting back to the departmental plans, again, the departmental plans lays out the priorities for the government for that department. And again, this plan is reviewed and signed off on by the Minister of Public Safety. They had 20 priorities, and not a single one, not one mentioned or addressed officer safety or safety for anyone working for correction services. Not a single one. Now, the government, in discussing CA3, stands up and brags about first time ever we've given the head of correction services a mandate letter. Well, I looked at the mandate letter. There's 1,400 words in their mandate letter for the head of CSC. Keep in mind the government's so proud about this. 1,400 words, 24 are about victims of crime. Just 52 are about the safety or well-being of corrections officers. Just 52 out of 1,400. And out of the 52, it includes this gem. I encourage you to instill with Corrections Services Canada a culture of ongoing self-reflection. Now, can you imagine inmate coming at you with a knife or a needle, and what's your response? You look up your manual, wow, self-reflection. It sounds like something more appropriate after being maybe confronted after groping someone at a concert, maybe self-reflection, but not when you're dealing with inmates and in a criminal situation. There's an issue with, a gentleman named Rob Finnegan in Millhaven Institution, slashed across the face with a shard or a knife. Why? Because the inmates, the new rules, the inmates can only be cuffed in front, not cuffed behind. So here we have someone was cuffed, moving to segregation. He had a shard of glass or a knife with him, cut across the face of the officer. Luckily, the officer's eye was not lost, but still slashed because the rules were putting into effect without any consideration for the officers. Now, I just have a minute left, so I want to round out. The last budget, money set aside for mental health for inmates. No one's going to argue that. Obviously, that's a very important issue here. Also, money put aside for mental health for RCMP officers. 40% more money put aside per capita for inmates than the RCMP officers. 40%. I think that sums up the government's priorities in a nutshell. More money for criminals, less for the RCMP, and less for our valued officers in prisons. And I think it's perhaps time for the government to have some self-reflection on this issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
The honourable member across the way, his summary there at the very end was interesting, to have less money for the RCMP and less money for correctional services as the previous government did. Is the $300 million cut in correctional services and the cuts to RCMP and the cuts to emergency services the route that he wants us to head, similar to what the previous Harper government had done?
Yeah. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague for the question. What I stated, and I will repeat it, in this government's budget, they're putting aside 40% more per capita for mental health for inmates than they are for RCMP officers serving and protecting Canadians. That seems to be the priority of this government, putting inmates ahead of those on the streets risking their lives for Canadians. It's wrong. Continue on with his comments about cuts. Again, I suggest perhaps you read his own government's departmental plans. Obviously, the Minister of Public Safety hasn't read it, even though he signed off on it. Over the next couple of years, they're reducing it $225 million on top of the $152.5 million they cut from last year to this year. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his intervention today. One of the criticisms that we've heard over and over again during the process of getting this bill to report stage is the lack of consultation engaged in with stakeholders, with the Correctional Officers Union, with the Correctional Services Canada Ombudsman. All of these points to lack of consultation. But one of the other criticisms that was made was that because of the lack of consultation and the rushed method in which this is being brought now is that many of the actual legislative pieces that should be nailed down more precisely are going to be left to the regulatory process. And as chair of the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, I can attest to the fact that too often the regulations that are printed on any of these bills go way beyond the mandate that the legislature intended. So I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on either of those two, or maybe both of them, the lack of consultation with the people that are going to be impacted by this, our correctional officers on the front lines whose safety is at stake, and also on the lack of proper legislative framework to ensure that the regulatory process is in fact authorized. Thank you, Minister.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for his question. He brings up a very valid point about the lack of consultation. Now, we've heard throughout today a lot of quotes from various CSC, correctional services workers, about the lack of consultation. One of them, my writing wrote to me, goes, "I've lost all faith in my employer, and I'm not the only one that feels that way. No one should feel that way entirely." Now, on top of that, we just have the recently produced employee surveys for the entire government. And for correctional services, question, I would describe my workplace as being psychologically healthy. 51% of correctional services workers disagreed with that comment. I feel the quality of my work suffers because of having to do same or more work with fewer resources. 53% of CSC workers are saying they're being asked to do more with less services, putting their safety at risk. The government should listen to their own survey, listen to their employees. There is a crisis going on with CSC, and it's not being addressed, and it's not being helped by bringing closure on a debate on such an important bill as this. Thank you.
For a brief question, the Honourable l'Honorable député Salberry-Surroy.
La présidente, et je voulais savoir ce que mon collègue conservateur pense du fait que dans le projet de loi, on parle d'unité d'intervention structurée.
Il y a de la difficulté avec la traduction.
I'd like to know what my Conservative colleague thinks about the Structured Intervention Unit. Would you like to start again? Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the bill, they talk about a Structured Intervention Unit, but when we read the bill, we see that C-83 is another way of dealing with preventive isolation or segregation, or some people can be in these cells for up to 23 hours a day. Now they're saying 20, but it's often indeterminate, and it seems unconstitutional. It's been found that by various courts in Ontario and British Columbia. They find it unconstitutional because it's indeterminate and is not monitored. There is no independent monitoring, so there are mental health problems that can be exacerbated and become permanent because they see there are signs of mental health issues that are triggered by the length of this solitary confinement. There are people who become psychotic, people who have committed suicide. Thank you. So there wasn't much time left. I'd like to ask the honourable member to give a brief response.
I wish she could continue because she's brought up a lot of very valid questions about shortcomings of the bill. We need a lot more consultation from, obviously, constitutional lawyers on this. We need a lot more consultations from the CSC unions, from the people, the healthcare professionals. Liberals, by shutting down debate, muzzling those people, are doing disservice to Canadians, to inmates that they're pretending to be helping, and CSC workers. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of our colleagues for this this informative debate that we've had. It's too bad that our friends across the way. I say friends loosely. Too bad that they have limited once again this debate. As I've said earlier on a couple times throughout the process of this day and this debate, that this is it's got to be in the 60s, the 60 times that this government has limited debate, has forced closure on debate on pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk to C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Madam Speaker, this legislation has been proposed to eliminate the administrative segregation in correctional facilities. It replaces these facilities with new structured intervention units, which we will refer to as SIUs during my intervention. It introduced body scanners for inmates, sets parameters for access to health care, and it formalized the exceptions for Indigenous offenders, female offenders, and offenders with diagnosed mental health issues, amongst a few other things. It also expands on transfers and allows for the Commissioner to assign the security classification to each penitentiary or to any area in a penitentiary. Speaker, I've risen to speak on this piece of legislation a number of times in our concerns. Number one, the concern that we have is consultations. No matter how many times our friends across the way want to stand and say that they have consulted from coast to coast to coast to coast, and they have done a thorough consultation on this, we know through witness testimony that witness after witness actually expressed serious concerns with this piece of legislation, flawed to the core, I believe, at some of the comments were. Madam Speaker, we have concerns always when we are talking about the safety and security of those that we trust and we empower to protect Canadians. Madam Speaker, imagine, if you will, as an inmate or a correctional service guard reports to work, and, well, not all the tools that they require are there to do their job. Madam Speaker, we have to be, whether it's our first responders, which indeed correctional officers are first responders, we need to make sure that they are provided the tools and the resources they need to do their job effectively and securely, but also to return home and remain healthy at all times. You know, even the Union of Correctional Services, Correctional Service Officers have repeatedly voiced their concerns with this. Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, one of the quotes that we have, the head of the National Prison Guards Union predicts a bloodbath behind bars as the federal government moves to end solitary confinement in Canadian prisons. The president went on to explain that segregated inmates are supervised at a 2-to-1 guard-prisoner ratio when they're not in their unit. He said, no thought has been given to what measures we need to take to make sure that no one gets hurt. When he references that point, when he says that no one gets hurt, he means also his guards, the correctional officers that are tasked to make sure that Canadians remain safe and secure, that inmates remain safe and secure amongst the population, but also make sure that they have the tools. They have the tools to do their job. You know, Madam Speaker, the president of the Union for Canadian Security Correctional Officers actually wrote last year a letter to this minister. And he said that within a year, or over the last year, over 140 violent attacks on correctional officers had taken place in 1 year. Now, Speaker, imagine being a security guard or a correctional officer, and you're in charge of over 40 inmates. Now, Speaker, we are not talking about, we heard the flowerful language from our friends across the way that, you know, well, everybody deserves a chance. Paul Bernardo, Clifford Olson, these are the people that are housed in solitary confinement. And Speaker, not only with this piece of legislation, C-83, does the union have some serious concerns that they're not being listened to, that we also know that this program has not been fully costed out. As a matter of fact, that Correctional Service Canada managers have been asked to actually look at spending review and actually find some efficiencies, regardless of whether they say there's $448 million that are going to this program over 6 years. The managers have been asked to find some efficiencies. Find some efficiencies, Madam Speaker. Every day these officers go to work and their lives are put in jeopardy. They are there to protect Canadians. There to make sure that the worst of the worst, that these people that are there, that they stay behind bars. Madam Speaker, whether it is C-75 or C-83, what we see with this government is that they are getting softer and softer and softer on crime. C-83 also looks at reclassification of certain crimes to actually bring down the prison population from 12,000 to even less. Now, on that point, Madam Speaker, I want to bring up a case that I actually brought up earlier today to the minister, and that is the case of Cody Lejabokov. Cody Lejabokov is Canada's youngest serial killer. He killed in our neck of the woods in Caribou, Prince George. He's responsible for killing four young women, and he killed Lauren Leslie, who was 15, Natasha Montgomery, Jill Stuchenko, and Cynthia Mass. And to this day, the Montgomerys are still trying to find out through the court system if Cody Lejabokov will let them know where the remains of their daughter is. He has refused to actually take any responsibility for this crime. He was only just sentenced in 2014, at the end of 2014. Yet, what we found out over the last month, early of 2019, he was transferred from maximum to medium security, Madam Speaker, without very little notice. As a matter of fact, 2 of the 4 families did not receive any notification. And, Madam Speaker, in sentencing Cody Lejabokov, Justice Parrott said, and I quote, that the injuries in this case were massive and disfiguring, the object of each attack appearing to be aimed at not simply killing the victims, but degrading and destroying them. Justice Parrott went on further to say that he, Lejabokov, lacks any shred of empathy or remorse, and he should never be allowed to walk amongst us again. And now we know that Lejabokov has been transferred to a prison here in Ontario from British Columbia. And in their own words on the Correctional Service Canada's website, where they talk about transfers or reclassification, safety and security reclassification of inmates, their own words, Madam Speaker, is that reclassification or security classification is not an exact science. Madam Speaker, we should be arming our frontline workers with every tool so that they can make the best decisions, so that they can remain safe and secure at all times. And that means physically as well as mentally, Madam Speaker. How is it that we are now putting more rights to our criminals than that of the victims' families and the victims and those that we trust and we empower to actually protect us? Madam Speaker, it is quite concerning where time after time after time that we see our friends across the way stand up and put their hand on their heart and they say, trust us. They say, trust us. We've got the best intentions to do well, and we are looking after Canadians, yet we see this type of misstep. Madam Speaker, C-83 is yet another failed piece of legislation. The victims of families, or the families' victims, the victims' families, and the victims of crime, they deserve better. And so do our first responders, so do our correctional officers. All they're asking is to be heard. And this government continues to turn a blind eye and cover their ears when those voices are being voiced, those concerns are being voiced. With that, I'll cede the floor.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this member has risen a number of times today and criticized the government for how long for the lack of time that has been put into letting this be debated. Yet at approximately 1 minute into his speech, and if you go back and you review the record, you can see this, he said, and I quote, "I have risen to speak on this bill a number of times." And in fact, this bill has been before this House on a number of different occasions, Madam Speaker. It started off in first reading in October of last year. It then went to second reading later on October 23rd, then went to committee, where the committee had the opportunity to study this and to properly provide feedback to this House for consideration. It then came back here for report stage, and now we're finally on third reading. So how can this member actually stand up time and time again and criticize the lack of opportunity to participate in the debate on this motion or on this bill by, given the fact that by his very own words, he said he's had the opportunity to rise and speak to this bill on a number of occasions?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, our honourable colleague across the way has monopolized a ton of time on the other side. I want to actually go back to this flawed piece of legislation, C-83. Madam Speaker, there are serious concerns, whether it is the Union of the Correctional Officers of Canada who have spoke up and said that they are not being listened to. Madam Speaker, one other area that we didn't discuss, but the needle exchange, Madam Speaker, when we talk about providing tools and resources to ensure that we are, well, keeping our correctional officers safe, here we have a group on the other side, a government that's actually allowing the needles to be freely entered into our correctional system. Hey, no words of or no restrictions on there. Go back to your cell, do your drugs, what you got to do, and no onus on those the inmates to actually bring those back. Can you imagine being a correctional officer having to go in there and do an administrative check, some form of security check, and not knowing whether there is a needle with bodily fluids or even just the sharp end of it? Madam Speaker, that is a weapon, and that is shameful. These are concerns that the Correctional Service Union have brought up time and time again, and this government, and including that, our honourable colleague across the way, refused to listen.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. At the Standing Committee on Public Safety, amendments were proposed to this bill, and the NDP proposed 22 amendments. Only 2 were passed. The same thing goes for the Conservatives. They proposed 16 amendments, and only 1 was passed. On the other hand, the 21 amendments coming from the Liberals were all passed. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. Were the Liberals reasonable in studying the amendments from our side as well as the Conservative side? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our honourable colleague brings up a great point, and I should have mentioned this. They always want to stand. They always stand in the House, the Liberals do, and they look straight into the camera and they say to the Canadians that are listening in and to those that are in the gallery, trust us. We've got your intentions at heart, your best intentions at heart. And Madam Speaker, they always talk about working collaboratively with parties on all sides, and that let's just get it to committee and the good, trust that let's let the committees do the good work that they do, Madam Speaker. And we've seen it, whether it is witness after witness that have expressed serious concerns over this, and then the reflection or the bill does not reflect those concerns, or whether it's our friends in the NDP or our friends here in our official opposition that have always put, attacked these pieces of legislation faithfully and with trust of our friends across the way. And sadly, time after time after time, that trust, just like everything else that this government has done, they have broken that trust by not allowing those amendments through. Madam Speaker, it's always Liberals know best, and while they like to talk a good game, their actions are woefully, they are left wanting for sure. Madam Speaker, it is again shameful that C-83 is being rushed through, and the serious recommendations or requests from the Union of Correctional Officers of Canada are not being listened to at all. Madam Speaker, that is shameful, and with that, I'll cede the floor.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. This piece of legislation proposes to do the following: to eliminate administrative segregation in corrections facilities, to replace these facilities with a new Structured Intervention Unit, or an SIU, to introduce body scanners for inmates, to set the parameters of access to health care, and to formalize exceptions for Indigenous offenders, female offenders, and offenders with diagnosed mental health issues. Madam Speaker, on any given day in Canada, there are roughly 40,000 prisoners in custody. From coast to coast, there are 8 maximum security facilities, 19 medium security facilities, 15 minimum, and 10 multidisciplinary type facilities. Canada has 18,000 Canadian government employees looking after these prisoners, of which 10,000 are on the front line. These are either correctional officers, parole officers, or healthcare workers. Madam Speaker, while I do not sit on the committee that reviewed this piece of legislation, I have been made aware of some very striking testimony to the Corrections Services Canada Ombudsman, as well as many stakeholders, including these frontline workers who faithfully serve every day. It is clear that the Liberal government, who campaigned on engaging and consulting with Canadians, has thrown all intentions of such actions out the window, as there was very clearly very little of it done in this case, if any. Prominent witnesses such as CSC Ombudsman, Union of Correctional Officers, Civil Liberties, and Indigenous groups all commented on the lack of consultation and their concern that too much of the legislation is being left to regulation. Madam Speaker, I just want to touch on that for a few seconds, because as co-chair of the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, I can testify to the importance of the fact that any law that is passed in this House has to have adequate legislative framework so that the regulations are actually authorized by the legislation that is passed here in this House. And all too often, we have examples from various departments across the Government of Canada where regulatory mechanisms are put in place and actually enacted for, in some cases, for many years without the adequate legislative authority for them to do that. So it's very important that adequate legislative authority is given here, and yet we've had many of our witnesses testify to the fact that that is the case in this situation, that there's not adequate legislative authority. Ivan Zinger, the correctional investigator of Canada, had this to say, quote, "All of the consultations seem to have been done internally. To my knowledge, there have been no consultations with external stakeholders. I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out." End of quote. The Elizabeth Fry Society said it was a bad bill. It said that structural intervention units are not needed, that it failed to focus on the programs, and that there was lack of oversight. It is concerned about Section 81 due to the working of Indigenous governing bodies. The John Howard Society calls it a bad bill. It wanted to know what the difference between solitary confinement and structural intervention. It said that there was no difference, that the bill changed the words, but it did not change anything. Well, Madam Speaker, that sounds pretty familiar with this government over the last 3.5 years. All great sounding words, but very little action, very little follow through. This isn't the first time the Liberal government has ignored consultations with the corrections community when unilaterally implementing its own ideological beliefs. Another one is close to my riding at the Grand Valley Institution for Women. This correctional facility was one of 2 in Canada that was mandated to implement a prisoner needle exchange program, putting both correctional officers as well as other inmates at risk. On Monday, June 25, a needle exchange program was introduced to the Grand Valley Institution for Women in Kitchener. It is very concerning that the Liberal government commanded Corrections Canada to approve this program, which sends the wrong message to prisoners, to victims of crime, and in fact, Madam Speaker, to all Canadians. This program will give prisoners who are convicted of violent crimes access to needles in order to inject themselves with substances that are illegal among the general public, as well as in prison. I agree with the Ontario Region President of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, Rob Finucane, when he raises the concern that this program puts correctional officers in harm's way and that it is forcing officers to turn a blind eye to illegal activity in the prison system. I realize that illegal drugs make their way into our prison system and that there are nearly 1,500 drug seizures in prisons each year. However, Madam Speaker, the solution to this is not to turn a blind eye, but rather to effectively enforce Corrections Canada's zero-tolerance policy. The previous Conservative government took action and cracked down on this problem by increasing random drug testing, investing significantly in drug interdiction, and creating tough mandatory prison sentences for selling drugs in prisons. My constituents and all Canadians would like to see more of this action, not the normalization of the use of illegal drugs in prisons. We also need to be investing far more in treatment and in prevention programs. In fact, Madam Speaker, I have on my desk right here a petition from constituents all across Canada who are calling on the government to end this prisoner needle exchange program. I have not had time to table this petition yet, partly because of the moving to orders of the day and then closure motions. But these petitioners are calling on the Liberal government, which has established this prison needle exchange program. The Union of Canadian Correctional Officers was not consulted on this plan, which puts their members and the Canadian public at risk. The previous Conservative government passed the Drug-Free Prisons Act, which revokes parole for those who are caught using drugs behind bars. And under the new regulations, an inmate who is approved for the prisoner needle exchange program is not even required to disclose that to the parole board that she or he is on the program. So they're calling on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to end the prison needle exchange program and implement measures that would increase the safety of correctional officers in the surrounding community. Madam Speaker, the first and most important role of any government is to keep its citizens safe, not focusing on making criminal lives more comfortable. I will always focus my efforts on giving victims a strong voice in the justice system and ensure that convicted criminals do face the full force of the law. Unfortunately, we've also seen that this heavy-handed decision by the Liberal Health Minister to force communities who don't want them to have so-called safe injection sites. Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. The Respect for Communities Act, which was introduced by the previous Conservative government, gave police, residents, and municipal leaders a say in when it comes to opening an injection site within their community. Dangerous and addictive drugs tear families apart. They promote criminal behavior and they destroy lives. Instead of making it easier for drug addicts to consume drugs, the Liberal government should support treatment and recovery programs to get addicts off of drugs and enact heavy mandatory minimum sentences to crack down on drug traffickers. I do hope that the Liberal government will stop and consider the negative message that this needle exchange program is sending and reverse this policy as quickly as possible, for the sake of correctional officers, inmates, as well as the region of Waterloo citizens, and in fact, all Canadians. It's also important to note that since learning of this program, my office has been in contact with Jason Godin, the head of the Union of Correction Officers, who has been expressing his anger that his members were not consulted on a matter that directly affects their safety. Not consulted, Madam Speaker, a common complaint with this legislation. In spite of all the flowery language earlier in the campaign in 2015, that they would be a government that would consult Canadians widely. Also, Madam Speaker, I've received petitions, as I was reading earlier, from inmates at the Grand Valley Institution for Women who are against this program as it increases the risk for them. One of the more profound statements I've read recently on this was in a newspaper article by Jason Godin. He was quoted in the Vancouver Sun as saying, quote, "Attacks on guards and inmates have been increasing as the use of segregation has decreased ahead of this new legislation to change the prison system." End of quote. Madam Speaker, there are many reasons not to support this bad piece of legislation, but let me summarize our position this way. We on this side of the House are opposed to the inaction in regard to ensuring that high-risk offenders are not transferred to low-security facilities. This bill empowers the Commissioner to sub-designate parts of prisons which could lead to more cases where higher security prisoners are kept in a lower security space based on technicalities. It is also concerning the Liberals are moving away from segregation, particularly as a deterrent to bad behavior, as it strips frontline officers of their tools to manage difficult prisoners. This legislation lacks support from every major stakeholder who appeared before the committee from left to right. So, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, I did allow a little bit more time, and unfortunately, if the honourable member wants to add anything else, he could do it during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member in his speech talked about the role of government and how one of the most, if not the most important thing for a role of government is to keep its citizens safe. And I could not disagree with him more. On this side of the House, we believe that when people are incarcerated, we as society have a role to properly rehabilitate individuals so that they can be reintegrated into society as productive, contributing members of those societies and those communities. The Conservative approach, and what we're hearing from them, is one that they want to lock people up, leave them in there until their sentences have expired, and then let them out into the public. How can he possibly suggest that such a plan and such a position to take on this when it comes to rehabilitation and their lack of interest in doing that really, at the end of the day, ensures that citizens are properly protected for when those inmates are released years down the road?
I remember for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, that's a very naive question because he's assuming that these are mutually exclusive. Keeping Canadians safe and implementing treatment and recovery programs go hand in hand, Madam Speaker. In fact, I said that in my speech. The Liberal government should support treatment and recovery programs to get addicts off drugs. Of course we want prisoners rehabilitated. Of course we want them to reintegrate into society. But we want to be sure that before they do that, that it's safe to do so. Madam Speaker, this summer we had an example where a high-risk offender was transferred far, far prematurely to a low or a medium security facility. Now, we agree that maybe towards the end of their sentence, 6 months, a year before the end of their sentence, there should be some of those programs. But to do it 8 years before the sentence ends, Madam Speaker, that is foolhardy. And again, I will go back and say that, yes, the responsibility of government is to protect its citizens, while at the same time, absolutely, ensuring rehabilitation, recovery, treatment programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that there are several inmates in segregation. It can be up to 23 hours a day, and many of these inmates are suffering from mental health issues. So perhaps it would be smarter to give them access to mental health programs so that the source of the issue can be treated, rather than aggravate the issue by putting them in segregated cells. Also, once these inmates are released, it can pose a risk to public health if they're still suffering from those mental health issues. So does my colleague think that the government should not review those measures that, on top of it, are anti-constitutional?
Well, again, Madam Speaker, we're assuming that they're mutually exclusive, that you can have adequate mental health services along with appropriate segregation that keeps that prisoner from harming themselves or from harming others. But at the same point, you need adequate personnel to provide the human contact that prisoner needs, not only to protect the prisoner, but to actually engage in rehabilitation and treatment programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West, a brief question, please.
Great. A quick quote from one of CFC officers says, we're the ones working the ranges day in, day out, 24/7. We have to wait for a decision from managers whether or not we're going to react or respond to specific behavior. In the public service survey, 77% of correction services officers say their work suffers because of overly complicated or unnecessary procedures imposed by the government. My colleague talked a lot about the lack of consultation in this bill. I'm wondering if you could maybe expand on that, how it is hurting such issues at hand.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. As I said in my comments earlier, I used to represent the riding where Grand Valley Institution prison facility is housed, but the changes of the boundaries in the last election has moved. It's currently not in my riding, but it's next door to my riding. So I've had the privilege, Madam Speaker, of visiting the Grand Valley Institution on a number of occasions and speaking with the frontline workers there. I've also had the privilege of speaking personally with Jason Godin, the Correctional Officers Union chief of their union, and I know that one of their major concerns is their own safety. And Madam Speaker, when we implement these kinds of changes without consultation with them, that's where I think the big problem lies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to join the debate on Bill C-83, a bill dealing with some of the rules around incarceration in Canada. And I want to make a few general points about the principles that should guide our approach here first before moving to the particulars of the legislation itself. Madam Speaker, I believe that our approach to criminal justice should affirm the dignity of the human person, which includes personal responsibility and the capacity to change. Both are key elements. Its primary goal should be rehabilitation and the protection of society, which obviously go together. If someone is rehabilitated, then they no longer present a risk to society. If they are not rehabilitated, then they can be a risk to those around them, even when they are in prison. Now, it seems to me that both extremes in the criminal justice debate deny in some way the dignity of the person. Some believe that individual criminality is necessarily the result of social factors, as opposed to bad moral decision-making. Social factors can obviously contribute to a person's situation, but the extreme leftist analysis, which reduces everything to social factors, denies the dignity and agency of persons who are in vulnerable situations. No matter your circumstances, you do have a choice to try and make the best out of your situation, and on the other end, a choice to engage in criminal activity. It seems that this recognition of dignity and therefore responsibility is the necessary grounds of rehabilitation. A person must recognize their own agency in order to turn their life around. Now, we also reject the extreme that those who commit crimes cannot turn their life around. Some would want us to write people off too easily, but our own life experience should teach us that people can change their patterns of behavior for the better. Many people who have committed crimes can change, and there is a public interest and a moral obligation for us to do all we can to help with the process. And this means maximizing incentives and support to people who are on that journey. Now, I believe that a criminal justice policy that fully affirms human dignity, recognizing personal responsibility for crime and the ability to change, would assign sentences that are both tough and variable. Tough and variable sentences is an approach that ensures people who are rehabilitated can get back into society and contribute. But people who refuse to take the steps necessary to turn their life around remain in prison until they do. Providing strong incentives and program supports which maximize the chances of turnaround is indeed in everybody's interest. Now, our approach to sentencing should also take scarce resources into account. If people who are no longer a threat to society remain in prison, they are consuming resources that could be better spent on crime prevention programs, policing, and rehabilitation. The Parliamentary Budget Office has shown us that the average cost of incarcerating someone is about $115,000 a year. The average cost of segregation is actually $463,000 for a year. Incarcerating someone or putting them in segregation should never be done lightly in any event. And even for a guilty person, we should only incarcerate someone to the degree that the cost of their incarceration more effectively advances public safety than any other expenditure of the same funds. Clearly, because of the cost, the system should have an interest in avoiding incarceration and segregation whenever effective and less costly options exist. Now, this analysis is not to penny pinch for its own sake, but it is to recognize that there is an opportunity cost associated with any expenditure. Proactive policing and effective crime prevention is good for victims and for public safety, so striking that right balance is indeed of critical importance. Now, some will point out certainly that you can never know for sure if someone will reoffend, and that is true. But when the likelihood of reoffense is very low, and perhaps resources are better used for other kinds of interventions, like more policing, that are more likely to advance public safety than continuing incarceration. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity about a year ago to visit a prison in my riding and have some good dialogue with employees and inmates. A few points stuck with me from that conversation. One was that there are a variety of programs available to people who are in prison, and there are a variety of not-for-profit organizations, including many churches and other faith-based organizations, who are involved in connecting with and supporting inmates while in prison. But the process of transition from prison to life back outside of prison can be a real challenge. Prison life is structured and regulated in a way that life outside is not. There are far more services inside than outside. The process of transition back to normal life often involves economic challenges and pressures and the temptation to fall back into old social groups and old patterns of behavior. It seems to me that we need to look more at the area of transition and post-prison supports. How can we help people leverage new skills and experience to find meaningful employment and develop a new peer group? How can we better partner with faith communities and other not-for-profits, recognizing that post-prison ministry is just as important as prison ministry? Speaking of skills that help with transition, the prison in my riding offers inmates the potential opportunity to seek trade certification. Inmates who get a trade certificate almost never return to prison, according to the staff I spoke to. And that makes me wonder, Madam Speaker. It made me wonder, what if we built into our criminal justice system a mechanism by which sentence lengths would be automatically adjusted if an inmate acquired a specific employment-related qualification? Inmates acquiring employment-related qualifications in areas of skill shortages in particular would help the economy, and employers have a greater incentive to hire inmates in cases where there is a skills shortage. So perhaps there's an opportunity there for a win-win. There should be positive incentives associated with rehabilitation and with making choices to turn one's life around. And there also need to be negative incentives associated with bad and disruptive behavior that creates problems for the rehabilitation and for creating an environment in a prison setting that is conducive to rehabilitation. And that brings us to the question of administrative segregation. Now, C-83, the bill we have in front of us, replaces administrative segregation with something called structured intervention units. We know that one of our friends across the way's favorite things to do is to change the names of things, be it the universal child care benefit to the Canada Child Benefit. The workers' tax deduction had its name changed. Many existing programs had their names changed and the process relabeled under this government. Certainly the critics of administrative segregation do not see a meaningful or sufficient difference between the old and the new form of segregation. But there are some specific differences. Whether they're sufficient is a question for us to debate. I'll note the differences that the legislation requires a person who is in the new liberal rebranded form of segregation to have a minimum of 4 hours per day out instead of 2, and it specifically mandates in that context meaningful human contact. I guess what's frustrating for me looking at this bill is that the government does not seem to have a plan associated with it to actually link these objectives with the resources that are required. And so often we see this, the government's desire to brand themselves on something. We're eliminating administrative segregation, but then they're actually simply making an adjustment in terms of the name, and there aren't sufficient resources associated with commitments they've made to deal with the reality that having 4 hours instead of 2 is significantly more costly from a policing and administrative perspective. And if you mandate it without having the resources in place to deliver on that commitment, then certainly you risk the inmates, you risk the prison itself, you risk creating an environment of much less safety in the prison because you have a requirement for people to be out of a segregated environment when they may be very dangerous, and yet you don't have the resources to ensure that that is policed in an effective way. It is interesting to me as well to have legislation that mandates meaningful human contact. It's interesting for the state to even be in the business of trying to define what is meaningful human contact and to mandate it. There are probably many people who are not in prison who for various reasons in terms of their life circumstances would like to have that much meaningful human contact and don't. The goal of rehabilitation should be to get people to a place, a disposition, where they're able to reconnect with and have meaningful connections with people in their lives. I question although it's a laudable objective, I question what the legislation could mean and could be proposing to operationalize, how it would propose to operationalize this requirement of meaningful human contact. Madam Speaker, I'll just close with this. In the area of criminal justice policy, I think there might actually have been an opportunity for some cross-party cooperation if the government would listen to the arguments we're making and understand the need for balance. That is, a criminal justice policy that affirms human dignity, recognizing personal responsibility as well as the ability for people to change, and recognizes the need to properly resource the proposals they're putting forward. Instead, what we really have is an inadequate bill that serves to meet a branding exercise. The government wants to say that they've done away with a particular aspect of prison life when they don't have a plan to resource it, they don't have a plan for public safety, and they're not interested, I think, in the kind of meaningful, substantive reforms that people across the spectrum are looking for, the kinds of sentencing reforms that I think we could potentially cooperate on, but again, we're not seeing those ideas proposed by the government. Thank you very much.
Then comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it's worth noting that the courts in both British Columbia and Ontario have struck down the administrative provisions for segregation. And if those laws take effect, which they are scheduled to do so in the coming months, it will actually make segregation no longer an option. So I do find it extremely concerning that the Conservatives continue to support that particular approach. But I do want to mention one thing that this member talked about. He talked about rehabilitation and how much the Conservatives were in favor of that. And he even went on to talk about maximizing supports and incentives. And I think that's really interesting because if you actually look back at the last Conservative government and the legislation that they brought in and the actual policy that they brought in, they did the exact opposite. They removed things like prison farms, which were incredible at building the social, valuable life skills, and that was to the testimony of many members, of many inmates who had been in and out of prison time after time, and after going through that program, developed those skills and were able to become positive, contributing members of society. So I'm curious if he can expand and share a little bit of these maximizing supports and incentives that the previous government, the previous Conservative government, was able to bring aboard, and if they weren't, and maybe he could suggest what some of those could be with his suggested policy.
Member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect for the member, I think his question betrays a real lack of understanding of what our role is as members of Parliament and what we're supposed to be doing here. I think we're here to advance our own particular views about policy issues and to outline ideas and visions for moving us forward, and that's exactly what I've done. And I will note, though, with respect to his and other criticisms that we hear from the government of criminal justice policies that were pursued in the past, that most of the policies around mandatory minimum sentences were supported and voted for by the Liberal caucus. And it's very interesting to hear them sometimes complain about some of the effects of that, like they complain about money allocated to build new prisons and so forth, but then in every case, it seems they actually vote for the sentencing bills around mandatory minimums that come forward. So again, we see a lot of hypocrisy from the government, unfortunately, on this issue. I do want to just comment on what he said about administrative segregation, because the courts have, I think, quite rightly criticized cases in which the administration of segregation was not effective. That doesn't mean that it cannot be administered effectively, and certainly it will be administered less effectively with the government mandating policies that they do not have a plan to resource in this case.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about what someone said about Bill C-83, and that is that it maintains the status quo because there's no independent external oversight. When it comes to solitary confinement or disciplinary segregation, CSC will make that decision, but there will be no third-party oversight. Ms. Louise Arbour made a recommendation to provide judicial oversight of the correctional services after there was a commission of inquiry into what happened at the women's prison in Kingston. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Forches, Saskatchewan.
I think my colleague is right to say that the government is not moving in a particularly dramatic way here, that they want to say that they've eliminated administrative segregation, but they've in fact rebranded it. The system is relatively similar, except they're mandating a greater number of hours out for which there are not resources sufficient to address that. So I think that the member's proposal is one that I would want to study further before taking a definitive position on, but it's certainly an interesting idea for exploration. I think the principle of oversight to some degree makes sense. It's just a question, I suppose, of the logistics around its use in the particular way in which she's discussed it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be able to be here this afternoon. It's unfortunate we don't have a little stronger bill with a little better content in it, but we'll deal with what we've got here today. And as usual, this is the kind of thing that we've had to face with this government. It seems it should be no surprise to us that they're in kind of in the chaos that they're in, because when we see a fairly consistent presentation that leads to bills that are this weak. And I'm going to talk a little bit about those weaknesses later. It's actually interesting where this bill comes from, Madam Speaker, which is basically a knee-jerk reaction to Supreme Court decisions that were made. The Liberals decided to play both sides of that game, so they're appealing those decisions at the same time that they're bringing forward a whole new set of legislation. I think the public needs to understand that. And unfortunately, on this bill, they have missed the boat both on content and also on the knowledge that is shown in this bill. And we heard that from the witnesses who came forward at committee, where witness after witness said, first of all, we weren't consulted, and second of all, this bill is not going in the right direction, and it needs a real rework or to be thrown out, set aside, or whatever. And certainly, one of the things that the Liberals have done consistency since they've come to power is they brought things forward, and then they've actually had to take a look at them and decide whether they're worth bringing forward, and then they start to get people's opinion and find out that they're on the wrong track. Then they start to backtrack, and then they begin to amend their legislation, and then once they come back in here, then they start forcing it through. And so we're here today on a day with time allocation on a bill. They've not only brought in time allocation for report stage, they've already brought it in for third reading as well. And so we've seen this many times before. We're seeing it here today. Fortunately, some of these occasions, Madam Speaker, they've actually set bills aside and decided they weren't going to see them through, and I guess electoral reform would be one of those that was obvious. C-69, Madam Speaker, is another one that people across this country are begging the Liberals to set aside because it's going to basically destroy the energy industry in Canada if they bring it through. Sometimes they can listen, but usually they find it very difficult to do that. It's actually ironic, I guess, today that we have time allocation today because, Madam Speaker, had we had petitions today, I wanted to bring one forward, and this is an electronic petition. It was actually E-1886, and I found it fascinating. Over 10,000 people signed up on this petition. So an electronic petition from across Canada, people, and it had to do with this issue. And this morning, I'll come back to this in a minute, but this morning I talked and asked a question of the Public Safety Minister. I said to him, you've been here a long time, and he was here before I was here. One of the things that he was part of before I came here was an attack and actually the jailing of Western Canadian farmers. And these were farmers who had said, we'd like to sell our own grain. I know one of them had donated 1 bushel of grain to a 4-H club in Montana. And the present public safety minister was one of those ministers who led the charge against those farmers. And by the time they were done, they had 5 different agencies, 5 different departments of this government working against individual Canadians. The CRA was involved, Justice was involved, Immigration was involved, the RCMP were firmly involved, and you can read the stories of what happened, a couple of books by a man named Don Barron. I was writing about raids in the middle of the night on people's farms, trying to confiscate their equipment and those kinds of things. And then the agriculture minister, who is now the public safety minister. I said, why is it that we seem that every time we turn around that you're going after regular law-abiding Canadians? And Madam Speaker, we see this again with the initiative coming from the other side on the handguns. Handguns have been very restricted since 1930s. People in Canada use them for sporting, and there are many people across Canada who are licensed, have gone through the process to get licensed, and this government seems bound and determined to try to make some sort of criminals out of handgun owners across this country. And so again, my question to him was, why is it that you continually come after law-abiding citizens? Especially when on the other side, you're not all that interested, it seems, in actually protecting people from criminals. And that brings me back actually to my petition, Madam Speaker, which says in here, and everyone's familiar with this case of Terry Lynn McClintock, who was convicted of first-degree murder in the horrific abduction, rape, and murder of 8-year-old Tori Stafford. She was moved from a secure facility to a healing lodge without fences, where the government confirmed the presence of children. She was not eligible for parole until 2031, and the HoC Healing Lodge, which happens to be in my riding, lacks the necessary security measures to ensure the safety of local citizens in Maple Creek, Saskatchewan, and surrounding areas. And so over 10,000 people across Canada called on the Government of Canada exercise its moral and political authority to ensure this decision is reversed and cannot be allowed to happen again in other situations. So, Madam Speaker, we all know that it took this government weeks before they would acknowledge that there was a problem around this transfer, and in the end, they actually did semi-reverse that transfer. But the interesting thing in this bill, in Bill C-63, we see some of those same things happening in here. I noticed right at the beginning in Section 2.1, it talks about the Act has to be replaced by the following. The service must use the least restrictive measures consistent with the protection of society, staff members, and offenders. So there's no sense here that there's some sort of disciplinary activity that's taking place in our prison. This government comes and says, look, we've got to find the least restrictive, the most friendly way that we can treat people who are being held in our prisons right now. We can go through many of the provisions of this bill. It's interesting that they talk about in here about prisoners receiving the most effective programs. But when the minister was asked, is there costing on this? No, there's no costing. We haven't done a costing on this bill. And so you can talk all day long about effective programs, about health care, which this bill does, but if you haven't costed it before you bring it forward, how would you even know what it is that you're going to be expected to provide? It talks about in here a number of other things as well about the criteria for the selection of the penitentiary for the prison. Again, it says it must be the least restrictive environment for the person that they can possibly find. And so Corrections Service Canada has to deliberately run around and try to find the least restrictive place that they can put people. And many of these people are very dangerous individuals. I heard a little discussion earlier about whether some of these people are actually bad people, and I heard some heckling from the other side, basically implying that no, they're not. Everybody here can be reformed if we treat them well, and we just ask them for their opinion, that they'll give us a good, solid opinion, and we'll all get along, and we can hold hands and sing the songs that we need to sing. But the reality is, we've got some people in these prisons who are very bad people and who do not deserve to be running around, basically, at their own choice. Again, one of the strange changes that they're making in this bill is that they're allowing the commissioner to designate either a penitentiary or any section of a penitentiary at any level of security that he or she chooses. And I think that's a very strange thing to have. Are you saying that we can have in a minimum security prison, such as HoC Healing Lodge, a prison that's in the edge of Cypress Hills area? It's a beautiful location right on the edge of the trees. There are no fences around it. There are a series of cottages that the women right now spend time in the cottages. They have programming in the main lodge, and that's the programming that they do there. But are you saying that the commissioner can then designate that one of those cottages is a maximum security unit without changing the level of facilities, without changing anything else, just saying this is now a maximum level unit, and so we'll be able to put somebody in there who's supposed to be in a maximum security prison? I think that all of us would put our head in our hands and say this seems to be a crazy idea, because within these prisons there are people who, first of all, some of them do not want to be in the general population. They're okay with being segregated. They don't want to be out there, and there's a number of reasons why that might happen. One of them is they may get hurt and injured themselves. Secondly, they may hurt or injure someone else. And so there are situations where people don't want to be put back into the general population of the prison, and this bill basically says the department has to continually work to do everything they can to put them back into that population. I can't believe, Madam Speaker, that I'm already just about used up all of my time here, but one of the common themes through this entire bill, and actually through the legislation that the Liberals keep bringing forward on crime, is that obviously it seems like they just want to try to make life easier for the most difficult prisoners. And they should be taking a look at the public, at public safety. They should be taking a look at those people who have to work in the prisons. Why don't they ever seem to focus on them instead of just trying to find a way to, if you want to call it, hug a thug? They seem to really enjoy to do that. So this bill has a lot of rhetoric. It has very few specifics. We're told that it wasn't costed. And so once again, it's a demonstration of how soft the Liberals are on crime, how willing they are to close their eyes to reality. And there are just a series of promises here that are, again, going to be they're not going to be kept. And Madam Speaker, this bill should actually be set aside. It's unfortunate that the government has moved for, I don't know what, the 60th or 70th time on time allocation to force this bill through.
Then comments. The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard members of the opposition say this is a branding exercise, that there's not dramatic changes, that it's just a lot of rhetoric. And I have to say, having studied this bill, I couldn't be more proud of it. I actually believe firmly in my heart that years from now, not only federal institutions, provincial institutions, and around the world will be looking at Canada for the way that we have ended segregation. When the minister appeared at committee, he was asked if it had been costed. That was prior to the fall economic statement, when $448 million has been allocated to implement these the revised SIUs. And I'm wondering if any of the members have actually read the bill to see that there is oversight in it. It's actually my amendment. So my question to the member is, if this is such a terrible plan to end administrative segregation in prisons, what would you propose that we do?
Again, I would remind the member to address the questions to the chair. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Of course, Madam Speaker, we understand that you would certainly have the capacity to answer that question if you chose to. But I think that, once again, they're hiding under, as my colleague a little bit earlier pointed out, changing the name of something and then making it pretty much exactly the same thing. So they're going to change what used to be solitary confinement to structured, what's it called, structured intervention units. And if there's one thing that this government is good at, it's finding these acronyms and these kinds of things that they can disguise what's actually going on. The reality is it's not going to change things a lot. And the other reality is they're actually appealing the decisions that were made at the court anyway. They want them, they would sooner go, or apparently if they win, they'll go back to the other system anyhow.
Comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I believe, Madam Speaker, him and I would not see eye to eye on many things on the issue around public safety and corrections. One thing he did mention in his speech where we will agree, and that is that the changes that the government is proposing to, and I'm going to use the word solitary confinement, are really cosmetic and did not get the support of witnesses that came to the committee. I do want to also remind the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, that many of the issues that we're facing around safety in corrections for both staff and inmates has come from years of underfunding and over-incarcerating people, particularly Indigenous people from our province of Saskatchewan. So I have two questions for my honourable colleague. Does he support the Supreme Court ruling that has said that solitary confinement, or the euphemistic term administrative segregation, is unconstitutional? And I would like to know whether he agrees with that. And then secondly, does he agree to the evidence that shows for those people who have mental health issues, and that group of people in prisons is extremely high, that actually using solitary confinement, administrative segregation, actually exacerbates people's mental health symptoms and actually causes people more harm than good? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously there's a whole host of issues involved in that question. I appreciate my colleague's question there. But the issue of mental health, the bill talks about programming. It talks about setting up programs for every single prisoner that's in prison. Now, I think we're going to agree that probably there's a lot of rhetoric in here that the Liberals never have any intention of fulfilling. And so they lay these things out, they make it look like there's going to be some great change or whatever, and they're not actually going to see this through. And again, I just think that this is virtue signaling. They're replacing basically the names of things, and they're going to basically end up with the same structures, the same prisons that we've had before. And I think those same issues that my colleague talks about will probably be left unanswered and undealt with as well.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight are
Services and Procurement, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, housing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a name that a lot of people haven't quite got used to, including my own constituents. So anyway, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to stand and add my voice to the support for Bill C-83, a piece of legislation that will make a number of changes to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and I'm pleased to lend my support, as my colleagues have also done. C-83 does a number of important things. It creates the concept of patient advocates, as recommended by the inquest into the tragic death of Ashley Smith. Many of us in the House today were very aware of the inquest and what happened to Ms. Smith and the difficulties, and very hopeful that C-83 is going to help to remedy some of those problems and prevent that from happening to some other young person. But it's meant to support inmates who need medical care and ensure that they and their families can understand and also exercise their rights. It enshrines in law the principle that healthcare professionals working in the correction system are autonomous and make decisions based on their medical judgment without undue influence from correctional authorities. It also enshrines in law the requirement that systemic and background factors be considered in all decisions involving Indigenous people in custody. And it expands the section of the law requiring the service to be guided by respect for the diversity of the inmate population. It allows victims who attend parole hearings to access audio recordings of the proceedings. It also creates the legislative authority necessary for the Correctional Service to be able to use body scanners to interdict drugs and other contraband, something that has been a problem for many years. There are people who have had to endure strip searches and so on. Having the body scanners will make it better for both the Correctional Services folks that are working as well as for the inmates. This technology is both less invasive than methods like strip searches and less prone to false positives that the ion scanner CSC currently relies on. And of course, it replaces the current system of administrative segregation with structured intervention units, or SIUs as they are referred to. This new system will ensure that when inmates need to be separated from the rest of the prison population for safety reasons, they retain access to rehabilitative programming, mental health care, and other interventions, something that was not happening before. Mr. Speaker, this bill deals with serious and challenging issues, and it's to be expected that Canadians and members of Parliament will have differences of opinion about them. So far, however, the Conservative contributions to this debate have been disappointing. At times, they have blatantly contradicted themselves. For instance, in his speech, the member for Yellowhead had complained that the changes made by the bill to administrative segregation are insignificant and superficial. But in the very same speech, the very same member said that those very same changes will endanger inmates and staff. So which is it, Mr. Speaker? Do they really think that the bill is insignificant, or do they think it's catastrophic? It can't be both. At other times, they have simply chosen to ignore the facts. They've been complaining over and over again that the government has not allocated resources to implement the bill when they know that that's not the case. On page 103 of the fall economic statement issued by the Finance Minister last November, there are $448 million allocated to support amendments to transform federal corrections, including the introduction of a new correctional interventions model to eliminate segregation. Also in November, the government sent the Public Safety Committee a written response that goes into more detail about the funding. That response says that if C-83 is adopted, the government will invest $297 million over 6 years and $71 million ongoing to implement the structured intervention units. The funding, and I quote, will be dedicated to providing focused interventions, programs, and social supports, and will include access to resources such as program officers, Aboriginal liaison officers, elders, chaplains, and others. Now that's a quote from a document that all members of the Public Safety Committee have had for over 3 months. And it goes on. The remaining amount from the fall economic statement, $150 million over 6 years and $74.3 million ongoing, is for mental health care. That includes assessment and early diagnosis of inmates at intake and throughout incarceration, enhancements to primary and acute mental health care, and support for patient advocacy and 24/7 health care at designated institutions. Again, this is all from a document that the Conservatives also have had since the fall. So when they complain about a lack of resources, they're either being disingenuous or they just haven't had time to read the report. The Conservatives' contributions to this debate have also been characterized by an unfortunate amount of self-righteousness. They position themselves as champions of victims, but it was legislation passed by the Harper government in 2015 that prohibited victims who attend a parole hearing from accessing an audio recording of that same hearing. Their bill said that victims who want recordings have to stay away from the hearing itself. But parole hearings are often difficult experiences for many victims of crime, full of emotion, and the law shouldn't expect them to retain every word of the proceedings at a time when they're immensely frightened and nervous and in an environment they're not familiar with. The legislation before us today will finally let all victims access those recordings, whether they attend in person or not. Conservatives also position themselves as champions of correctional employees. So let me remind the House what the National President of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers said in 2014. Kevin Grabowski was head of the union at that time, and he said, "We have to actively work to change this government." He said that the Harper government was endangering correctional officers with changes to the labor code, cuts to rehabilitative programming, and policies that resulted in overcrowding in federal prisons. The main question raised at committee by both correctional officers and the Union of Safety and Justice Employees, which represents other CSC staff, such as parole officers, was whether C-83 would be accompanied by sufficient resources to implement it safely and effectively. As I've already made clear, the answer to that is a resounding yes. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' intervention in this debate have been reminiscent of the very worst of the Harper approach to the legislative process. They've been actually attacking the government for listening to stakeholder feedback and accepting some of those amendments. Under the Harper government, that kind of openness was unheard of, but I'm proud to support a government that lets legislators legislate. Thank all of the members who have engaged in a very serious study of this bill and proposed thoughtful amendments, which is exactly what Canada has sent all of us here to do. We have before us legislation that will make correctional institutions more effective and humane, accompanied by the resources needed to implement it safely. I think it's important that we move forward and pass this bill at this particular time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. One of the things she talked about in her comments was the introduction of full-body scanners. And Madam Speaker, while it might seem hard to believe, there are some elements of this bill that we do support, and that's one of them that we support. But Madam Speaker, the irony of it is this: with full-body scanners, if these are used on all visitors who enter our prison system, why in the world would they continue to implement their prisoner needle exchange program? If everyone is body scanned, there's no need to have this prisoner exchange program. So I'm wondering if my colleague, even with the introduction of full-body scanners, would continue to support the use of the prisoner needle exchange program, which our frontline officers, who she quoted from 5 years ago, today is saying that, but there has been no consultation. So all of us know, Madam Speaker, that there is such a thing as buyer's remorse, and this gentleman is one of them, as many others have approached me about the promises that this Liberal government has made and now has backtracked on them. So does my colleague still support the introduction of the prisoner needle exchange program? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Trying to solve the many, many problems that our correctional institutes, our jails are trying to cope with. We know the amount of the spread of HIV, the amount of other diseases and infections that continue to be spread. If the issue is making sure, while we try and offer ways and means of inmates to get off of the drug addictions, there's no sense keeping our head in the sand and not recognizing the fact that it's a serious problem. Many of the people that are currently in jail and have been the ones who have been carrying out some of the horrendous crimes that we all know about are people who are very serious drug addicts. And if the safe needle exchange tries to, yes, it's an issue, but at the same time tries to provide an opportunity for part of the rehabilitation and to improve safety overall and to reduce the amount of diseases that get carried as a result of not having safe needles for their needle exchange.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will address my questions through you. The honourable member spoke about the investments that are being made to implement these SIUs and rightly noted that members of the opposition seem to not have read the reports that we did get at the Public Safety Committee. $448 million is a significant investment, part of it going towards the infrastructure, but also a large portion of it is going towards mental health. When I've met with both the president of the corrections officers and the president of the Union and Safety and Justice employees, both have indicated that these investments are needed in order to implement this legislation. And while the previous government made significant cuts to corrections, and we're just barely starting to catch up to where they cut, I'm wondering if the member could speak to the importance of this $448 million in implementing this legislation that we have before us today.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague and congratulate her on the work that she has done along with all of my colleagues on the Public Safety Committee. Attempting to deal with these difficult issues. We all want to see our country safer. We don't want our communities exposed to some of the people that are out there, unfortunately, and a lot of it boils down to mental health issues. And I think and one of the concerns that my colleagues on the opposite side have indicated, they're concerned for whether or not the resources were going to be put there. It's one thing to bring in legislation, but if you don't back it up with the funds that are required, the fact that this has already been committed to, the dollars are going to be there, I'm hoping that together with all of the colleagues in the House, that we will see a better environment, but only a better environment to be able to deal with their own mental health issues. Sooner or later, many of these people leave. You don't keep them in there forever. And if you don't give them the help they need to either cure their particular drug addiction or help them with their mental health issues, then they're only going to, sooner or later they leave. And they're going to carry all that negativity out into society, and that's not going to help. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill C-83, an act which amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act transforming administrative segregation. This legislation does a number of important things, such as creating patient advocates to help ensure inmates get the medical care they need, giving victims of crime enhanced access to recordings of parole hearings, and enshrining in law the requirement that correctional service consider systemic and background factors when making decisions affecting Indigenous people in custody. And of course, the main thing it does is replace the current system of administrative segregation with structured intervention units, or SIUs. In these units, inmates who need to be separated from the rest of the institution for safety reasons will have access to rehabilitative programs, mental health care, and other interventions that are generally not available in segregation. An improvement, Madam Speaker. Importantly, inmates in SIUs will be entitled to a minimum of 4 hours a day out of their cell and at least 2 hours a day of meaningful human interaction with staff, visitors, volunteers, elders, chaplains, or other inmates with whom they are compatible and can interact safely. Madam Speaker, I believe I'm splitting my time with the member from Guelph. I'd like to add that to the record. One of the main questions that was asked in the early days of committee study was whether the bill would be backed up by the funding needed to implement it safely and effectively. The answer I'd like to answer is yes. The answer I'd like to state, is yes. It came in the fall economic statement, which included a $448 million fund to implement this legislation. That includes about $300 million for staffing and other resources for the SIUs, as well as $150 million for mental health care, both in the SIUs and throughout the corrections system. These investments build on nearly $80 million for mental health care, mental health and corrections in the last 2 budgets. In short, the Correctional Service will have the resources it needs to turn the intention of this legislation into practical reality. And to make sure that these resources are put to good use and that the new structured intervention units really do work as planned, the Public Safety Committee made several amendments to C-83. Yes, Madam Speaker, the committee system does work, and our government is committed to that when we were first elected. None of these amendments change the nature of the bill, but they add clarity to the way the new system will work. For instance, Bill C-83 now specifies that time out of the cell will have to be offered between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Interactions will generally be expected to happen face-to-face rather than through a door or meal slot. The clause that allows hours out of cell not to be offered in exceptional circumstances now includes a list of examples like fires or natural disasters, to be clear that the circumstances must be truly exceptional, and if a warden disagrees with the medical recommendation to remove an inmate from an SIU, the matter will be elevated to senior panel external to the institution. Madam Speaker, I'd like to clarify that I'm actually not splitting my time with the member of Guelph. Thank you. Those are all the important additions that should strengthen the new system. And now at report stage, the member for Oakville North Burlington has proposed an additional amendment that would add independent external review of SIU placements. This is something that was called for by several witnesses. The Public Safety Minister told the committee last fall that he was open to the idea. And the government has now confirmed that it will support the proposal. Again, Madam Speaker, the roles of committees is something near and dear to our democracy, and it is again in Bill C-83 that we see committees doing the good work that Canadians expect them to do and that members do with pride. The external decision makers will get involved in 3 scenarios. If an inmate in an SIU has, for whatever reason, not received the minimum hours out of their cell or minimum hours of meaningful human contact for 5 days in a row or 15 out of 30, if the senior panel reviewing a medical recommendation decides to keep the inmate in the SIU and on the 90th day of placement in SIU and every 60 days thereafter, for as long as the inmate is there. In the first scenario, Madam Speaker, when an inmate hasn't been getting their time out of cell, the external independent decision maker will consider whether the correctional service has taken all reasonable steps to provide the inmate with opportunities for their hours out and encourage them to avail themselves of those opportunities. If they determine that not to be the case, they can make recommendations to the service. And if after a week the independent decision maker is still not satisfied, they can order the inmate removed from the SIU. The decision maker's ruling will be appealable to the federal court, both by the inmate and the correctional service. In the other two scenarios, a disagreement about a medical recommendation and regular reviews beginning on the 90th day, the independent decision maker will consider whether having the inmate in the general population poses a security threat or would interfere with an ongoing investigation. And they will take into account the inmate's correctional plan, the appropriateness of the inmate's security classification and confinement in the penitentiary, and any other factor they deem relevant. IEC 83 provides extensive flexibilities to the authorities to do their job. In other words, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, inmates who currently need to be separated from the rest of the institution for security reason currently spend 22 hours a day in their cell with very little in the way of rehabilitative interventions and no external oversight. Under C-83, those inmates will have twice as much time out of their cell with a full suite of rehabilitative interventions, including mental health care, and there will be binding external oversight that could kick in after as few as 5 days or even sooner in the event of a health care professional's recommendation. This is a major step forward, Madam Speaker, and that cannot be overemphasized. Bill C-83 brings updates, issues with regards to our penitentiaries and commits the appropriate funds to do so. And I'm proud I do not sit on the committee reviewing this bill and bringing this bill forward, but it's great to see the committee doing its work and also incorporating amendments. C-83 will also enhance rehabilitation while continuing to meet the security imperatives that must always be on top of mind when we're dealing with corrections. In fact, you can't really separate rehabilitation from security. Better, more effective rehabilitation results in better security, both while the inmate is incarcerated and, more importantly, and as important, I would argue, once they have been released. That's why I support Bill C-83, and I hope that this bill will be adopted and enacted as soon as possible by this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill is ending administrative segregation, something that all of us who've ever read the coroner's inquest into Ashley Smith and the horrible things that happened to that young lady and ending up resulting in her dying by suicide. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak to the importance of ending the practice of administration and ensuring that we are putting something in place that will put the safety of those who work in corrections, which is always paramount to this government, putting that in first for all of us, while acknowledging that we need to fix a system that could have failed so miserably for someone like Ashley Smith.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my friend and colleague from Oakville North Burlington for that question. And as many parliamentarians here and many Canadians sitting at home would know, we all watched the images of Ashley Smith on the CBC and a number of news programs and what she endured. And we want to ensure that that doesn't happen to any other Canadian or any other Canadians. We do know our penitentiary service serve their role in our society to make sure people are held to account for their actions and be held responsible. And through this bill, we're ensuring that individuals that are in penitentiaries do their time. That's one of the aspects we believe in, obviously, as a government, but receive the proper and humane treatment as individuals. And that is something that I personally believe as a Canadian, and I personally believe as a person, that we must do so and prevent any other instances of from reoccurring as occurred to this young girl. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit surprised to hear the Liberals talking about preventing suicide with this bill, C-83, when we know that a number of experts raised questions about that. They objected to solitary confinement. They're talking about 20 hours maximum for a specific amount of time, and the superior courts have ruled this unconstitutional, being held in a cell for an indefinite amount of time, and that there's no independent oversight to limit the use of this type of administrative segregation. And considering that us being put in a cell is a restriction on liberty, and just 48 hours in solitary can have cause permanent mental harm. It can lead to self-harming and suicide, panic attacks and things like that. It's really disastrous. And for this to still be for an unlimited amount of time, it's a cut and paste from what existed before, and yet they're pretending to be improving things. But this is only making the situation worse. These are situations where people already have mental health issues, and when they're isolated, it makes no sense to go forward with this, especially because members are being muzzled today on this bill, and yet we should be trying to improve the bill with amendments, but the Liberals have accepted virtually none from the NDP or the Conservatives to improve this bill. So I think it's unprofessional. I think it's completely hypocritical, and it's damaging to people who are eventually going to be released back in society with worse mental health problems than they started with.
Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from Quebec for her question. I believe that we were both attended the New Year celebrations in Mississauga for the Vietnamese community, and it was great to see her there and have her in the GTA. First of all, with regards to this bill, it was adopted at report stage, an amendment to add a mechanism for independent oversight. And also, we must consider the fact that we've added a slew of services for individuals that are held in penitentiaries and under SIUs or under confinement. Including mental health, and for the first time, mental health will be a priority for these individuals, and they will be receiving, approximately 4 hours a day outside their cell, and I think the improvements and the amendments that have been adopted in this bill, and the funding framework that's allotted to this bill in the budget, are two things that we can be proud of. We can demonstrate to Canadians that we are advocating for their safety. We're ensuring their safety, but we're also ensuring that people are treated humanely when they are sent to penitentiaries. And the case that we spoke about earlier does not repeat itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to speak in support of Bill C-83. The role of our corrections system is to keep Canadians safe by managing people who have received criminal sentences of 2 years or more. In most cases, that involves preparing them for safe and successful reintegration into our communities, and that's obviously a very difficult task. Some of the people in federal custody have done terrible, violent things. And most inmates have some combination of mental illness, a history of physical or sexual abuse, drug or alcohol addiction, and a lack of economic or educational opportunity. Getting them to where they can return to a society and live safe, productive, law-abiding lives involves interventions to deal with all of those factors. That includes mental health care, education, skills training, substance abuse treatment, rehabilitative programs, and the guidance of elders and chaplains. However, that work can only happen in a safe environment. When an inmate poses a security risk, they may have to be temporarily separated from the rest of the institution. On that point, there is an agreement from the correctional investigator, the John Howard Society, and correctional employees, and even former inmates, that this is something that needs to be done. The problem is that our existing system for doing that, administrative segregation, separates inmates not only from the rest of the prison population, but also from the interventions that could address the factors that cause them to be a security risk in the first place. That's the problem that C-83 will address. This bill maintains the ability for inmates who pose a risk to be separated when necessary, but it sets out conditions of confinement and intervention that are a major improvement over what is currently in use. In the Structured Intervention Units, or the SIUs, created by C-83, inmates will receive a daily opportunity of at least 4 hours to be out of the cell, and at least 2 hours of meaningful interaction with other people, such as program staff, visitors, volunteers, and other compatible inmates. On that last point, some participants in this debate have conjured the specter of correctional staff just throwing incompatible inmates, such as members of rival gangs, together in the yard and keeping their fingers crossed. Of course, that won't happen and wouldn't happen with the professional staff that we have at Corrections Canada. What we're talking about is a situation where out of maybe 7 or 8 inmates in the SIU, 2 of them get along and so might be allowed to have lunch together. To allow for meals or yard time to happen in small groups, or for rehabilitative programs to be provided one-on-one or in small groups, the Correctional Service will need to have new resources, including to hire new staff and make adjustments to the infrastructure. That's why the fall economic statement has included $448 million over 6 years for the implementation of this bill, $300 million going towards staff and infrastructure. As set out in the breakdown the government provided to the Public Safety Committee in November, that includes this funding as well as $150 million towards mental health care. These resources will allow corrections services to meet the ambitious new standards set out by Bill C-83, improving the quality and the accessibility of mental health care and rehabilitation interventions. The whole point is to address the issue that led to a person being separated from the mainstream inmate population in the first place, so that they can safely reintegrate in the community within the institution and eventually the community outside the institution. I hope that's an objective that we all share. Indeed, most of the witnesses at committee who made critiques of the bill did not take issue with this objective. They simply wanted greater assurance that the objective would in fact be met. And since their testimony was heard, amendments have been made in an effort to provide that assurance. And in fact, amendments have been accepted from all parties as we've gone through this legislation, which again is one of the main purposes of committee and a purpose that our government respects. Witnesses worried about the opportunity for time out of the cell that would be provided at unreasonable hours, like in the middle of the night. So the bill has been amended to specify that it must occur between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Witnesses also worried that the clause allowing for time out of cell not be provided in exceptional circumstances, that this might be too broad. So the bill has been amended to provide specific examples of the kinds of exceptional circumstances that we're talking about, like fires and natural disasters. Although the bill allows for healthcare providers to recommend that an inmate be removed from the SIU for medical reasons, witnesses worried that wardens might not take these recommendations seriously. So the bill has been amended, with any disagreement between the healthcare provider and the warden can be elevated to a senior committee external to the institution. And also, witnesses expressed the view that independent external oversight is required to ensure that the SIUs are used appropriately and as a last resort. So the member from Oakville North, Burlington, has proposed an amendment to create an independent oversight mechanism, and the government has announced its support. Earlier this week, these amendments were read into the record at length and are available for all Canadians to see the great work that was done by the member from Oakville North, Burlington. In other words, Madam Speaker, this was a strong bill when it was first introduced, and the parliamentary process has been informed by witnesses and testimony and public debate, and that's made it even stronger. I thank all the members of this House who have made thoughtful, informed, constructive contributions throughout the process thus far. And I thank the government for being receptive to feedback and open to amendments. It's worth noting that this is not something that could often be said about the previous government. Mr. Speaker, the provisions in this bill, together with the resources allocated by the government, will make our correctional system more effective at its core mandate, protecting Canadians through the effective rehabilitation and safe reintegration of people who have broken the law. And it deals with people as people. It helps them to progress through difficult situations, to be able to get back into society, to be productive members. And as the Public Safety Minister wrote last summer in the first ever public mandate letter for a Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada, the public is best protected by safe, successful rehabilitation. Bill C-83 will help achieve that goal, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all honourable members in the House to give their support, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's been a lot of discussion in this place today, in particular criticism coming from the other side of the House with respect to the process by which this piece of legislation has gone through the House and by design or by default into the committees. And this member took a great extent to talk about exactly, and he highlighted how that committee structure works so well, how concerns were being brought forward, and the bill was amended at that time to reflect those concerns. So I'm wondering if, in his opinion, given what he's contributed to this debate today, he can comment on how he thinks that this piece of legislation made its way through the legislative process, and if it was given the due consideration that it required along the course of that process.
Honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you to the member from Kingston and the Islands for that question. And yes, I had to check whether I could speak at this stage because I've spoken at other stages and I've had the opportunity to contribute to the debate. And the debate has moved as the committee study went through. It came back and we had some amendments this week that we also had opportunity to discuss. So really, I think it's a highlight of this Parliament that we do have the opportunity to participate. And as a member, I went to the Grand Valley Institute for Women so I could be further aware of what goes on inside the walls currently. I mean, back in the early 1980s, I was in the Stony Mountain Institution looking at what was going on there. There was some concerns about how inmates and prisoners were getting along, and things have changed a lot over the years. So as a member, we can also visit institutions and then participate in the debate. I think that's a great showcase of how our democracy works, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. One of the things that we've repeated many times today, and yet we don't have adequate answers to, is the fact that virtually every group of witnesses or witnesses that came to committee, other than the government officials themselves, had huge criticisms to make of this bill, primarily around the issue of lack of consultation. In spite of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that in the 2015 campaign, we went to all candidates' debates and we heard how this government was going to be open and transparent and it was going to consult with Canadians. And here we have a bill that's putting the very safety of our frontline officers at risk, and they have not been consulted. The CSC Ombudsman himself, Mr. Speaker, indicated a lack of consultation. not only lack of consultation, but a big concern that the legislative process that this bill is at right now could leave far too many issues to be dealt with through the regulatory process. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that leads into nothing but trouble. So I wonder if my colleague can explain why there was such a lack of consultation and why this big gap that's going to leave so much of the actual implementation of this bill to the regulatory process where it may not, in fact, have the legislative approval that it requires. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way and my neighbour just to the west of Guelph. We do share an institute that we both have visited on many occasions, and one of the concerns that I heard when I was at the institute was the previous government had cut funding and cut positions to the officers that he's saying that need to have protection. One of the protections comes through budgets, and instead of cutting $300 million from the budget between 2012 and 2015, we're now adding $300 million plus $150 million for mental health care. Instead of putting in mandatory minimum sentences, which got 2 prisoners into each cell and overcrowded our prisons, we've eliminated the mandatory minimum sentences so that the process of our whole judicial process isn't putting undue burden on the people working within it. So we're giving them funding and we're helping improve the process so they're able to do the professional job that we rely on them to do every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I truly appreciate being able to take the floor today and contribute to the debate on Bill C-83. These are transformative steps for our corrections system. The purpose is to enhance safety within and outside our federal correctional institutions. It also puts the priority on rehabilitation as an essential part of reaching those goals. The main innovation in Bill C-83 is the establishment of structured intervention units. These SIUs will respond to the reality in most, if not all, prisons. At times, there are inmates who cannot be safely included within the general prison population. The current practice is to put these offenders in administrative segregation. Sometimes those stays can be up to 23 hours a day, and they have very limited interaction with other inmates. Under Bill C-83, we're providing a more efficient and effective solution. Safety will always be the top priority, but prisons have to be safe for all those in the prison. Whenever inmates require services, the inmates receiving these services are more susceptible to being able to successfully reintegrate society. And so the solution that the government is offering under Bill C-83 is to eliminate this segregation and replace it with structured intervention units. These units will be safe and separate from the general prison population so that all safety standards are met. But within these units, inmates will be able to benefit from the requisite programs. SIU inmates will be able to leave those units for at least 4 hours a day, rather than the 2 hours under the current system. I would also like to point out that those 2 hours are set out by policy, not by law. Bill C-83 would enshrine those 4 hours in the law. Inmates in SIUs would also have the opportunity to have 2 hours of significant human contact per day. During that time, they'd have an opportunity to interact with correctional staff, compatible inmates, visitors, seniors. And the purpose of these reforms is to ensure that SIU inmates will be able to reintegrate the general inmate population as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-83 was examined in depth throughout the parliamentary process. The members of the Standing Committee on Public and National Safety looked at it very closely, and based on the testimonies heard in the committee, a certain number of useful amendments were brought forward at the end of consideration by the committee. Bill C-83 was already a solid bill before it was brought forward, and after having been debated and considered in committee, it is now even better and more solid. I'd also like to point out that Bill C-83 includes amendments from all parties that brought them forward. And so I reject the suggestion that came up during the debate that Bill C-83 was amended only in a reactive manner. I am proud to be able to say that this government appreciates constructive, well-intentioned amendments and suggestions that come from all parties throughout this parliamentary process. Most amendments were brought forward so that structured intervention units would work as intended.
Some hours outside the cell were offered outside. They were offered at night, so people couldn't really socialize with others. One member had an amendment that it should be between 7 and 10. This would be something that would work through a door or something else. In order to deal with this recommendation, an honourable member added a provision saying that interactions should be face-to-face in order to deal with concerns that Corrections Canada might abuse these hours outside the cell. The member for Mississauga Lakeshore added a list of specific exemptions, for example, fires and natural disasters. And the amendments presented by the member for Toronto Danforth and also the member for Oakville North Burlington enforced the oversight role, making sure that there would be true internal and external oversight, this so that the SIUs would be used as they were supposed to be. There were various amendments presented by the member for Medicine Hat Garston, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, and for Saanich Gulf Islands. I want to thank all of them for their contribution. Mr. Speaker, we want that all institutions and communities be safer. We all want the Canadian public to feel safe. The success of rehabilitation of people serving a sentence in a federal institution is essential for us to achieve our common goal, which is to improve public safety and security. People who are separated from the general prison population should be able to spend more time outside their cell for increased mental health and for more rehabilitation interventions. C-83 represents a major step in the right direction. Here again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for their various contributions throughout the legislative stages. But I would urge them all to join with me in enthusiastically supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Various experts spoke against this bill because, as the member said, we're talking about SIUs, and we feel it means the same thing as solitary confinement. Now, solitary confinement of 23 hours down to 20 hours, wow, that's supposed to be an improvement? People can be in for 20 hours, several days in a row. What effect would this have on people? After 48 hours of this, what kind of effect would this have on mental health? And do you think that you could take these people out of cell? They've had very little time in 4 hours out of 48 to have access to rehabilitation courses. Various provincial courts have ruled this unconstitutional, that segregation for an indeterminate period of time is unconstitutional. And in the bill, it's indeterminate. It could last for 15 days, 150 days, and besides that, there is no independent oversight. So the corrections officer for Canada feels there should be extra protection against abuse, and more inmates. He's afraid that more inmates will be in this SIUs that he feels are inhuman. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments and question. The facts are, these are inmates who are too dangerous to be in the general prison population. At the present time, Mr. Speaker, these people have only 2 hours. Now, it will be 4 hours. And as I said earlier, they will have to have contact with people, either of the prison staff or health personnel or people from chaplains. And people will often need mental health care. Now, the preceding government cut $800 million from correctional services. Obviously, this had harmful effects. C-83 will help to rehabilitate inmates. And we want, as our target, to have Canadians feel safer. As it is 5:45, pursuant to order earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and put to the vote all members necessary to dispose with this stage. The House is now seized of.
On motion number 1, a vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2, 4 to 8, 11, 18 to 21, and 23 to 27. A negative vote on motion number 1 necessitates the question being put on motions numbers 9 and 17. Monsieur Paulus, appuyé par Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 2.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay! Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the noes have it. Call in the members.
Well, I trust you can put some sort of
We were all betting on that. Look, we did it.
citizens they can hear the reading of the motion. La mise au voix porte sur la motion numéro 1.
The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2, 4, 4 to 8, 11, 18 to 21, and 23 to 27. A negative vote on motion number 1 necessitates the question being put on motions 9, 12, and 17. Mr. Paul Hoos moved that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 2. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthoud. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Workington. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abul Taif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Generer. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benzin. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Aglinski. Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Caron. Madame Brosso. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Davies. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Sanssouci. Madame Trudel. Monsieur Boulris. Monsieur Chalibois. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nautel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Dussault. Madame Quash. Ms. Benson. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Johns. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Christofferson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bernier. Mr. Weir. Mr. Clement.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Sajan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussein. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ng. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lausanne-Argentin de la Petite Nation. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Duclos. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Seri. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sarres. Mr. Schiefke. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Drouet.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahar.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Madame Nassif. Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Messenger Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 122, 122. Nays contre 162, 162.
I therefore declare motion number 1 defeated, and therefore numbers 2, 4 to 8, 11, 18 to 21, and 23 to 27 defeated.
9. The vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 10 and 13 to 16. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that Bill C-83 and Clause 10. Shall I dispense?
Yes, please.
Thank you. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. The Honourable Chief Government Witness rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply, with Conservative members voting no.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees and will vote yes. Nay. Yes. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. We also agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting for.
To apply the votes and votes yes.
Deputy DeBose.
Honourable Member for Beauce. I agree, and the Popular Party will vote against.
The CCF agrees to apply and will vote yes.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Voting no, Mr. Speaker.
democratic institutions is arising on a point of order?
I was not here for the first vote, but for this vote, I will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Minister for that clarification. Steveston, Richmond East. Thank the Honourable Member.
Joe, got it.
Yeas pour 203, 203. Nays contre 83, 83.
Declare motion number 9 carried. I therefore declare motions number 10 and 13 to 16 carried. La mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The question is on motion number 17, and this also applies to 3 and 22. May I dispense? Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find that there's unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this one, with the Liberals voting for.
Agree to apply and we'll be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply the vote and we will vote no. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote for.
Gulf Islands.
The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and will vote for. The Honourable Member for Beauce. The Popular Party agrees to apply the vote and I will be voting against.
Regina Louvain.
The CCF agrees to apply and will vote no.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
He'd agree to vote to apply, and I'm voting no.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 116, 116.
Je déclare la motion numéro 17 adoptée.
I declare motion number 17 carried and therefore 3 and 22 carried.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Chager, moves that Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Love the enthusiasm. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne, Chantal de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massey Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia. Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamour. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. DeCourcy. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascatos. Mr. Fraser-West-Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Senga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seekand. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lembropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rota. Ms. Yip. Ms. May Saanich Islands.
Opposed. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Podiev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertud. Mr. Martel. Mr. Polius. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abul Taif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generu. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kamich. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk Battleford Zoidminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Geneder. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Iglinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Carroll. Madame Brussel. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Davies. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Suite. Madame Sanssouci. Madame Trudel. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Dussault. Madame Quash. Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 122, 122.
Je déclare
I declare the motion carried.
the House Leader is rising a point.
I would like to inform the House that the official opposition day that was to take place on Wednesday, the 27th, will take place on Monday, March 18th.
It being 6:40, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Commencement of debate at report stage of Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, standing in the name of Ms. Jolibois.
I would ask honorable colleagues to take their conversations into the hallways. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question and the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Okay. Madame Jolibois, seconded by Ms. Boutin, Madame Boutin-Sweet, propose que le projet de
moved that Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, as amended, be adopted at report stage.
Yes? I believe there's no names. Okay. Pursuant to... okay. Agreed. Perfect. Pursuant to standing order, no. We're all done. There we go. I'm not used to all this agreement. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. You can do that. Ms. Jolipois, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moves that Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, the Canada Labour Code, National Indigenous Peoples Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Desnatay, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today is indeed a good day. Today I'm proud to rise on behalf of my constituents in Desnathay, Mississippi, Churchill River to present my private member's bill for one last time in the House of Commons. This was a journey that began what feels like ages ago, and there is a sense of comfort as this stage of our work together on this comes to an end. It is not lost on me, and it should not be lost on all our honourable colleagues in Parliament, that it was not too far from here that Canada's system of residential schools was created. It was in these halls that political leaders from across Canada decided that the cultures of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people had no place in Canada. It was in the chambers, not too far from here, that leaders spoke for hours about how First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people were not deserving enough to speak their own languages. And not too far from here, a Canadian Prime Minister stood with the backing of his party and decided that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people needed to be silenced, separated, and struck down. And today I stand here with a small amount of pride and a great amount of humility, knowing that history is back on the course of justice. Today is the result of countless hours of consultation with my elders, with my constituents, and with the history of our people. Today is another step towards our multi-partisan effort to fulfill the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 80. Today's bill is the product of a multi-party effort to best honor the legacy of residential schools, to honor survivors, and to think about how to do right by Indigenous people in Canada for generations to come. I do want to thank the members of the Canadian Heritage Committee for the thoughtful consideration and time they put into making my bill happen. No single individual or political party can claim ownership of how we proceed on our path towards true reconciliation. Reconciliation is a goal that we all have an obligation to work towards and reflect on. This includes not only us as members of Parliament, but also our staff and everyone who works for the Government of Canada. My bill would affect those of us in the federal service, because it was this government that decided to persecute and oppress the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Canada. It is a tragedy that we all must atone for, and we must all work together towards fixing the systemic racism that is so commonly found in Canada's colonial government. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to give the impression that today is the end of our journey towards reconciliation. In the grand scheme of things, we have achieved very little on our journey. Everyone will shake hands and pat each other's backs after today, just as they did after the Heritage Committee, and claim victory in the name of political points. But working on reconciliation is not a political platform. It is a moral obligation to do the right thing. It is also worth noting that our work on the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is far from over. When I first proposed my bill, it was clear to me after my consultations that June 21st should be a statutory holiday. June 21st, National Indigenous Peoples Day, is a day that has been chosen by First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada because there is a spiritual significance for many related to the summer solstice. Knowing this, the Government of Canada funds nationwide celebrations from coast to coast to coast. This government provides the funding for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people to publicly celebrate who they are, where they come from, and where they will be tomorrow. These celebrations would take place anyways, but that the government has a system for non-Indigenous people to participate in our celebrations is well thought out and welcome. But such a funding system is not currently in place for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. This government has made a public commitment to say that this holiday will be taking place this year, but we have yet to see any actions on what the government plans to do on this new holiday. This is particularly important because our intention was never to just give federal employees another day off of work. It was intended to be a day for federal employees to engage with the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities that surround them so they can better understand the system of oppression that still exists. Mr. Speaker, an empty commitment from this government is not acceptable. Without clear guidance from this government, done with the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous people, this holiday will mean nothing if federal employees are not engaged in a meaningful way with the history and legacy of residential schools. I, along with my colleagues in the New Democrats, call on all members of Parliament to put the work in and make sure this holiday is meaningful. There is also concern, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard this from a number of my constituents, that limiting this holiday to just employees of the federal government is not a comprehensive response to call to action number 80. I fully recognize the limits of the federal government, Mr. Speaker. We do not have the ability to legislate the provinces in this matter, but I do believe that we should do everything within our power to talk to our friends within the provincial governments to take up this call to action themselves. Mr. Speaker, it was not just the federal government who carried out the harm against First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children in residential schools. Provincial education boards and employees were directly responsible for much of the harm that has been caused. Everyone who has a seat in this chamber has an obligation to reflect on this holiday, but also an obligation to have difficult conversations with their friends, with their families, and with their own elected representatives, so that all people across Canada will have the time to appropriately think about the impacts of residential schools that continue to be felt. We owe that to survivors, we owe that to victims, we owe that to Canada. My last concern is likely the most important concern that I have, Mr. Speaker, and it has to do with the scope of the holiday. I had first proposed June 21st as the date of this holiday because National Indigenous Peoples Day is inclusive of the overwhelming majority of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Canada. Changing the holiday to September 30th and renaming it to the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation isn't harmful on its own. But it does make me wonder about those Indigenous people who have had their culture taken from them by this federal government outside of residential schools. In particular, I think about the survivors of boarding schools and day schools who are still waiting for the government to listen to their stories. I think about all the children who are taken from their families as part of the 60 Scoop, forever taken from their families, their culture, and their languages. Yes, this day of reconciliation is good, but will it be inclusive of their truths and stories? I very much look forward to continuing to have these discussions with people across northern Saskatchewan, and I invite all members of Parliament to open their hearts and their ears and invite these stories to come into their lives. Mr. Speaker, I have expressed these concerns in the past to committee members, and they've provided me with assurance that these are conversations that the government wants to have. It is with great honor that I accept my job as a member of Parliament for Daysmith and Mississippi Churchill River to hold the government to account and make sure they meet the full intentions of what this holiday works so hard to achieve. It is not a small task, and it must be taken seriously and with the highest amount of respect. I will be watching, Indigenous people will be watching, and all of Canada will be watching. At this point, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the amendments to the bill and speak to why this bill should pass through this chamber and head over to the other place. When I introduced my bill here a few years ago, I had proposed that June 21st be the statutory holiday for reasons that I've outlined previously in my comments today. At that time, the Assembly of First Nations, the Congress for Aboriginal Peoples, the Government of the Northwest Territories, and many other prominent Indigenous organizations and people across this country all called for the creation of June 21st as the statutory holiday recognizing National Indigenous Peoples Day. I do not view amending this bill to September 30th as a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation as a bad thing, so long as the government adequately addressed the concerns that I've raised earlier in my comments. What I was hoping to achieve with my bill was to begin a national conversation about a holiday honoring survivors and the legacy of residential schools, and today's debate shows that this is something we have achieved. Together, I am very happy to see that the democratic process worked and that we had a public conversation through the committee process about this holiday. As the Minister of Heritage himself has said, imperfect bills are presented and amended through the committees of this House. That's how our democracy is supposed to work. And with regards to this bill, it has worked. At committee, we heard from elders, national Indigenous organizations, Indigenous Women's Organization, labor unions, the Center for Truth and Reconciliation, and a number of chiefs from across Canada. The overwhelming response from them was that September 30th should be a day of truth and reconciliation. There are a number of people across Canada who may be upset that this bill has been changed, and with you I emphasize, I put forward the best case I could for June 21st, a National Indigenous Peoples Day. But after a lot of thinking and a lot of consultation, we have, in my opinion, really and truly identified an appropriate date for this holiday to take place. My door is always open to continue having this conversation because it is far from over, and it is my commitment to my constituents to always be there to listen. One of the best lessons I've taken away from this consultation process is the idea that there is a difference between days of celebration and days of mourning. June 21st, as an established day of celebration, has its place, and a day of truth and reconciliation cannot be included within existing celebrations. For this reason, I welcome the amendments to the bill. As I've said before, September 30th has become more and more recognized across the country as a day to reconcile with our history. In both Northern Saskatchewan and here in Ottawa, I was very encouraged to see so many people in orange shirts saying to the world that what happened to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children and families was unacceptable. I'm also so encouraged by the work of others to improve the lives of Indigenous children across Canada. I'm inspired by people like Dr. Cindy Blackstock, who has dedicated so much of her life to working towards child welfare in Canada. I also think often about the work that elders, friendship centers, Indigenous culture camps, and educators do across the country to really bring young people back into the culture of their family. I think about Kevin Lewis, who runs a program like this in Northern Saskatchewan. I also think about the Indigenous activists in Canada who have fought so hard to make sure Indigenous voices are heard by this government. I think of the Indigenous women who refused to stay idle when the government threatened their land and Indigenous sovereignty. I think of the Stolen Sisters who remind us every day of generations of Indigenous women who continue to live on in our hearts. I think of people like Colleen Heal Cardinal, who works almost single-handedly to make sure survivors of the 60 Scoop see the justice that they are owed. owed. Mr. Speaker, I say all this to remind the members of this House of the context in which our debate today takes place. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people have been fighting so hard for so long for their people. To establish this day of truth and reconciliation is not to pat ourselves on the back, but to give ourselves the opportunity to learn more about their work and how we can incorporate their ideas so that Indigenous people can have justice, and to tell survivors of residential schools that what we have done to them will never happen again. The calls to action put forward by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission are not a checklist of things to be achieved. Completing just one call to action is not a step towards progress. Until the day that all of the calls to action are completed, we have very little to celebrate. So today we feel good, but tomorrow we must work harder. Today we look towards a brighter future, but tomorrow we must work harder to make life better for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada. On September 30th, we will remember and honor the past and future, but on every other day of the year, we must fight to reverse the injustices committed against the Indigenous people in Canada. Masicho. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Parliamentary Secretary reached out to me late last week about the possibility of changing my opportunity for a private member's business tonight with the member for Destiné, Miss Nippy Churchill River, I was extremely honored this opportunity to fast track this private member's bill so that it can get before the Senate and have September 30th as the day for recognizing the truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is very important. We want to get this done before the House rises for the summer so that this year can be the first year it's commemorated. I want to thank the member, but I also want to ask her, she raised some very interesting points about action and requirements by the federal government to ensure that the day is meaningful. And if she could elaborate a little on the specific types of events that she would like to see federal workers engaged in so that they can participate in the truth and reconciliation process, I would love to hear more specific examples. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Destiné, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you very much. When I think about the day of September 30th, it is very significant to survivors of residential schools, as well as boarding schools and day school survivors. The meaning of reconciliation, the meaning of coming together, and the meaning of healing. Now is the time as we move forward. We reach out to the kids in schools across Canada, from public schools, provincially run schools, to reserves across Canada from the territories. This is the time where federal government can lead the way in what it means to build better relationships, to follow through with commitments as stated by the federal government, and to work really hard in continuing to improve relationships and lives of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, and I appreciate the words and the hard work of my colleague from Destiné, Mississippi Churchill River. As she knows that there is some concerns that we have expressed on our side, and it's not to say that we don't appreciate and really value and honor the need for this holiday, but with the date, we now have Labor Day, we have the Day of National Reconciliation, and we're going to have Thanksgiving. This is all within a period of 6 weeks, statutory holidays. There's some very practical considerations, so I just want to ask why she didn't consider substitution, because we can't keep adding holidays. Perhaps there comes a time where we should look at existing holidays and say, you know what, they're not as relevant or as important as what's happening here. So I just put that forward to her in a more practical sense in terms of what might have been something that would have been helpful.
The Honourable Member for Destiné, Mississippi Churchill River.
Canada has a rich history when it comes to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The history hasn't been kind to Indigenous people from coast to coast to coast. There is enough evidence that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Canada have been harmed over and over and over again. The Truth and Reconciliation and the work that was done, when I hear about elders and young people and families across Canada wanting to heal and move on, we honor the past, and that's what was laid out in the Truth and Reconciliation, and when I hear from elders across Canada. It is a very important time in our Canadian history to truly honor First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across. And we, as Canadians, as a Canadian government, in the House of Commons, and in this area, we have to continue or start demonstrating that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak about Bill C-369, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This introduced, Mr. Speaker, by the member representing Desneathy, Mississippi, and Churchill River. This bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes to amend the relevant legislation in order to establish a paid non-working holiday for all employees under federal jurisdiction. The goal of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to create a statutory holiday that will become a day for truth and reconciliation in order that all Canadians might have some time to reflect on the history and the legacy of Indian residential schools and the deep wounds that have been created in our past and that persist today. Renewing the relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, Mr. Speaker, is a priority for Canada and all Canadians. As you know, the Prime Minister has said that, in fact, there is no relationship more important to this great nation than the one with the Indigenous peoples. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that we can chart a path to a better, more inclusive future that acknowledges our past and looks forward to building a stronger Canada that we all together can reside in a manner that is not only conducive but inclusive to all Canadians. The work that was done by Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Mr. Speaker, has provided us with a way forward to address Indigenous issues in a Canadian society. The Commission's final report sets aside a series of 94 calls to action, Mr. Speaker, that addresses a number of important issues, including Call to Action 80 that calls upon the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish a statutory holiday, a national day for truth and reconciliation, to honor survivors, their families, and communities. As well, to ensure that public commemoration of the history and a legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. The government remains committed to implementing the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as partners in reconciliation and, most important, Mr. Speaker, resurgence. While it is easy to support the Commission's recommendations in principle, the more difficult work comes in taking concrete action. But we are intent on walking the path together toward reconciliation. Over the past 3 months, the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage heard from survivors, leaders of national Indigenous organizations, and other key stakeholders during a review of this bill. Survivors, Mr. Speaker, shared very moving and difficult testimony regarding the history and the impact of Indian residential schools. There was also discussion, Mr. Speaker, of the importance of giving Canadians opportunities to move together on the journey of reconciliation. Extremely important that we move as a nation to nation to nation together, Mr. Speaker, shoulder to shoulder. Education, reflection, and remembrance are essential components of the reconciliation process. Creating a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th will set aside a special day for commemoration and for honoring those whose lives were affected by residential schools. But, Mr. Speaker, as well, it will also create a space for all Canadians to have important conversations about the dark chapters in our history and to acknowledge that reconciliation is a process that, once again, we all do together. But as well, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge the harm done to First Nations, to Inuit, and to Métis peoples. With just over half of Canadians familiar with residential schools, Mr. Speaker, and their lasting impacts, a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation would, in my opinion, improve Canadians' understanding of this legacy of loss. I applaud the initiative put forward in this bill by the honourable member from Desnithie, Misnippy, and Church Hill River. I would also like to recognize the work of those in the community and throughout this great nation who have taken steps to rebuild relationships and further reconciliation. I applaud, Mr. Speaker, those who at the grassroots level have shared their stories and helped teach us about our past. We should all be moved, Mr. Speaker, by people like Phyllis Jack Webstad and the story of her orange shirt. Her story is remarkable, but it is not unique. On her first day of school, Phyllis arrived proudly dressed in her new orange shirt. They made her change out of her clothes. Her orange shirt was taken from her, and she never saw it again, Mr. Speaker. That orange shirt is now a symbol of the stripping away of culture, of freedom, of self-esteem, experienced by Indigenous children over generations. Mr. Speaker, during its mandate, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission engaged extensively with the community. It was guided by principles that ensured broad representation. The Commission was advised by a committee of Indian residential school survivors, and it traveled to all parts of this great nation to hear from thousands of Indigenous peoples who were affected by residential schools, to document their experiences, and also to gather ideas that would help to move the reconciliation process. The 94 calls to action are a result of this process. There have been over the past months a number of petitions expressing support of the creation of a day highlighting reconciliation. We hope that this bill will be a first step, Mr. Speaker, toward establishing a holiday that encourages all Canadians from coast to coast to coast to take time to reflect on our journey of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Gathering today and together to honor survivors of residential schools, their families, their communities, and encourage public commemoration and promotion of the shared values of inclusion and of mutual respect. Let's make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the spirit of reconciliation is part of nation building and our national values. In this way, I believe we can aspire to an outcome that is aligned with the commitment to renew the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples based on recognition, based on rights, based on respect, and based on cooperation. It is obvious that for too long, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples have had to fight for rights and recognition. We know that we must make this recognition the basis for all relations with Indigenous peoples. This bill, Mr. Speaker, represents an ideal way to commemorate and recognize their experience. I am therefore pleased to contribute to today's debate and call upon this House to support this bill. This support, Mr. Speaker, is a part of the work that helps us build a Canada that includes every one of us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, I believe the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find the unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the deferred recorded division on motion M194, standing in the name of the member from Sault Ste. Marie, and motion 206, standing in the name of the member for Newmarket Aurora, currently scheduled on Wednesday, February 27, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, be deferred anew to immediately after the time provided for oral questions of that day.
The honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I had the opportunity to rise for this debate at second reading, and of course, again tonight at third reading. And this, of course, is the Act to amend the Bill of Exchange Act and Interpretation Act. And again, I do want to congratulate my colleague from Descent, Mississippi, Churchill River, in terms of a very important bill that she's put forward before us. And also, want to acknowledge the very important words that have been said today in terms of a path forward, the need for reconciliation in Canada. I think I'm going to start my comments by having a little context around what this bill is and what this bill does not do. And I think many people are not aware that the federally regulated workers represent approximately 900,000 workers in Canada. So what we're talking about in this bill is about 6% of the workforce. So I think, people sort of wonder, well, is this going to impact schools? Is it going to impact other areas? And that is not accurate. It really is because we can only regulate federally regulated workers, and so that is who we are talking about here. So it's about 900,000 workers. I think approximately 1/3 of them are public servants across Canada. And again, 6% of the total workforce. So the workers typically, as we noted, they are the public servants. They work for Crown corporations, bank, marine, port, rail workers, telephone companies, and others. So this is who we are talking about in terms of this statutory holiday. Now, I did ask a question, my colleague, and I truly wish that at committee they had dealt with the one issue that perhaps is my biggest concern in this bill. They have moved the date, and they have now determined it will be in September. And I did ask, we have Labor Day, we then have we'll have this day of reconciliation, and then a short time later we will be having Thanksgiving. And in Canada, both federally and with the provinces, over the years, we keep adding days to our statutory holidays, but we never look at the statutory holidays in existence and say, what ones maybe don't make sense anymore in terms of it's important for us as Canadians to honor and to recognize and to provide support for the survivors of this very dark chapter in our history. But maybe we need to look at something like, Thanksgiving. Does it still make sense? Or the many other holidays that we have. So I think we would have, or certainly I would have been more comfortable and would have been pleased to support this bill had there been discussion about it being an exchange, that we would create a new statutory holiday, but we would perhaps look at taking one of the existing statutory holidays and taking it away. And people might think it's not a big deal, but the substitution concept is important. So I think there is an impact when you have a statutory holiday You'll have people that perhaps are RCMP are going to be getting time and a half. We know that our federal public payroll for a day is in the $195 million range, and so it won't be a dollar for dollar exchange, but there will be impact in terms of the people that have to go overtime. There'll be an impact in terms of productivity. So there will be a financial impact in terms of in the country of this particular bill, which again is why we thought that substitution would have been a much better option. And so you have an impact, and we have many priorities. And so I just want to sort of reflect on some of the work that we've been doing in committee, both in the Heritage Committee and in the Indigenous Affairs Committee. And we have the Indigenous Language Bill that is before committee right now, and we're hearing how important language is going to be to the youth, the sense of connection with the culture, with the language. And we know that it's important, and we know we have legislation that's there, and the witnesses are consistently saying this legislation is important, but it needs to be attached to funding that's going to actually get the job done. So I see this Indigenous Language Bill and ensuring that there's funding that's appropriately attached to it as something that perhaps is going to make more of an impact on the ground to the children in communities than perhaps someone in the banking industry, hopefully honoring the day in the way that they should honor it, but not necessarily. I mean, look at Labor Day, and to what degree do the people that are participating actually participate in Labor Day for the reasons that Labor Day is there for? You know, Veterans Day, we know that Remembrance Day across this country is not a statutory holiday, and I would suggest that people participate in Veterans Day in a very, very robust way. So you don't need to have a statutory holiday to really sort of get to the meaning of what you're trying to accomplish. So recognizing that, you know, certainly this government has a deficit that's much larger than they had committed to Canadians. It's going to be $19 billion. They don't seem to ever think about how do we best spend the money to make a real difference. And as I say, the Indigenous Language Bill, incredibly important. Education, incredibly important. We know that they promised, back in January, they promised to table a bill for child welfare. Well, I think it's going to be March pretty soon. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where that bill is, but that bill is going to be a very important bill. Hopefully they've done it right. And again, it's going to have important resources attached to it so that we can actually accomplish what we need to accomplish. So, you know, I think I've talked about, I really, truly wish this had been a substitution holiday, that we had looked at existing holidays and perhaps remove one. Because then I would have wholeheartedly supported it. I really wish that there was no analysis that we could find in terms of really understanding the implications, but, you know, if I'm going to spend significant dollars, I would much, much prefer to spend dollars in communities knowing that it's going to make a real difference for the children in those communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll just close it off. I do recognize that the calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, there is many significant calls to action. I talked about the languages, I talked about child welfare and how we are not moving forward in a way. I think some of them are much higher priority and much more important for us to move forward on quickly and to spend the resources on. We know that some of the languages are dying across this country as we speak, and so therefore the government has to make decisions, and it really needed to look at the calls to action and decide how they best approach it, but they never really had a good plan. They just said, we're going to support them all, we're going to implement them all, but they've never actually tabled a plan in terms of this is the priorities. These are the priorities in terms of how we feel we should move forward, and in partnership with First Nations communities. And these are the implications of each one. So, you know, I've never seen that work that's been done by them. But, Mr. Speaker, I think for the reasons that I've articulated with really great regret, I will not be able to support this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to begin my remarks by emphasizing that the land that we are gathered on today to speak about this important bill from my colleague from Desnate Mississippi Churchill are a part of the traditional Anishinaabe Algonquin unceded land. And the reason I think it's very important to point this out is that I'd like all those people listening to us to remember this historic fact. From a perspective of reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, the call to action number 80 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission reads as follows. We call upon the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish as a statutory holiday a national day for truth and reconciliation to honour survivors, their families and communities, and ensure that public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. It is in that spirit that my colleague tabled this bill in order to have a National Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada as a statutory holiday. As you know, currently there is no statutory holiday for Indigenous peoples at the federal level. There is a National Aboriginals People Day celebrated on the 21st of June, and that's since 1996, but it is not recognized as being a stat holiday under the Canada Labour Code. Bill C-369 calls on the federal government to show leadership and set the example for provincial and territorial governments who haven't yet created a national day, and to respond to the call to action on the part of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is not an Indigenous problem. It's a Canadian problem, and that is why the Commission calls on various levels of Canadian governments to take measures and to take steps and collective action throughout Canada and in all communities to undertake reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. But in order to do this, it's not enough to simply recognize that they exist. One has to know their history, their rights, their cultures, and their languages. Adopting Bill C-369 would send a clear message to the House of Commons, and that is that it is our intention to pave the way to reconciliation. Creating a statutory holiday at the federal level would give us an opportunity to collectively remember the principle of nation-to-nation relations based on treaties. It would show respect for the historic and cultural importance of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The people we would want to recognize by creating that day are the very first inhabitants of this continent who came here as soon as the glaciers left these lands. When the first French colonists arrived, it is the Indigenous peoples who showed them how to survive by showing them how to adapt to the environment and a difficult climate that Europeans had never experienced. Obviously, this bill would not necessarily address all socioeconomic problems that Indigenous peoples are experiencing and that my party is always raising in this House. For example, I would point out the horrible conditions and intolerable lodging, housing conditions that exist in too many Indigenous communities throughout Canada. We need a targeted Indigenous housing strategy. So creating a stat holiday also has to be accompanied by important measures to improve the living conditions of Indigenous peoples in Canada. It would also provide an opportunity to reflect on our colonial history and its persistent effects on the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit throughout the country. It would also be an opportunity to organize commemorative events, awareness-raising events, for example, regarding the victims of residential schools in the Canadian colonial system, whose effects still last throughout Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new idea. In 1982, the National Indian Brotherhood that we today call the Assembly of First Nations, launched a campaign to have an Indigenous National Day. But it was only in 1996 that the Governor-General at the time, Roméo Leblanc, proclaimed that June 21st of each year would thereafter be called a National Indigenous Day. This date was chosen after consulting with Indigenous peoples and after listening to statements of support from various groups who were asking for the summer solstice to be the National Aboriginal Day. When my colleague initially tabled this bill, she was also calling for June 21st to be a federal stat holiday. At that time, the Truth and Reconciliation Day had not been clearly defined. But since 2016, the Orange Vest Day has become a good day to pay tribute to, or rather to remember, the heritage of residential schools and honor its survivors. The Canadian Heritage Committee was given Bill C-369 for consideration, and it led consultations with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And it was agreed that the 30th of September should be that day of commemoration. And so the bill was amended to create a National Truth and Reconciliation, or rather to create that date. As I mentioned earlier, other Canadian jurisdictions followed up on call to action number 80 of the TRC. They also created a National Indigenous Day. In September 2017, Michael Mantha, a provincial NDP member, tabled a bill at the Legislative Assembly of Ontario called an Act Proclaiming Indigenous Day. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government said several times that the most important relationship for their government was that of their relationship with Indigenous peoples. This government committed to following up on the TRC calls to action in a spirit of reconciliation and healing. Other elected officials in other jurisdictions have understood this, and this bill is a new opportunity for the government to now put its money where its mouth is. The purpose of this bill, based on call to action number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, is to give hope to Indigenous peoples and raise awareness about the consequences and impact of residential schools, and also to pay tribute to the survivors of these schools, as well as to victims of abuse in foster families, their families and communities. This bill gives an opportunity to the Liberal government, as well as to the House of Commons, to commit to a process of reconciliation by providing a day to reflect to our dark colonial past, but also to underscore the contributions, heritage, and diversity of Indigenous cultures and languages. Indigenous peoples, before it became topical, were already had a relation of respect and sustainable management of the environment. They also had their own political and democratic social systems. They understood the importance of creating alliances, and their diplomatic system had an important role to play at the very beginning of the colonies. Kondiaronok Sastaretsi sacrificed his life to end the devastating war by signing the Great Peace of Montreal. In Quebec, the Wapikoni Mobile helps young people, gives them a voice. Cindy Blackstock has advocated for Indigenous children who have been abandoned by the Canadian government, and Melissa Molin-Dupuis, an Innu from the North Coast, is a co-founder of the Quebec chapter of the Idle No More movement. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are not the only ones who support a statutory holiday to recognize Indigenous peoples. The Assembly of First Nations has been calling for this for several years. Bobby Cameron has been calling on this since 2017. The National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, Robert Bertrand, has also publicly stated his support. I'd like to end my remarks by leaving a message for Paul Dewar. During Paul's ceremony, Claudette Commanda, an Indigenous leader, recalled that he had been given an eagle feather that represented honesty, integrity, and authenticity, and to thank him for what he had done for their people. Paul said,
"Let's show our strength together. Let's embrace the vision of Algonquin Elder William Commanda for an authentic and organic future, rooted in the wisdom of the Indigenous people upon whose land we reside." Miigwech.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to rise on what I believe is a very important piece of legislation. Legislation that I believe ultimately has widespread support that goes far beyond this chamber. You know, when we talk about Indigenous people, there is no doubt in terms of, for the country of Canada, that there is no relationship that is more important than that between Canada and Indigenous people. In fact, we often hear the Prime Minister and others within this House talk about that very special relationship, and a big part of that is, in fact, the whole idea of the Truth and Reconciliation report, in which there was a series and 94 recommendations. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the documents that I keep at hand is, in fact, those 94 recommendations. And really what we're talking about today is a recommendation that was actually a part or a call to action that was a part of the recommendations. And I would just like to read on the record in terms of exactly what it is that the call for action number 80 is calling for the government or members of Parliament to act on. And that is, we call upon the federal government in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples to establish as a statutory holiday a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, to honor survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that the public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of reconciliation process. Mr. Speaker, this is something in which I believe that we have seen a great deal of discussion or debate about inside this House on a number of different fronts. Today we're talking about the importance of the call to action number 80, dealing with recognizing a national holiday, which is going to be September the 30th of every year. That is something in which I believe we see support from both sides. I can appreciate the Conservative Party isn't necessarily on side with it for whatever reasons, but I think it's fair to say that all members recognize the importance of having a designation. You know, I would like to think that when we talk about reconciliation and we talk about the importance of remembering and appreciating what actually had taken place during the residential schools is something that is taken seriously at all different levels. I would like to think, for example, that our schools have a role to play in this. I would like to think, as has been pointed out, that even provincial entities have a role to play in this. And what we're seeing today is that the federal or the House of Commons, because it's not just the Government of Canada. The House of Commons, members of Parliament on all sides of the House, are recognizing the importance of that particular call to action. And I believe that speaks volumes in terms of the amount of goodwill. And, you know, what I have witnessed in the Speaker prior, when she was concluding her remarks, you could see the emotion motion and the importance of this very issue. And I can say, over the last number of years, we have seen some really wonderful debates. At times, it can be very emotional debates that take place. And some of the more emotional debates that I have witnessed and sitting inside the chamber is when we do talk about reconciliation with Indigenous people here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, because it's not the first time that we've actually been addressing the Truth and Reconciliation Report and then many different calls to action. In fact, it was just maybe a couple of weeks ago, you kind of lose perspective of time inside the chamber, but it wasn't that long ago, where we were talking about calls of action for 13 and 14. Yet another piece of legislation that was introduced by a minister, or a cabinet minister of the government, in essence dealing with language and culture, ensuring that the language of Indigenous people will in fact be around for generations to come. And during that debate, you will find that there was a widespread support for the legislation. And again, it's because of the issue of reconciliation. The Prime Minister has indicated, and I believe all of us would agree. You see, reconciliation is not the responsibility of any one individual. We all have a role to play in it, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm encouraged today during Private Members' Hour. We had a member from the Liberal caucus who had forfeited his spot in order to allow for this legislation to be even debated here today, Mr. Speaker. It says, I believe, a very important message that when it comes to reconciliation, we're prepared to put the politics of partisanship to the side in order to ensure that the right thing is in fact done. And I applaud my colleague from the caucus, Liberal caucus, in terms of putting forward and offering his position. I applaud the member from the Democratic Party for bringing forward an important piece of legislation. And by working together, we are seeing a greater likelihood of this call to action being addressed. Equally, Mr. Speaker, when we saw other pieces of legislation or other budgetary measures that are brought forward that deal with the calls for action, the truth and reconciliation, that we do see support that bridges more than just one political party. Mr. Speaker, I represent Winnipeg North, and I can tell you, with an Indigenous population probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 20% in Winnipeg North, this is a very important issue. Much of the damage that was caused by residential schools is actually, you can witness firsthand by walking around in the north end of Winnipeg and talking to some of the people, as I have, in regards to just how severe residential schools have been. And that's why, when we see actions by the government to try to tackle these important issues, that it's important to me personally and as the representative of Winnipeg North to ensure that we advance and try to move forward on these very important pieces of legislation. We know, for example, the government has legislation dealing with child welfare. And child welfare is a very serious issue that has to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which, whether it's the Prime Minister, the different ministers, in fact, our caucus, and I suspect you will find members, again, from the NDP and the Conservatives that recognize that the status quo needs to change. And that's why when we bring forward the legislation, and I anticipate that there will be a healthy debate on the child reform legislation that's not that far away, Mr. Speaker, that hopefully we'll get the same sort of support for that legislation
as we're seeing for the legislation that's being brought forward by the member opposite. And I believe that that's, in fact, what we will see, Mr. Speaker, or at least I hope that's what we will see, because it is important. I started my comments off by talking about that there is no relationship more important to Canada than that with Indigenous people. And if you believe that to be true, I highly recommend the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the report that they had provided, in particular the fine work that Senator Sinclair has done, and the 94 calls for action. Today, we're talking about number 80, Mr. Speaker. There is still more to come, and I look forward to having that ongoing debate and discussions, and so that members, not only within this chamber, but well beyond, in all the different regions of the country, will recognize just how important it is that we affirm that positive relationship. I thank you for having the opportunity to share my thoughts on a very important issue. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to follow up on issues I've raised earlier in question period. And in particular, I'd like to raise an issue that has to do with the Phoenix payroll system. So that issue, Mr. Speaker, simply put, is that thousands of civilian members of the RCMP have been told that the government is keen to transition them over to the Phoenix payroll system. Currently, they're paid on the payroll system of the RCMP, which has not had the problems that Phoenix has had. Those problems are legion, Mr. Speaker, but you know, we know of cases even just in Elmwood-Transcona of federal public servants who have had their home put in jeopardy, have had serious strain put on their family. Civilian members of the RCMP don't want to be put in that same boat, and so I think quite reasonably just want to wait until Phoenix is actually fixed until they're transitioned over. And at one time in the life of this Parliament, the president of the now former president of the Treasury Board made a commitment that civilian members of the RCMP would not be transitioned over to the Phoenix payroll system until it was fixed. And in fact, a memo went out that said that that initiative was indefinitely suspended. Unfortunately, sometime after that, another memo went out saying that it had simply been postponed and that in the spring of 2020, civilian members of the RCMP would be transitioned over. This week, we heard that an internal government memo estimates that it may take up to 10 years in order to fix the Phoenix payroll system, and it'll certainly take 4 or 5 years, Mr. Speaker. So for those who aren't great at math, that means that the spring of 2020 is coming long before government itself estimates that Phoenix will be fixed, and I think it's quite reasonable that civilian members of the RCMP want to wait until that's over, and so I'm looking for some reassurance from the government today that they will wait until they've got Phoenix right before they put the pay of thousands of civilian members of the RCMP who do great work on behalf of and for Canadians in jeopardy. And so that's what I'm here to ask, Mr. Speaker, is would the government kindly wait until Phoenix is fixed to make this transition so that they don't put those lives, you know, in undue or subject them to undue strain because of the payroll system. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I thank the member opposite for the question. The late shows, as they're referred to,
here amongst us generally follow on to questions that were asked in question period, and the issues raised around the RCMP are not related to the question that have generated this opportunity to have a follow-up question, and I will ensure that the member opposite gets a response from the minister responsible, because those specifics, while not dealt with in the original question and have emerged subsequent to the conversations, deserve a clear response. But let me say that in relationship to the Phoenix pay system, we know that the ongoing problems with the Phoenix system have caused unacceptable hardship for hardworking and good people in the public service, our families included in many cases. Mr. Speaker, our government has been taking action on this complicated file, and we continue to do so until all employees get paid accurately, get paid fairly for the work they've done. We do this every time. This is the minister's top priority within the jurisdiction that the minister has responsibility for. I'd like to also take this opportunity to update the House on the significant progress that's been made to stabilize the Phoenix system. Public Services and Procurement Canada is working with the Treasury Board Secretariat as they focus on options for the next generation of the HR, the Human Resources pay system. The Auditor General's report states that this issue began because the scope and complexity of pay transformation was vastly underestimated. That's the quote from the Auditor General, vastly underestimated. And the system, in terms of its functionality and its testing and its training, were de-scoped to save money. In other words, the previous government saved money on the backs of public servants. This is unconscionable. And they did this to meet timelines to balance their budget, not to make sure people got paid properly. Indeed, the report confirms that what we have long maintained on this issue is true. We've taken steps to immediately implement the Auditor General's recommendations by strengthening policy instruments, governance structures, and of course project management approaches around government-wide information technology initiatives. We'll improve training and become engaged earlier, and we'll analyze project trends and these issues more deeply as we go forward. In addition, we've implemented measures to stabilize the pay system and reduce the backlog of late transactions and wait times for missing pay. These measures are well aligned with the recommendations made by the Auditor General. And I want to briefly elaborate on these measures. Increased capacity, improved service are two of the key accomplishments. With the funding provided in Budget 2018 of $431.4 million over 6 years to continue to address the pay challenges, we've increased the number of employees at the Pay Centre and regional offices to more than 1,500 public servants. That's more than double the number of compensation advisors since Phoenix was launched. In addition, our government continues to roll out the PayPod delivery model. This is critically important because this new system allows us to group models together for compensation advisors and compensation assistants assigned to specific departments or agencies. These teams work cohesively to process current intake with the effective pay period while also working through the backlog and addressing outstanding cases in an employee's file. This is in contrast to the previous approach from the last government, which was to address pay issues on a transaction-by-transaction basis. Our model provides better service to employees and departments and agencies served by the Pay Centre and is starting to show positive results. Since January 2018, the number of transactions waiting to be processed in departments and agencies by PayPods has decreased by 160,000 individual claims. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would note that this exchange is in follow-up to a series of questions I asked in question period on October 26, 2018. The first was a general question about Phoenix. The supplementary that immediately followed that question went as follows. It's why civilian members of the RCMP are upset that the government has reversed a previous commitment not to put them on the Phoenix payroll system until it's fixed and instead has created an arbitrary deadline of 2020. It goes on and it finishes, why are the Liberals risking doing material damage to the men and women of the RCMP when the payroll system is not ready to go, and will they reverse the decision? So I think I am very much on topic in my follow-up and asking the Parliamentary Secretary to address the issue of RCMP members, civilian members who are going to be transitioned to Phoenix. This arbitrary deadline creates a lot of anxiety in their life, particularly as they hear the stories of federal civil servants who have been going through a kind of hell, Mr. Speaker, when they're not getting paid properly, they're overpaid, they're underpaid, they're not paid at all. And I would simply ask, if he's not prepared to answer the question today, could I get a commitment from him with a letter either deferring the
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I could give a comprehensive response to the request if I could have heard it, but unfortunately he got cut off. What I can stress to the member opposite is that I will certainly try to get the information he asks for regarding the decision involving civilian members of the RCMP and make sure that he understands fully why the decisions that were made have been made. But, Mr. Speaker, let me stress again that we're taking action so that all employees get paid accurately, on time, every time. The Auditor General has said that this is a complex problem with no quick fixes, and our government is taking action on many fronts to stabilize the Phoenix pay system, and we're making steady progress in reducing the backlog and keeping it from growing while we eventually implement a new system. There's a lot of work to be done thanks to our integrated approach and making sure that we work with the public service unions, their departments, agencies, employees. We continue to move forward on this file, and let me add that all of us who deal with this on a day-by-day basis in our constituency offices are as committed as the member opposite to making sure that people who work get paid and we don't balance budgets on the back of employees by short shift.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad for this opportunity to readdress the question I put to the Minister of Environment in this House. As her response failed to answer my question and actually gave credence to my concerns, I will quote from my question and her response as follows. I said, Boombata Homes is an innovative company that will be hit hard by the Liberal carbon tax imposed on Saskatchewan businesses. It means that families working hard to afford a home will now face even higher prices. It also means that the Liberal affordable housing program will be more expensive. Jason and Susan know what it will mean for their businesses, their subcontractors, and their construction workers. Why do large corporations get exemptions from the government and they do not? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change replied, when I talk to small businesses, and I have talked to small businesses across the country, what do they want to do? They want to do right by the environment. They want to be more energy efficient, save money, and lower their emissions. She said, I'll give an example of Veriform. It's a steel manufacturer in Cambridge. What did it do? It reduced its emissions by 80% and saved $1 million. We are going to support small businesses to be more energy efficient so they can save money to reinvest in their businesses and create more jobs. End quotes. Speaker, Veriform has much to be proud of. Their actions were motivated by the very things the minister mentioned, to grow their business while improving their impact on the environment. However, it's important to note this, that the minister's example actually affirms the reality that a carbon tax is not necessary and is punitive towards small businesses because Veriform took most of their actions to achieve this during the Harper government. They were not threatened with the punishment of a Liberal carbon tax. It seems to me that they were rational actors. Since the objective of a business is to maximize profit, they took good environmental actions that added to their bottom line. One very serious negative implication of the Liberal carbon tax is that SMEs that have taken steps to be more efficient and reduce their carbon footprint will still pay for this Liberal carbon tax with absolutely no recognition of their stewardship. This Liberal carbon tax, combined with the oppressive regulation regime the Prime Minister is imposing on the resource sector, will undoubtedly increase input costs for businesses, including Veriform. In addition, as a steel manufacturer, it's no doubt being impacted by the steel and aluminum tariffs as well, which are crippling our Canadian steel manufacturing industries. The funds brought into the Liberal coffers by the reciprocal tariffs are not being used to meet the needs of the manufacturers impacted by the tariffs, especially the small and medium enterprises, as they may not meet the requirements of 200 employees to access the program, while large manufacturers, again, are literally exempt from paying the carbon tax. These same SMEs are labeled as tax cheats for growing their passive income to cover emergencies, growth of their business, and heaven forbid, their own retirement once they've reached that point in life. Now their passive income is being eaten up trying to keep their business above water so that they can continue to employ their workers. It appears putting companies out of business and Canadians into the unemployment lines may be the Liberal solution to reducing greenhouse gases. The Liberal government continues to punish the very Canadians who take the risks, fuel our economy, and respect the environment. We need solutions that incentivize innovation and are a global answer to reducing greenhouse gases. As Conservatives, we believe Canadians will only continue to become more innovative through the sense of responsibility and incentives like farmers and small businesses in Saskatchewan. It's Canada's leadership opportunity to the world to be an example of good stewardship while growing our economy through private entrepreneurs encouraged by sound science and motivation. This Liberal Prime Minister continues to fail to lead at home and on the world stage.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for York to Melville for her question, both in question period previously and again today. I want to correct the record. I know the members indicated on a number of occasions during her remarks that there's some kind of an exemption for big business. That's patently false when you look at the facts. What we've established is an output-based pricing system that specifically applies a price on pollution for large emitters. Now, with respect to the constituents she referenced, like many Canadians, Jason and Susan run a successful business, and they want to know quite fairly how putting a price on pollution is going to affect their business. The province of Saskatchewan, I note, on the issue of big emitters, is actually implementing an output-based pricing system for some of its large industry, and the federal output-based pricing system is going to apply to the electricity and natural gas sectors to fill in the gaps. Large industrial facilities typically emit significant amounts of greenhouse gas pollution and often face competition in jurisdictions that don't yet have a price on pollution. This system is going to put a price for industry that will help maintain competitiveness relative to their international peers. Under this kind of a system, companies have to pay for emissions over a sector performance standard. If they perform better than the standard, they'll get a credit, and if they perform worse than the standard, they're going to have to pay based on the exact same price signal that applies across the entire economy. The result is that companies are going to have a continuous incentive to cut pollution and support clean innovation while minimizing the cost that they pay. This approach is recognized as the international best practice. Quebec and Alberta have variations of this kind of a system in effect today. BC is developing a similar one, and Saskatchewan and Newfoundland and Labrador are putting similar systems into effect. California and the EU have included these kinds of policies in their systems as well. The federal government, and this is the good news for families, is going to return the majority of all direct proceeds collected in Saskatchewan directly to households, including those of Jason and Susan. A typical family of four in Saskatchewan, when they file their taxes, is actually going to receive a climate action incentive of $609 when they do file their taxes. And it's curious that the members of the opposition would like to take this money from their constituents. The government is going to also use proceeds from the federal fuel charge to support small businesses like Boombata Homes. The government recognizes that small businesses are critically important to the Canadian economy. Providing direct support is going to help them take climate action, lower their energy costs while keeping them competitive. In Saskatchewan, the government estimates that about $300 million in proceeds are going to be available over the next 5 years for small businesses in that province. Through Canada's Climate Action and Clean Growth Plan, the government is providing additional financial support to help companies invest in actions that are going to increase their efficiency and reduce their exposure to carbon pricing. For example, since 2016, the Government of Canada has allocated over $336 million for investments in public transit projects in Saskatchewan, like bus fleet renewals in Saskatoon and Moose Jaw. Putting a price on pollution is simply a common-sense way to reduce our emissions, invest in a cleaner tomorrow for our kids and grandkids, and help Canada compete in the emerging global low-carbon economy. I note in particular, Mr. Speaker, that everyone who's got equity in this conversation, including the Director of Policy to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, including Doug Ford's Chief Budget Advisor, The Economist magazine, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and virtually everyone who's taken a look at climate economics says this is exactly the kind of thing we should be doing. We're moving forward with a plan that's going to reduce emissions and make life more affordable for Canadians.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth of the matter is that his responses do not apply in this case because the money that you are giving, that they, Mr. Speaker, are giving back to Canadians, they're claiming that we were taking away. That's money that they have already taken from Canadians, and they are simply giving back a portion of that. I have yet to see anything that indicates that this type of a program that is supposedly revenue neutral for Canadians could possibly be that, because we know what it costs for government to do anything. And we're not seeing the costs involved in administrating this type of a program by the government. And almost without fault, things tend to balloon even larger, and there's no comments from this government about the additional GST that's going to be charged on Canadians on top of what they're paying. What I'm responding to here on behalf of my constituents is that they are already doing all the things that make a difference for this country and don't require a carbon tax to do that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps this is an opportunity in the 1 minute that I have to just state that when we were trying to develop a plan to help fight climate change with having a minimal impact on the Canadian economy, we actually looked at the advice of experts. We saw the Nobel Prize winner in economics this past year was actually awarded the prize for the development of this kind of a plan that's actually going to put a price on pollution that might make life more expensive for polluters, but will make life more affordable for Canadian families and is going to help protect against competitiveness. I know in particular the member had some questions about the cost of administration. There's not going to be a single penny comes out of this price that's actually going to be taken from the province in which the pollution is generated. So folks from Saskatchewan are actually going to receive more money than other provinces, specifically because there's more pollution coming out of those provinces. The plan is actually quite simple. We're putting a price on pollution and returning that money to businesses and to families that live in the member's province. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 26, 2018, days after advocates from across Canada visited Ottawa for Housing on the Hill Day, I took that opportunity to highlight some of the struggles facing frontline organizations hoping to access the National Housing Strategy's Co-Investment Fund. I asked the Honourable Minister if he'd be willing to get down to work to alleviate the excessive administrative burdens placed on groups with limited resources who are forced to fill out lengthy and onerous application processes, almost 200 questions, to even have a chance at accessing the co-investment fund. But that is clearly not the only issue with this fund. This program also has a 5-unit minimum, which excludes some smaller viable projects, many of which could be built in smaller towns and rural communities. The online system for applying for this fund is onerous and difficult to navigate. The help from the government for applicants is lacking. Applicants have cited incidents of government staff unable to answer basic questions, and even worse, giving out wrong information. One applicant stated they felt they were learning the process alongside the government staff who were administering the program. And making funding dependent upon the participation of local or provincial governments makes sense, but waiting for guaranteed commitments from those partners often prevents projects from being submitted in a timely manner. We have a crisis, Mr. Speaker, and we need housing now. At the 1-year anniversary of the release of the National Housing Strategy last November, Canadians were provided an update on achievements to date. The announcement seemed to imply a reporting back on the achievements of the National Housing Strategy, but in fact included all the activity on housing since 2016, investments prior to the launch of the National Housing Strategy. The actual progress on the initiatives announced in the National Housing Strategy, to lots of fanfare, speeches, news releases, and media headlines, is much more limited. If we are truly to evaluate the success of the first ever National Housing Strategy, this government must live up to its rhetoric on transparency and accountability. Canadians and parliamentarians deserve good information that is accurate and presented in a way that we can actually evaluate the strategy. More facts than fanfare would be appreciated. This government promised real change, but the rollout of the National Housing Strategy doesn't seem to be based in reality. Sadly, they've been very slow to roll out new investment and to implement the programs touted in the strategy. The words are there, but the actual on the ground, making a difference, truly rolling out the dollars is not. Every year, there are 235,000 people experiencing some form of homelessness in Canada, and almost 3 million Canadians spend more than 30% of their income on housing. In face of these shocking numbers, the glacial pace of implementation of the national housing initiatives is frustrating for many stakeholders, and more significantly for the many households in deep need and those on the streets and in emergency shelters all across the country. Mr. Speaker, I ask, did the minister or a representative sit down, listen to those that know, the nonprofit housing providers, and allow the flexibility they asked for? And then did the government make the necessary changes so that all communities can get down to work and address the housing and homelessness crisis in this country? A yes or no answer with details would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The short answer is yes. We sit down with housing providers every day of every week and learn from them what challenges they may encounter in accessing funds through the National Housing Strategy. And the good news is, because of the continual intake process and the continual granting process of this program, as we learn and hear from housing providers from coast to coast to coast, from rural communities, big cities, Indigenous communities, remote communities, coastal communities, we are adapting the program to build the system as they build housing. And the results speak for themselves. The party opposite often says that no money is coming till after the next election. The reality is we have already spent more than $5.7 billion, most of that new money, on the housing system. It was a down payment to get us moving towards the National Housing Strategy. And now that we're in the midst of the National Housing Strategy, there is more than $40 billion forecast over the next 10 years to build housing. The results, 15,000, close to 15, in fact, it now exceeds 15,000 since we were given the updated numbers. 15,000 new units have been approved or under construction. Close to 150,000 units have been repaired. The member from British Columbia who said that repairs don't matter is just fundamentally wrong. In the city that I represent, we're losing housing when we took office faster than we're building it because repair dollars weren't being invested. Repair dollars are as essential to the housing system as construction dollars are. In fact, I was in Burnaby just last week where we announced a total rebuild of a co-op housing program that took the old plumbing out, replaced it with new plumbing, cleaned it of black mold, and then replastered the insides of buildings and made them more airtight and therefore more energy efficient. And that was one of the co-investment projects that was funded in British Columbia. So we are committed to a number of things. We are committed to building. We are committed to repairing. We're also committed to subsidizing housing. Because one of the things that the party opposite fails to understand, and their promise shows this, when they make numbers that are sort of global in nature, in the same way that Doug Ford in Ontario sort of delivers slogans about housing, when you just say we're going to build a lot of housing, if you're not also simultaneously talking about repairing it, and at the same time subsidizing it, and at the same time providing subsidies for housing, you're not actually building a housing system, you're just building housing. And if you just build housing and you don't subsidize it into affordability and you don't support the people inside it to make sure they can be self-sufficient and you don't program maintenance and operating dollars into the program, you build housing but you don't support people living in housing. And so our program has been very, very progressively and very, very properly funded to do all of those things, to support dollars for construction, to support dollars for repair, to support dollars for subsidies, and to support dollars for the support of people. The new dollars are flowing as we speak. I was in Burnaby to announce co-op programs. There were 4 of them. I was in Barrie, I wasn't in Barrie because the weather didn't let me, but Barrie, Ontario has been granted money. 3 projects in Woodstock. We had just announced a project in Toronto last week. There are 3 programs that we announced in Saskatchewan just a month ago. More is being announced day by day. The system is growing. And I would say this, the party opposite is right to focus on this as a critical issue for Canada. Good housing programs don't just house people that need the supports. They also create economies in the communities where these projects are presented, and they also create platforms for the success of other government interventions around child poverty, veterans, making sure we fight climate change, and making sure that immigrants and refugees are settled properly in this country. The National Housing Strategy is real. It's housing real people with real dollars now, and the successes are just as real. And we listen and change the program to make sure that everybody who applies gets help.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really not for Canadians nor the opposition to pat the government on the back for what I feel are half measures. A government committed to a rights-based approach would not have as its goal a 50% reduction in the chronic shelter users. This goal falls well short, I believe, of what Canadians expected from this Liberal government. And the National Housing Strategy must be more than announcements about previous investments. It must deliver the results and the promises made to Canadians by this government. The government must move up federal funding, and next month's budget is an opportunity to show Canadians this government is serious about the housing crisis. A safe, affordable place to call home is a fundamental human right. And so I add to my comments today, Mr. Speaker, when will our laws reflect what was promised and protect vulnerable Canadians? When will this Liberal government match their talk with action and the dollars needed to truly launch a national housing strategy of consequence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary.
The right to housing moves forward, and we will have legislation before this House rises, I can assure the member opposite. But while she calls for us to match action with talk, I would ask her why she ran for a party that didn't even match talk with talk. The party opposite promised to spend an extra $10 million a year on homelessness across the country, and in their new housing policy, don't even mention the word homeless. In fact, they offer tax breaks to millionaires in Vancouver as opposed to helping people on the street. Additionally, the party opposite, when they talk about spending dollars, their platform, the platform she sought a seat in this House on, promised $0. $0 for new housing in the second, third, and fourth year of an NDP government if they'd won the last election. The only thing worse than moving slowly on housing would be to match their promise, their rhetoric, and their commitment to housing. This government has not only delivered new dollars, more dollars than the NDP promised. We've delivered them to real people in real housing need right now as we speak, and I'm proud of that.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.